Hello everybody and welcome to 24/8 Series eSports action here from the 6 hours of Sebring as we embark on the only round that takes place outside of Europe across the 6 races here this time around. It's the final race of 2023 as well. We've come to the very, very difficult bumps of Sebring for 6 hours of racing as we embark on round 2 of this championship after kicking things off not so long ago at the 6 hours of Spa. This is the schedule that we've got here this time around, the 6 hours of Spa, obviously opening up the season, and we'll end with the 12 hours of Barcelona once again, of course, in that double length race that we have this season around. My name is Ewan O'Leary. I'm alongside Lorenzo Bonda here for this round of the championship, or at least the first half of the race. We've come to America for the only time this season. Lorenzo, the bumps of Sebring will be set to challenge the drivers over 6 hours all over again.
Yeah, we got a little bit of concrete, we got a little bit of asphalt, we got pretty much everything. The one thing we don't have is repaved tracks, because that does happen in Sebring, and it's going to be quite interesting how the traffic, the navigation of the traffic will happen, because we saw drama at Spa in so many places, but here it gets more critical because it is more tightened up, it is shorter than what the Spa often normally provides, so this is going to be more critical race for everybody than they should imagine.
This was on the schedule last season as well, by the way, and Williams Esports, BenQ, were the champions on that occasion. Well, say champions, they are the reigning champions as well, of course, Williams Esports, but they were the race winners, I should say, from GT3 in the race last year. Let's have a look at the standings with the classes so far, because, as I mentioned, we have had that 6 hours of Spa race at the start of October that's kicked off our season, and it was Drago Racing who took the win in GT3. Simify Esports were second, with Maniti Racing also on the podium. Urano and Pure Sims rounded out the top 5, with Team 75 Banner by SimOC and BS Competition all joining those who beat the reigning champions. The number 1 Williams Esports car only finishing down in 8th. Sebo Esports and the other Urano car rounded out the top 10 in GT3. In 992, it was no surprise to see the PES champion Jordan Caruso helping Autos Esports to a victory at Spa. Maniti Racing were on the podium for the second class in a row, with Schrer Esport joining them. Simify Esports with another good day there, so we're 2 top 5s for them in the top 2 classes. Valkyrie XP at Bondul Racing rounding out the top 5. Then it was Visceral Esports, Olympus Esports, Geodesic Racing, Williams Esports and Harvu rounding out the top 10 in 992. In GT4 it was SimOC back to winning ways again. Sebo Esports were up there in second place, and they certainly were again in qualifying here for the race here today. Then in third position we had Impulse Racing, Wave Italy and Geeks Energy rounded out the top 5, with X-Racer 6th. Then Pure Sims outside the top 5, somewhat surprisingly there. Pole sitters for the 6 hours of Sebring here this afternoon are Zenith Esports, they are 8th from the 6 hours of Spa. 07 Racing and GrindGo.com round out the top 10 in GT4. And then we've only got 10 in TCR. It is Impulse Racing who lead the way there, ahead of Team Hoisingveld, who have taken pole here at Sebring. RD Sinsport joined them on the podium. Euros PR, Lorenzo will be pleased to know, were 4th last time out. Carlo Esports, although I'm sure he already knew. Carlo Esports at top 5 at Spa as well. Race for Motorsport just missing out there, with Wave Italy, Entropic, Obsidian and MA70 Esports rounding out the 10 teams that took part in the race at Spa. These are the classes we have, Lorenzo. It's great variety, lots of cars to choose from in GT3, lots in GT4 as well. The extended amount you can have in an iRacing session is really helping us this season.
Yeah, you got a heterogeneity of cars, and I like this bunch, you know, especially GT3. Normally you would be stuck around with like 3 cars to go along all season, so having all the modern cars over there for you to race is a really good thing. Of course, of BOP, we're going to be talking about that because it affects some of the teams. It's going to be quite an interesting one, but the choices you have, they're pretty much that equal on what you want to have in a real life race.
Absolutely. So qualifying is pretty much over, and we're almost ready to get going. Although will say, unfortunately, already
Yeah.
we've had some penalties. 10 seconds for Team Huisingveld in car 48. That's not the pole-sitting TCR car, you'll be pleased to know. That is the 18th place GT3, and we saw penalties be a big factor at the start of the Spa race. Impulse have also got 10 seconds in the GT3s. The 57 car qualified only 20th. That's not going to help them, even so. Simify Esports also got a warning for impeding. Lots of warnings and stuff, as well as actual time penalties and no further action. 6 incidents in qualifying, Lorenzo, which seems quite a lot, really.
Not only that, but I think we have to point out something more important. They were only in the GT3s.
Yes.
It's a bigger, because it is the bigger field. You got 21 cars basically from one point to the other, so it gets more chaotic. And I was looking at some points. I was looking at actually Thibaut Prevost's car when he was doing qualify for the Williams. It was crowded, so I was expecting a few penalties to come there for a little bit.
Well, it's not a good look for GT3 already, unfortunately, with 3 cars getting penalties. As I mentioned, the 48 for Huisingveld, the 57 for Impulse. And not only did Simify get that warning, they also got an actual penalty. Gabi Monturo was driving that one. He qualified 12th, and he'll have a 10-second time penalty for impeding the Team Huisingveld car, quite ironically. So they've clearly been impeding each other in GT3, and unfortunately that's going to be a difficult start to the race for them. However, qualifying on pole, Lorenzo, is Mac Performance SRT, and with some of the huge teams around them, with the likes of PS Competition alongside Pure Sims and Urano on row 2, that's a great performance from Andrea Bristow's taken the pole position there for the number 99 team.
No, absolutely, and basically obliterated the competition, bar like PS Competition, where I think the only team that got closest by a few hundreds of a second. So I'm interested to see how the Ferrari is going to perform over here, because like I said before, BOP is going to be a huge talk while we go on with this race, because Mercedes, they were looking good with the BOP coming at the last second. They got a little bit nerfed out, so then it's all about how we're going to be talking this later.
It is, and qualifying is obviously relatively important, but not too much to write home about in these races. There is the Mac Performance SRT car. It's a little bit of a changed livery from what we've seen in previous years from them, actually, but pole position for them here at Sebring. 45 thousandths ahead of Rainer Talvar, who was second in the BS competition at BMW. Then it's a Mercedes in third with Pure Sims Esports and Lucas Lindqvist, with Nicholas Laubisch rounding out the top 4. But there's a bit of a gap between those front two, between Andrea Bristow and Rainer Talvar. It's a bit of a surprise, I've got to say, that they were 3 tenths ahead of the rest of the field. You'd expect things to maybe be slightly closer than that.
I expected it to be much closer. I didn't expect to have 0.3 of a second between first and third place. I thought it would be like maybe 1/10 of a second, or even up to 0.2 of a second at max. But having 0.3 of a second, I think it just showcases how Bristow is well acquainted with the car and how well he pushed during qualifying.
And that was an idea there as to just why there were so many penalties in GT3. There were a lot of cars out on circuit all at once. Let's go through them then. We're starting with the GT3s. So we mentioned the top 4. Mac Performance, PS Competition, Pure Sims and Urano on the front 2 rows. But what about the rest? Seber Esports and Falcon Sim Racing Team are on row 3 with Patrick Selva and Jonas Rutten. In 7th place, it's Maniti Racing Green. Alex Bennett qualifying that car. Samuel Grana was qualifying the Obsidian car, and they're 8th, head of Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, and the reigning champions only 10th here at Sebring. Pure Sims Esports and Simify Esports are on row 6, although Simify will have a 10-second penalty to serve at their first stop. ATRS Esports alongside the other Team 75 car with Astro Racing and Drago Racing. Round 1 winners down in 16th place. Dylan Scrivens down in 17th as well, with René Lenz of Team Huisingveld sharing row 9 with him. Tour Esports, Impulse Racing and Movano Sim Racing Team round out the 21 GT3s. It's Jordan Caruso who's unsurprisingly got 992 pole ahead of Visceral Esports. Valkyrie XP and Bondur Racing alongside Wave Italy Racing Team, with Simify Esports and Share Esport rounding out the first 3 rows of the 992 standing. Then it's Maxime Marriott for Maniti Racing, 7th place in 992 as well, ahead of the reigning champions Williams Esports. Impulse Racing and Euros BR round out the top 10 with Harvu and Apex 1 on row 6, and the last row of the grid for them, Olympus Esports and Geodesic Racing. And GT4, it's Zenith Esports who have taken pole ahead of Movano Sim Racing Team, the reigning champions. 07 Racing are ahead of X-Racer in the 4th place. Then it's GridandGo.com Esports ahead of SimRC, the round 1 winners, down in 6th place. Alvar Gomez has got the Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward car to 7th, ahead of Racer Esports team. Geodesic Racing are in 9th alongside Roar Esports to round out the top 10. Impulse and Sabo share row 6, with Pure Sims Esports, X-Racer and Waverley Racing Team rounding out the 15 GT4s. And then, unsurprisingly, it is Team Huizenveld leading the way in TCR. Entropic, along with PFBR, are on the 2nd position, ahead of MA70 Esports and Impulse Racing. They are on row 2. Then it's Euros BR and Race for Cap Motorsport. That is row 3. Waverley Racing Team are in 7th, ahead of Obsidian and Alex Torres. Then it's RD Simsport and Carlo Esports rounding out the 60-car grid. It's a huge entry all over again here, Lorenzo. 39 of the cars are non-GT3s as well, which is a lot of work for the top category to get through.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to get very confusing. That was actually called out by the stewards when they were actually doing the briefing, because even we saw what happened at Spa lap 1 between GT4s and TCRs. That was also called out as well. So, and like we said, we see the weather conditions not as hottest, because that track at 31 Celsius degrees will allow the tires to build up kind of like more naturally and be maintained properly. But it's, again, one thing is navigating the traffic, and you can easily burn out the rears if you just overdrive the car way too much. And at a track that has heavy braking points like Sebring, it's very easy to do that.
What about the conditions a little bit later on here, Lorenzo? We've got 31 down on the track at the moment, 21 in the air, and it's just past midday here towards the sort of middle to end of November. In sim time, we are, as of yesterday, 18th of November. What are the conditions going to be like by 6 p.m? I can imagine we're going to go through some drastic changes over the race today.
So I expect to be a little bit like qualifying, as it were. Like, I think qualifying minimum I saw was about 23 degrees, 23, maybe 22 degrees at its lowest. So it's going to be a chilled track, but it's going to allow for faster times. I don't know how they're going to dictate on the fuel consumption, though. I think some teams, especially in the GT3s and the Porsche Cup, they might be thinking of, fuel saving at its start, during the start, maybe the first 2 hours when it's hottest, and you can take advantage of that, especially with the traffic that eases out a little bit. But at the end, you really want to go flat out, because the track will allow you to do that, as it also will grip up and it will have more rubber as well.
And I wonder how easy it's going to be for some of those further down to actually get through the field as well here. We've seen some of the teams, especially in GT3, qualifying a long way back. Round 1 winners Drago Racing are in 16th. Dylan Scriven 17th. Got the likes of Door Esports and Impulse are sharing row 10. There's going to be a lot of work to do for some of the GT3s, especially to work their way forward over 6 hours today.
Yeah, and that goes back to the topic of, some of these guys were driving Mercedes, and the Mercedes got very, very nerfed out. I think they got reduced by 1% out its power. Maybe I think a little bit less also on ballast as well, and that took away the speed, the front speed of the car. That made it a little bit slower, and also try to transition there during the turns. That's what made it a little bit more difficult for them. But then again, it's a long race. Of course, a lot of strategy will play out, especially for those GT3s. So I'm looking forward to see what they have in store to mitigate this BOP damage, they would so call it.
Yeah, we'll get through some of the changes a little bit later on, maybe about what's happened there. But we're ready to go racing. Round Sunset Bend we go for one more time, or the first time indeed, for the formation lap here at Sebring. Up towards the starting zone they go. The Pumps of Sebring ready to shake up the championship in 24/8 series action. It's green flag waving, and we are underway for the only American race in the 24/8 series esports calendar. It's a good start for the leaders. Mac Performance SRT and Andrea Bristol has got off to a good start. Reina Talva goes side by side with Lucas Linkvist round the opening corner of the circuit. Down in towards turn 2 they go. Talvar hangs on. He'll only second ahead of Lindquist, and then it's Rutten versus Laubitz for 4th place. Falcon versus Urano, and Falcon Sim Racing prevail there as the 992s get underway here. It's been a clean start in GT3. We've got through the first corner at least in 992 as well.
Yeah, everything looking clear so far as already Altus Point himself swerves out of the way. We nearly saw 3 wide going into turn number 1 as now the GT4s are now starting here even. Let's see how crowded this will be. Nearly 3 wide going to turn number 1.
It's around the outside for Zenith, who are going to take the lead there, or hold the lead, I should say. They were pole sitters, of course, for the 6 hours of Sebring this afternoon. One of the Porsche Caymans just going a little bit wide and onto the grass, as the TCRs also file their way in, the smallest of the 4 classes. You'd hope that they will get themselves through if everyone else has, and it looks like they have prevailed in that. The Team Huizinveld TCR gets off to a good start and will lead the field around. It will be side by side for 3rd place, because tucking in behind Huizinveld is Entropic, and then you've got MH70 Esports side by side with Impulse Racing at the moment. That's all going on in TCR, but back up at the front, Andrea Bristot has gone off to a good start. He's converted pole position into a lead.
Yeah, and he's looking really clean as they go through the hairpin now on the TCR as well. Side by side goes Race for Cat and Impulse. And Impulse will retain the lead a little bit from what it looks like from Race for Cat. Meanwhile, at the back as well, I can see also RD and also maybe fighting with Carwar for the last position in the row as well. So everything is happening, kicking off in the TCRs, just trying to find themselves in the field and then go one by one in the TCR train.
And there goes Rainer Talvar up the inside in towards Sunset Bend. He's through into the lead. So a lead change. Andrea Bristot in the end's not able to actually lead over the line. BS Competition will instead. Then it's My Performance SRT. Pure Sims and Falcon remain in the positions they were, and Urano still inside the top 5 as well. 3 positions gained by Thibaut Prevost so far. Williams Esports up to 7th in the reigning champions car. That's a good start for them, although it's only 1 position higher up, I suppose, than where they finished at Spa. They'll look to continue on moving forward here this afternoon. But opening lap complete. I think we've got all 60 cars to the end of the opening lap as well, which is a major success.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see that. So I think everybody just decided to, this is not Spa. This is not a pinched out hairpin like it is around La Source. And that turn 1, we know the danger of, it's very open, but it closes out really quickly. So everybody just taking its careful drive and see how it will plan out, because in a little bit, I would say maybe 3-4 laps even, we're going to get that traffic going.
We are. The TCRs are already a minute behind the GT3s. I didn't actually catch the amount of time they were losing in qualifying, actually, but I don't think it'll be very long at all before there is traffic. As I said before, though, it's not particularly the TCRs that I'm worried about first time round. It's more likely the GT4s, because there's a few more of them, and that's where the pace difference is slightly smaller as well. So I think if there's going to be danger, then it'll be there. As they're side by side for the lead, it's Movano going for this. Zenith Esports not wanting to let that one go at all just yet. It was Torres trying to close the door on Simone Passoni, who's gotten down the inside, and he might well be going through, but the McLaren has good speed on the exit. Now down in towards turn 10 they'll go. The Mercedes staying rock solid to the inside, but no, can't go through. Passoni not quite aggressive enough, and he stays second. Zenith hang on for now.
Now, nice drive from Torres right there, holding up the charge from Ivana. Also, I think Lewis 07 having to go defensive on X-Racer. Just get pushed out wide, and X-Racer might have the edge a little bit to go 3rd place.
And they're going to get pushed back into line, I think, there by Grid and Go and Steen Ledger there, I think it was, who's getting involved now as well, but didn't especially want to go side by side through Bishop, and who can really blame him? Simone Passoni then is the one who's really applying the pressure here. It's Torres of Zenith Esports just up in front in the McLaren, by the way, and Passoni behind in the Mercedes. Movano already looking for that way through in the number 401. Bit of a target on their back, I suppose, as reigning champions of a very competitive end to the GT4 Championship last season, I think it's fair to say. Yep. He's looking for the lead, but still can't find it. At the end of 2 laps, Zenith have led both so far.
Yeah, and they're doing really good on that defensive effort towards Simone Pessoni. And let's see how he's going to operate. But more importantly, you can see there's a little bit of a break between P2 and P3 there even, and I think that's going to be really important for them. You know, having that leeway they can work with in this starting lap, so maybe go battling one more time. But that's the one thing they don't want to be finding themselves battling constantly, just to see the rest of the crew come up and then maybe crucify them a little bit and having more battles to deal with.
Well, the whole field right now pretty much is within a second of one another. The entire field, there's no gaps more than a second in GT4 at the moment, and there's a visual explanation of that. Nobody able to get away as of right now. Same can't quite be said in GT3. The top 6 are leading the way at the moment, but BS Competition are ahead and still leading the way. They've not gone away from any of the others though, so the top 6 remain together there in GT3. In 992 we've got a pretty similar situation actually, although only the bottom 2 teams have managed to get themselves strung off the back. That is Geodesic Racing and Austin Hereford, along with Harvo and Henry Salmon. They're off the road, but the rest of them, the 12 of them side by side, or nose to tail I should say, for the lead. Side by side is for third place here. It's Valkyrie XP who are trying to hang on ahead of Sherry Esport, who were on the podium last time but can't quite do it this time around and won't go through at the end of lap 3. So Valkyrie hold on to a podium place as 992 remains in one long line.
Yeah, it's still a little bit of a deadlock situation between the 992 class. You can see the inside of Matteo Quinzer right there. Nice move from Simify. So Simify goes into 5th place right now into turn number 3, and they still make it one abreast towards this one single file line. And with that, now also Leo Rudiger comes close right behind Matteo Quinzer.
I'd just like to acknowledge, by the way, some of the YouTube chat about BOP. We'll get to that later, but there's too much on-track stuff going on at the moment for us to be sidetracked with that sort of stuff. So we'll focus on the action as it runs right now, and it's a good start, Lorenzo, for Leon Rundinger at the moment. U-Race BR up to 7th place, 3 places gained so far.
Yeah, I like what Leon is doing. You know, he's just taking his time, bodying everything. He was 10th place, so 3 spots gained just in a few sequence of laps. So just driving it safe, see how it will lead out for him. And as a team manager of sorts, I'm looking forward to see the success of the team, because they know they didn't do very well in Spa last round, crashed out on the first hour. So let's see how they will perform as the race goes on by.
Yeah, it was a bizarre opening hour actually in 992. 3 cars crashed out at that stage, as we got a 5-second penalty, by the way, for the leaders in GT4 for a start infringement. I would imagine, Lorenzo, that is accelerating outside of the start zone, I suppose, the designated start zone that you're supposed to begin the race from. Yeah,
that's pretty much it. You know, just they have they went actually they left more of a big gap actually to the class ahead. So that's what happened.
Yeah, I did think 992 were very close to GT3 in comparison to GT4 to them, but clearly that was... I mean, it is the fault with the leader, isn't it? They're basically in control of the class at that stage, and so it does come down to them.
Yeah, you have to hold 5-second gap to the last position car on the class ahead of you. So I think that wasn't the case for Torres right there, but unfortunate. Still a lot of race going. 5 seconds is not that much. You can catch back on the next few pit stops.
We've also got another qualifying penalty coming in from GT3 as well. Astro Racing have got a penalty for breaching the rules there, as Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC have been served off the road there. I'm afraid it was with one of the BMWs, was it? Or was it one of the Mercedes? Maybe, I think.
They're looks getting like Board that spun them around.
Couldn't quite see myself, but Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC are now off the back of the field as a result. There is a clear view. It was indeed one of the Mercedes heading down the inside. I mean, that's a difficult one to call. Were they alongside properly or not? It's hard to tell.
It's hard to tell, but it looks like it is one of the Astro Gamey, maybe Mercedes that spun around. But anyway, we know the report is going to come in eventually. Yeah,
I think it was Astro who made contact with them. Yeah, it's the 33 car. I can see race control already investigating that. It was Astro Racing. Lucas Perez at the wheel of that car. So, unfortunately, Team 75 have been served off the road there. There's the contact. Are Astro Racing going to land themselves in trouble for that? We'll find out very shortly.
I think they I think they, of course we saw Team 75 burn by SimRC just having that mistake towards the corner. Oh, a little bit of a touch in the back of the Zenith's McLaren from Simone, but yeah, it's just kicking out. And also, more importantly, TCR has been caught up by the traffic of GT3s, and everything's kicking off.
It is. GT4, I think, has been the most engaging class of them all so far. Zenith having to hold on. But speaking of engaging, this is engaging within traffic now. The GT3s. TCR traffic is now upon them. We're 10 minutes in. The real race begins at 24/8 Series Esports. Outside line for the GT3s for the most part, as Waverley Racing Team cower on the inside line and just try and protect themselves, because they're going to have to run side by side through the hairpin. On board we go with Nicholas Laubich in the Urano Mercedes. This is where the race is won and lost.
Yeah, precisely. And I was looking at it also from a perspective right behind Laubich from one of the Williams cars, from what it looks like, doing a mega dive around the hairpin, nearly crashed out. I think what looked like to be the Obsidian TCR as well. So that's the danger of, you know, being the faster cars. Now again, got called out by the officials, like, you know, manage the speed difference between the cars.
Outside line for Laubich. Is there going to be room into Bishop? There just about is. Fabian Siegman wanted to use the entry curve there a little bit, but Laubich wasn't going to let him, and through they go. So the top 5 remain intact and off the road very nearly for Team Huysingveld. Back onto it again, right in front of their main rivals, Entropic, for the lead in TCR at the moment. They'll go side by side, almost a rolling roadblock at the moment for the one of the Porschers there that had to work its way around. Now Team 75 will have to do the same, Maniti as well. There is the battle. It's Fabian Siegman trying to hang on to the lead, and he will get back into the lead again, despite that scare at Le Mans.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw that a little bit of a situation right there. It's still giving a little bit of a leeway to the GT3s. They get around on the inside. That's just through a TRS battling for position against Urano. We got more penalties for Astro Racing for qualifying infringement right here even. So not the best days so far for them.
And I've just seen they've got a 10-second time penalty as well for contact. So that's 20 now for them at the first stop. Real unfortunate for them to start off this race in that way. But unfortunately, 2 infringements already of the rules. The 2 Huysingveld cars get together then. TCR versus GT3. Only one winner there. The Ferrari will power its way past under the bridge. Around Big Bend through turn 6 they go. And the GT3s survived the opening scare. I think the top guys, the top 7, have actually remained very, very close together, considering the amount of traffic they just had to go through. It's all 7 within a second of one another. Yeah,
so that is a little bit surprising to see. They're so close to one another, and they're still being retained by everyone. And also TCIs didn't break down way too much as well. If you look at that as well, even the gaps kind of widen a little bit between maybe the like the front runners to the mid of the pack, or the back runners you would call it, or the back half, but still close to one another despite everything that had transitioned around the track.
Yeah, it's something that doesn't always happen, especially the first run through traffic. GT4 are about 100 seconds off of the GT3s now, so there's probably another couple of laps, maybe along the next lap. This is the end of lap 7, by the way. Maybe by the time we get to lap 9, they'll be onto them, but looking at that shot there, I think they're a lot closer actually than the timing screen maybe suggests. Maybe I've just overestimated it. It looks like the tail end of the GT4 is actually not that far away at all, and if anything, there's more GT4s, and they're closer together, I would argue, than the TCRs were.
No, they're way more closer than I think everybody would expect so far. Because I think this is one of the tracks that, because it is shorter, I think it's easier to drive, as I think we're seeing on the lower frame, the GT4s being, you know, they're about to be caught up by the faster traffic of the GT3s. I think maybe in the tail end of this lap, I would say even. Yeah. That's where I think we're going to be seeing a huge gap in between them. Maybe not so much between the top 5. I would estimate that.
And there you can see them in towards the hairpin. You can see already there's confirmation of the 10-second time penalty for Astro Racing for contact. I mean, if there was going to be a penalty, then it was going to go to Astro Racing, and I think I don't think they're going to have too many complaints about that. I don't think too many neutrals are going to have too many complaints about that, because after all, the number 75 car has been sent backwards into the grass and into last place in GT3 as a result.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, they might say, oh, but the Porsche of the T75 Bernhard by SimRC made a mistake around the S's, and I was just right there. There wasn't much I could do, but anyway, you took the risk of you being side by side, and of course you can say, oh, overlap, and you have the opportunity to make that overtake, but you have to do that safely, and you had no room to work with. You just basically pinched out also the room of the Porsche as well, just causing the contact.
Out of Le Mans go the leaders. It's Rainer Tauber ahead of Andrea Bristow, then Lucas Lindqvist, Jonas Rutten, Nicholas Laubich, Patrick Selva and Thibaut Prevost. The top 7, you can see them all there in a line, slipstreaming off of one another, and just at the end of 8 laps here at Sebring, they are into the traffic. A dive down the inside of the first of the GT4s, X-Racer that is, in the 412, and they'll be pushed to the outside. Now the games begin for another round of traffic. Lindqvist is pretty close to Bristow as well. I wonder how that's going to develop over the course of this lap.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit more, I think, frenetic between everybody. As you can see, BS got a little bit of a lucky tail end, but is not going to be by way too much on the GT4 traffic as well. Cup traffic, I think, reached TCRs by the looks of it as well.
And here's the real meat of the GT4 order. That was just the opening couple who are sort of driving on their own for the moment, detached from the rest of the field, but then the GT4s will get into the rest of it. At 992s are into TCR traffic as well, so we'll try and keep an eye on both of those at the moment. It's side by side. Maniti Racing have got a bit of a job on their hands at the moment. It looks free wide in the background, while Ultra C Sports lead the way ahead of Visceral. Maniti were going side by side. They're looking down the inside in towards turn 1. Here are the leaders again, and GT3 certainly has been split apart slightly by a result of this. This is the group from 9th place on backwards. This is side by side in 992. Maniti Racing versus Wave Italy it is. Oh, that was close. Into turn 3 there was very nearly contact. They all get away with it just about.
It's just about it. There was a little bit of a battling as well, I think, between Maniti and U-Race BR. I think Leon just hold out the Maniti Porsche of Maxime Marriott. That's why he lost contact a little bit and allowed Matteo Kunzer and everybody behind to getting close. And you can nearly see the Olympus car nearly making contact with the Williams Academy car to avoid crashing him out on the hairpin. So that's the danger of not having ABSs and things like that on the Porsche Cup cars. You just have to be finicky with the brakes.
Here we go. This is the split screen, and now we do have change in GT3. The top 2 are certainly a bit further ahead than the rest. Fierce competition there, just getting caught up behind the leader though. Zenith just came down on them suddenly, and there's contact!
Oh,
GT4 right in front of the rest of the field. It's gridandgo.com eSports and Steve Ledger who's got off the road, and he's going to be hit again by one of the Team 75 cars, and they all weave and swerve their way out of trouble. Thankfully, I think only one car in the end was involved, but my goodness, that could have been a lot worse.
How? There's more chaos. A little bit of puff of smoke. Someone got spun around.
It's ATRS, and it was contact with another one of the GT4s, one of the Mercedes and that Aston Martin as well, clearly. The ATRS car is going to have to go back to pit lane. That is the end for them, I'm afraid. So, not good news. We'll get some replays up in a few moments' time as to what's happened there, but finally traffic has struck, incidents have struck, and now race control will have something to look over.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I really want to look on the replay. You can see from what it looks like to be the Astra car on the inside of the T75 Bernhard Porsche, but they got away unscathed at the least of things. And how that Porsche did not destroy the Aston Martin of the grid and go. I honestly would think that with that contact, the Aston GT4 would spin around right at the front of right in the middle of the front straight.
I do not know what's happened there at all, but we'll get some replays in a few moments' time. There's some more ducking and weaving through the traffic now. That's one of the Williams cars just in behind Drago Racing there, or not far behind. Excuse me, it's Astro Racing. I did that last time. Gridandgo.com eSports, then there's the spin, and it is remarkable. They were clipped by someone, couldn't see who it was, but that was all that they had. Remarkable, really.
Oh, and they got also dacked on the side by the Porsche as they nearly make a contact with the CMRC GT4, but they get away unscathed at the end of things. That's what's important, but that could have ended a whole lot worse.
It certainly could. It was the Vulcan Sim Racing car, and that was quite careless, really. Just went and had back and had another look myself. It was careless from the Vulcan Sim Racing car. Jonas Rutten, who's running in fourth, I think he's going to land himself in some trouble for that. This is what happened in turn one. ATRS were right behind one of the battles, and it was contact with Pure Sim's Aston Martin, who's got into the wall, and one of the other Mercedes as well. It's one of the Porsches right in front of them. The ATRS car just gets completely loose and goes off the road into the wall. I think it was Simify they were right behind.
Yes.
Yeah, and it wasn't their fault, Simify, but the ATRS car just got really out of shape on its own.
Yeah, it lost completely the front grip. I think when they made contact with the rear bumper, because of that, completely got the Pure Sims and the other GT4 car by complete surprise, like an RKO coming out of nowhere. So unfortunately, they can do anything. I don't think this is a full-on race incident.
It's a real shame for Pure Sims, who've probably got damage in that Aston Martin now. They're still going, Jordan Johnson, but he is 8 seconds off the back of the next car in GT4s. So traffic has finally struck, and unfortunately it's not in a good way. We do still have the two leaders together though. BS Competition and Mac Performance SRT have remained with one another like glue so far, and that bit of traffic there hasn't been able to disrupt it. So past 20 minutes, Andrea Bristow still in the wheel tracks of Reina Talvar leading this race.
Yeah, and it's surprisingly calm at the front end of the GT3 field. If you look at certain things, you would think that maybe someone would try to go for position and try to maybe take the dominion away, or like the dominance away from the BS competition car. But Max just playing the Q game, playing the long game. That's what I like to see. Yep,
there is a long way to go. More than 5.5 hours remaining this afternoon. Hope you'll stay with us on RaceSpotTV here today. This is the battle for the lead in GT4, and we have had a change here because the Simone Passoni car is now leading ahead of Zenith Esports, and it's side by side for third place. As you can see, Alessio Bernardini makes sure that Mercedes of Karim Havertz is pushed to the outside, and X-Racer are going to get involved now. Havertz goes to the outside and looks for the move at turn one. Is it going to happen into here? Well, it's a long way round, so I would argue probably not, and Bernardini doesn't allow the room for that anyway, so we'll hang on to the podium place. But that was quite a bit of aggression through Sunset Bend.
Ooh, talk about aggression. I nearly thought the X-Racer would have gone for the full send on the Hydro Race Geodesic GT4, but that didn't happen. And SimRC, just taking an opportunity, being very quiet and going, I think, 2 places into the top 5.
On board we go with the highest placed Aston Martin in the race so far. We've got 3 different manufacturers inside the top 4 at the moment in GT4. Looking to make that 3 on the podium, and it's side by side, further back. Contact as well as down the inside there, and a flash of the lights there. Down the inside went the X-Racer car, I think it was, of Hacaletto.
Yes.
And Anton Ridger there was the one forced to the outside, and he's clearly not very pleased about his treatment around the hairpin.
No, absolutely not. No room towards the outside, but they're still going side by side at the end of things, so that's what's important. They kept it close, a little bit scrappy, but still surviving and within the car tow ahead of them.
Well, everyone made it through, so I don't think there can be too many complaints. The 992 class will probably be the next ones to make their way through on the GT4s, by the way, because they've already cleared the TCRs. I wouldn't imagine it's too far away for Jordan Caruso, who still leads in 992. That's Altus Esports who have the lead there. Kane Halliburton is second. Then it's David Pozga for Simify Esports, then Schreier Esport, and the rest of them, the top 10, are all within 1 second of one another, and they can't be far away from these GT4s.
No, they're not. I was just looking as you were talking about that, Ewan. Caruso is right about the Le Mans corner. The first car within the GT4 traffic was at the back of the straight, entering Sunset Bend. So next lap for sure, I think at the end of it, or second half of it, we're going to be seeing the Cup traffic reaching GT4s.
And there they are. There is the PES champion, Jordan Caruso. And putting that knowledge to good use very clearly as he makes his way in the lead of this class, as they were at Spa, of course.
Maniti.
Maniti. They were in a battle with Maniti in 992. They are now a bit further back. Are they? They're at 8th place. I don't think anything major's happened to them. I just think they've been overtaken a few times. Yeah, they haven't had a... But maybe you've seen them go off the road somewhere?
Yeah, they just overbroke themselves into Sunset Bend, lost contact, and got overtaken. But I thought it was something worse.
Yeah, it does seem that they've dropped some places, but thankfully there's no damage or anything. They're running all fine in that respect, so that's good news. There's the Pure Sims GT4 that, of course, got unfortunately caught up in that incident with ATRS. I don't think that's an incident, though, that's going to result in a penalty for the GT3 team, because in the end it was them, a case of just them losing the car rather than making a move that wasn't welcome on one of the slower traffic.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And that's the risk of making those overtakes in terms of in the slower traffic, because sometimes that you have to make risky moves, and sometimes it pays off. So I've seen that pay it off multiple times, but you putting yourself in the danger of just getting yourself caught up by the stewards, and I know they have a lot of work on their hands. So it is also first hour. Why would you be aggressive as well?
Yeah, as we said, and we will say, there's a long way to go. So, 5.5 hours remaining here in the 6 hours of Sebring. As I say, welcome along to RaceSpotTV. Hope you'll stay with us this afternoon for this race. It's set to be a very exciting one. I'm going to go right down to the wire towards the end. Still not really anywhere closer to knowing the name of the winner as of right now. That was a brief ride on board there with Simify Esports. Just in behind Visceral, you can see in the red and black and white just in front. Good exit from Simify here. Nice line through Sunset Bend, and it looks like they may well find their way through, or at least find their way alongside. They're on the outside though, going in towards turn 1. That's exactly where the gridandgo.com esports Aston Martin finds itself, and so it's going to be blocked there. No way through, and this is the case of traffic hindering you in making moves rather than helping.
Traffic give and takes. The golden, what would you call it? Golden rule of endurance racing or multi-class racing?
I guess so. It's certainly the most used phrase in multi-class broadcasts. That's definitely a fact. But very true for Simify on that occasion. Jordan Caruso has made good progress though through the traffic this time. He's managed to get 2 GT4s between himself and his nearest rivals. Maybe this is the gap he needed to start extending a bit of a lead.
No, absolutely. I think you opened up more than a second cushion on the car ahead of you from what it looks like, more than a 1.1 seconds, and we know the drag on the GT3 Cup cars, they are a little bit more weird than the GT3s and the GT4s, and also the TCR especially. So that might be the key that Caruso probably wants to, start driving more relaxed and starts pushing a little bit more so he can break away from that field.
Here are the TCRs again for the leaders to go through. That was close. Andrea Bristow just had to swerve his... well, I was going for swerve and weave at the same time there. Swerve his way past one of the TCRs, I should say. Speaking of TCR, by the way, one of the Carla Esports... Well, the Carla Esports TCR has managed to find itself out of the race. So I'm not sure what's happened there for them, but... they're down on pit lane at the moment, along with ATRS Esports, who look to be out of this race already. Renner Talvar has made good progress, though, through the TCR traffic. And Bristol knows this is a big moment because he's flashing the lights furiously. He's trying to make his way through, and he will do. He'll stay with the BS competition BMW, but he'll bring Pure Sims Esports along for the ride as well.
Yeah, and it's good to see the top 3 hasn't broken away. We still have something, but Ben Bristow, man, he had a very, very hard... We're like, oh,
what has gone on there?
Who was that? Was that Carla that was stopped at the entry of turn number 1?
It may have been Carla, because they are out of the race now. And round 1 winners, Drago Racing, have unfortunately been victims of it, and big damage for them as well. Just no way they could have avoided. The whole rear end has dropped off as well. It must have been Carla, I suppose, but yeah, it was indeed. There's been a technical problem for them there. I think there's no doubt about that.
Yeah, but maybe monitor off or something like it, and Drago couldn't do anything, just passenger and didn't see the car ahead of him. The TCR just being stopped at the entry turn number 1. It's a tricky situation. Very tricky.
Such a disappointment for Drago Racing as well, who are going to struggle to pick up any points today now. Their championship charge is going to have to be reset for the next round at Silverstone on the other side of the new year, with where we still have 4 rounds to go. Of course, we'll be going to Silverstone, Monza, Nürburgring and Barcelona. There is Drago Racing, the whole rear end of their car falling off at once. And as you said, there was literally nothing they could have done about that. Nothing that anyone could have done about that, really. It doesn't sound like the Carlo driver had much control over it either.
No, I think and also probably thought he was in a safer place instead of being at the entry turn number 1. Again, I really want to see what the stewards will decide and what the teams will talk about to see what was the reason for him to be stopped at turn number 1.
Yeah, I think there probably was good reason, because you wouldn't find yourself there normally.
Yeah, absolutely.
On a normal day. So with the 992s working their way through on GT4s, that means that it's going to be quite busy with traffic very soon for the GT3s towards the end of this traffic. I think they'll be onto the GT4s first, then 992s as they're getting to the TCRs again, sort of kind of region. And then the GT4s won't be too far in front of them, so it's going to be pretty busy for the final 20 minutes or so of this opening stint. The top 3 in TCR are staying very close together, and we're actually exchanging places there. Entropic and Impulse were going side by side. In the end, the 1-2-1 of Entropic with PFBR were side by side. Entropic are through again with Impulse back to 3rd, although Marcel Jokheim closes in again for that second place, trying to extend his 3rd position, make it a little bit better, of course, and he hasn't been able to do that so far. So it's good to see in TCR. There they are. Impulse Racing struggling so far, though, to find their way into 2nd.
Yeah, from what I know in the TCRs, I know the Civic would struggle in the straights a little bit because the Veloster is basically a bullet on the straights compared to the other cars. We were seeing the Entropic and PFBR. It's very important we mentioned the PFBR even because we got called out by them. And, and I don't want to see Timo Toika coming into my DMs or something like it with a very furious, angry-looking villain face. But I like what I see in the TCR field. The balance of performance, I think, worked wonders for this race. The Civic has a very good fighting shots against the Velocers, despite the speed difference that they normally have without BOP.
Yeah, it's a good variety in TCR this season, with a couple of cars to choose from. And so far, Team Huizenveld are leading the way, and that is not too much of a surprise, really. They finished 2nd at Spa, just behind Impulse Racing, currently running 3rd right now, but they were winners at the 6 Hours of Spa. They're on the podium as things stand right now as well. Can't forget about the 4th place car, Race for Cup Motorsport, also here at the moment. It's 4th for the lead in TCR, and that is good to see after 35 minutes. I think the field was more spread apart, even at Spa, where you'd normally expect to see the slipstream play more of a role than you would round here.
No, absolutely. I think this was around that when I was looking into qualifying prior to the race. It was marked by the draft. I think draft over here plays more of a factor than Spa, because Spa is a bigger track and you got more wide turns like Buhon, maybe going to around Blanchimont where the aero push will be more of a real thing. So for these cars, being closer to one another, trading draft around the corners is very important. That's why Huizenveld, Entropic, and Impulse were at the front, whereas it seems that you can still have a fighting chance doing it with your face towards the air or like having no draft whatsoever. But it's still a very good balance so far. You can there's still everybody close to one another, so there's a fighting chance for everybody.
By the way, I think Rainer Talvar got a slowdown through the Le Mans chicane that time around, because he's lost the lead now, and he was not even remotely defending it either. Andrea Bristow got through, and Lucas Lindqvist did as well, and there wasn't much of an argument about it. I don't think Talvar could have done much about it. I know Kai Kashubi is in the YouTube chat at the moment, maybe you can let us know. But I think there was a slowdown for BS competition there, and he's lost the lead as a result. At least he's not lost the group, you know, he's still with them, I suppose, but he is down to 3rd.
No, yeah, I think what I like what you know the job being done by Talvar. You know, lose the position a little bit, just give the slowdown away. You're still within tow. You know that the BMW on the long run is a little bit better than the Mercedes, just because the Mercedes throws the weight around its front and usually churns the front tires a little bit more than the BMW does. It's more balanced. And the only big worry would be how effective the Porsche of MAG performance is on the long run, saving that fuel comparison to the BMW. They're a little bit equal on that, but you can have more performance on the Porsche on the long run if you actually extract that pretty much.
It'll be very interesting to see how this develops with 3 different manufacturers on the podium at the moment. How is this going to change over the course of an hour-long stint, over the course of a 6-hour race? Very much looking forward to this. Mac Performance SRT then lead the way ahead of Pure Sims Esports. Then it's BS Competition, 3 over the line, almost as one, and very close to one another. They are as well. But more traffic just up in front, just trying to see which of the classes it is. I'd imagine it's GT4, but just want to get visual confirmation that it is indeed. I think there is a loose TCR going around at the moment. The Carlo Esports car's back out again, albeit a lap and a half behind the leader, so I think they're about to be lapped as well. Oh no, it's not them, so it must be somebody else, but they are loose from their pack, if you like, at the moment. At least they're back out on the road, though.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. You know, despite everything, there might have been a technical issue. Just bring it back to the pit lane. There might have been some repairs around the car, but they got away unscathed. And the good thing was the damage was on the back end. We know the car is more critical to be on the front end. Because it was on the back end, might have been a quick repair or less critical repair for you to do, and you can mitigate there as the pits goes on. So that's why it's better.
It's a big move down the inside from Andrea Bristol as he tries to put distance between himself and Lindqvist, and ironically it's on his teammate, or Lindqvist's teammate I should say. It's the Pure Sims Esports Aston Martin in GT4. He makes a big dive down the inside of, so that kicks us off in GT4 for some lappery now, but it's getting to that stage in the race where it's almost constant they're going to have to be going through people. It's not so many huge trains anymore, especially in GT4 that has been slightly decimated by the traffic so far.
No. It's going to be small packs, maybe 1-2 cars for you to negotiate with, and except maybe for the front. I said maybe top 5 would be closer, like and I expected it to be. They're still close to one another, like you can see. Of course, the gap 1.2 between Movano and Zenit, but still, they can still manage that gap quite nicely. So, like what I've seen so far on the GT4s, but I think that's going to be breakaway more. And not on your opinion, even, would you rather deal with bigger packs of cars or 1 or 2 cars that are, you know, smaller fields for you to get around? You think it's best, because you never know how they're going to operate. Yeah,
I think it is. There is something to be said that when you're in a big pack like that, you get into a rhythm with traffic. But I do think that negotiating just 1 at a time would be more ideal and a bit more useful. But I think they're going to get a combination of both. We do get towards the end of races, especially a phenomenon of cars sort of clumping together, where that you get big packs anyway, even though you are at the end of the race. So it doesn't seem to make much sense, but it does happen. And absolutely. So they're going to end up getting both really through the middle of the race, though. It's going to be more 1s and 2s and smaller groups, and I think some of these drivers are going to be thankful of that now, because I think some of the incidents we've seen so far wouldn't have happened if it was just picking off 1s and 2s.
No, I think as well. It's just, you know, you say pick one. I say pick 1 and 2 because sometimes you go into critical corners and the line of one car might be just 1 or 2 cars might be their racing line, or they're going to try something different for an overtake. Whereas bigger fields, you would say they would try to follow one another and becomes more predictable. Would you say? But it's one of those things that I've always find it intriguing with these multi-class races, especially with this form of multi-class racing, where you have tin tops spread around the field, and the speed margins, despite being big, mechanically they're intriguing, I would say, for the better word.
Well, in the end, they unfortunately don't get the choice, and so dealing with it right now is Andrea Bristow, and he still does lead the way in GT3. Lindqvist gets through relatively nicely, and just behind, Rainer Talvar struggles to do so. He's lost a few tenths of a second as a result of that now. So there are the TCR leaders as well in the main part of your screen. They're still running at 1 to 4. very close to one another, and it's going to be a long stint for them, you would say. I don't even think they're halfway through their opening stint of the race just yet.
No, they're a little bit more. I would say a little bit more. I would estimate with the GT3 cars, you would do an hour, between an hour and 1 hour and 3 minutes, up to 1 hour and 5, depending on how aggressive you are with the fuel saving. That might be the same number for the Porsche Cup cars. I don't know about GT4s, how they operate, how long they operate.
Well, it's just 40 minutes gone so far, and we've still yet to have any meaningful pit stops, of course. Still waiting for those a little bit later on. The bottom part of your screen, the leaders fight their way through GT4 traffic, and they're going side by side for a bit further back as well, which is going to be a problem for Falcon Sim Racing, I would imagine. Let's see what happens into turn 10. No, Falcon are able to get through quite nicely, and Bristol as well has done so. As here we go for the lead in TCR. Impulse Racing find their way down the inside of Team Huisingveld for the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Inside, there it goes. Sigmund is just going to give way a little bit because he can see Caruso on the relative not far behind. As now the Entropy car as well looks like to be, I think, Martin Sirotek that is driving that TCR. Martin Kadlicek. So just following the train is because you still have more T Cup cars to deal with on the following lap.
A lot more. That's only the top three you have gone through there into turn 1. Or out of turn 1 and into, or out of the final corner I should say, into turn 1. The rest of them will be further behind. There's the Sierra Esport Porsche that goes down the inside. Sigmund gives that car a bit of room as well, a bit of space to breathe, and that will just open up a small gap between himself and Marcel Jocham, who's taken the lead for Impulse Racing now in TCR. And there'll be a few more around the outside of Big Bend here. It's the Valkyrie XP car along with Waverley Racing Team as well. Maniti will be coming through. Outside line, are they late enough on the brakes? Well, just about. And Siegmund brakes early there, so he's letting even more of a gap open in front of him, which is interesting that he just wants to survive really in traffic more than keep things close.
Yeah, because the Cup traffic is, I think, is the more critical one because you don't have the ABS, you have those deep braking points, and because of it, a lot of mistakes can happen between those drivers in terms of negotiating the space in between them. So that's why basically the instinct of survival kicks in first instead of being close.
Through Tower Corner they go, and back into the main part of our screen go the overall leaders. Andrea Bristow still leads the way after getting pole position for Mag Performance SRT. He's now beginning to stretch away. Good run through traffic this time around in the GT4s. Down the inside, Simone Passoni he goes. That will allow Zenith to catch up slightly in the GT4 leading battle. And they're pretty much back together actually, but Bristow all of a sudden has got nearly a second, and now the race changes slightly. It's no longer 3 for the lead. It's now Mag Performance SRT trying to get away from the rest.
Yeah, but I think there's still a little bit of toe that Bristow is giving away to Lindqvist. The question is, can Lindqvist take advantage on that Mercedes, or is still heavily reliant on the draft for you to be competitive? Because he was looking like when Palmer was actually in the lead that he needed the draft more than he probably wanted to. Let's look for maybe on this next lap if the Mercedes has that beef to keep up with the Porsche and the BMW at the same time.
And just behind those front three, by the way, we've got the Falcon Sim Racing Team car. They've been given a 10-second time penalty for hitting the gridandgo.com eSports GT4. If you remember back at Sunset Bend, where has that put Steam Legend now? He's out of the race, unfortunately. I thought he might be, along with some other retirements that I'll get to in a moment. But there goes Rainer Tauber up the inside to second place. Lindqvist lets him have that one almost, but back in fourth. Jonas Rutten is going to drop from there. As of right now, he dropped to 9th place, so I've got to say I'm surprised. It's only 10 seconds for the incident that we saw.
Yeah, I really want to look for on Falcon's whole point of view to see if that could have been like 30 seconds or something like that, because I think in Spa we saw similar incidents getting 30 seconds. So 10 seconds is slightly surprising on my point of view. But then again, I'm not the steward. I'm just a commentator. Don't pick on me.
Yeah, we are very much not stewards. So So don't take our word for it. There is the pass of Rainer Talvar down the inside. That was quite opportunistic and quite on the brakes as well, considering turn 1 is one of those corners where you're not actually on the brakes for that long. That was an impressive move from Rainer Talvar.
Yeah, I think that was long overdue though.
Well, I think Lindqvist certainly let him have that one, yeah. And maybe Talvar is a bit quicker anyway. He was leading, of course, before his slowdown penalty at Le Mans a few laps ago.
No. No, the BMW is a good all-round car, and given the fact that you're not in the hills, so you don't have to. That turbo is not going to be the one making a whole lot of effect on your car. I think it's important that you just maintain your calm and work the good strides that you have on the car around the track, and maybe break away from the Mercedes and get closer, because you can see Talvar already close the distance a little bit by a few tenths of a second. I think that was 2 tenths.
Yeah, I think he has got a couple of attempts actually here. Last lap for Bristow was a 58.7. It's a 58.6 for Talvar, a tenth and a half more accurately gained by Talvar. He'll go down the inside now of some of the TCRs, and Bristow tried it on the Wave Italy car, but the TCR was having none of it. You don't often see the car about to be lapped actually defending, taking a defensive line in the braking zone like that.
Oh yeah, but it's one of those things that you really want to see the repeat of what happened this year of Sebring 12. You know, just one car being slightly aggressive, trying to go for an overtake or an overlap so you can actually gain an edge. But now it's where things can get chaotic between everybody. So looking forward to see how this entwine.
3 wide as some of the GT3s have to go round the outside of the fight for third place in TCR. That is involving Entropic and Race for Cap Motorsport, of course. And it's Entropic who hang on to that position, that podium place provisionally. But it was difficult for both Talvar and Lindqvist having to go round the outside of 2 cars, and one of the Porsche Cup cars as well, we saw in the other part of our screen, had to go through the middle and make it 3 wide with them around Big Bend.
Yeah, and now with 3 makes, it's where everything can just kick off. You know, it gets really chaotic between everybody, and we're not even going through our first pit stop. But it's the thing of multi-class racing. When you find yourselves within multiple cars or multiple makes, everything can happen, and you just have to be patient and just see the light at the end of the tunnel immediately.
Well, I think the TCR leaders are actually still relatively close together, but
yeah.
Fabian Siegmund's tentativeness in traffic in his sort of car survival mode has extended the gap to a second for Marcel Jochheim, who leads the way in the Impulse Racing TCR at the moment. So want to keep an eye on there, as side by side for 5th in 992. Wave Italy go through on Valkyrie XP, and it's Maniti Racing who will end up going round the outside instead as well. Maxime Marriott looking for 6th place now, and he's going to be running out of space to get there. He'll stay in 7th for now, but finally Matteo Coenza has made his way through.
Yeah, absolutely. It worked out a little bit, a few laps and probably wanted to, but it got to the end of things and made that overtake work. And but the thing is, they're still close to one another in terms of pace. So I don't see Coenza breaking away just that easily in the next few laps.
It's certainly not going to be easy. These guys are just a second off of Rafa Renhofer in the Share Esport car, who's 3 seconds off the leading 3 of Jordan Caruso, Kane Halliburton and David Boschka at the moment as well. So they're the podium sitters for now. Nearly 50 minutes into the race here at Sebring. We can't be too far away from pit stops now in the top 3 categories anyway, the GT categories if you like of this race. We can't be too far away. We're on lap 25 for the GT3s now. Wonder how far they are actually going to go in the end as we go side by side for 2nd place now in a 992. David Boschka gets his way through and gets ahead of Kane Halliburton of Visceral Esports. So another change on the podium on that occasion for them. 50 minutes in, but still no lead for Jordan Caruso. 1.1 seconds is kind of the biggest gap he's had all day so far. And it's a bit of a surprise for such a great driver of this car in particular.
Oh yeah, the driving of the champion is very, very good. And on the previous lap, he was actually half a second faster. That's why he extended the gap to what is probably the widest gap, like you said, in the Cup class. But Bosga doing a very, very good job, you know, maintaining the distance, just keeping the past champion honest, and try to drive that Altus car to the most, or to the biggest limit that he can actually input around the track. So still good battle on all classes, despite what we would call gap racing right now.
Yeah, it's still the early stages of this race. I want to go back to conversations that were being had a little bit earlier on about some of the BMP changes that have been made towards the start of this race. I know people don't like opening these kind of worms and stuff, but I do want to at least tell you what has changed since Spa. The Mercedes has had changes in all three of its categories: the ballast, the engine power, and the fuel limit as well. The Porsche GT3 has also been pegged back in the ballast and fuel departments as well. But I mean, signs are encouraging for us so far, I've got to say. I've been enjoying this race in GT3 so far, Lorenzo. 3 different manufacturers inside the podium places, which is what you want, really.
Yeah, it's really good, but I think we have to, if we look on the longer run, everybody, and I was looking at this, half of the field, we have 21, like I said, we have 21 cars in GT3s in its total. Half of the grid is Mercedes, the AMG GT3. And that Mercedes got from 2% less in terms of power to 1.5 less, got a little bit more ballast, if I remember correctly. So took the power a little bit, and that's why they struggle on clean air. That's why I think they would need more this dirty air or the draft for you to be work with and still be competitive. But I think you can work the fuel numbers at the end of things so you can still remain competitive and maybe try to etch out a win.
It's a problem for Lucas Lindqvist at the moment as well, because he's not quite with these leading two. He's a second or so back from Andrea Bristow and René Talvar, who lead the way. So that is going to be a problem for him. And when you talk about that, when you don't have the draft, it is difficult to get up to 2 people who actually do.
No, absolutely, and that would be 2 cars that in this race they are slightly superior. Especially, I think the Porsche. The Porsche really got a good performance boost for this race, so that's why it's not surprising to see the Mac car, also a few Porsches that are doing really well in the field so far. To go on, of course, like I said, half of the grid is GT3s, but they are competitive, so they're not, what would say, in the brink of things in the back of the field or struggling to find pace. They can find pace. It's just that they don't have the numbers to contend with against the field of Mercedes.
And what you were saying earlier on about the BMW getting stronger as the day goes on is ringing true at the moment. Talvar certainly seems to be coming into his own in this race right now in what's been a fairly unpopular car this season. SEBRING Esports are the only other team in the field to have picked the BMW M4, but René Talvar is getting stronger as this goes on, and he's closed up to Bristow now. He looks like he's barely pushing to stay in touch with the leader at the moment.
No, he's just cruising around the track. I think he's just biding his time and trying to do an overtake. I'm just trying to remember. What is the retrospective of BS competition around Sebring? If I remember correctly, in 2023, I'm trying to remember if they actually won this 12 hours of Sebring in the GTD class. And here goes with the lead.
That is too testing for my memory, I'm afraid, but René Talvar has got his way through on the inside of Andrea Bristow. That's not exactly a surprise. I think this is going to be the interesting one now. Talvar has certainly put his cards on the table. He's going, you know, I'm not just going to sit behind and save fuel here. I'm going to utilise the BMW. So now the real test is, can he get that BMW out of the slipstream range of Mag Performance SRT here, or will he just be towing them around for the final minutes of this stint?
I'm curious for that one as well, you know, just, you know, like I said, the BMW actually develops a really good grip around the car and gets faster on the lap if you properly maintain the tires and if you tweak around the brake bias a little bit. So it's just on Bristow to try to keep pace with them. If we can keep pace, then we got a race. But I wouldn't take away the guys that like Falcon, Mercedes, the Mercedes Team Urano, and the Sabel team, because they're 3 4 seconds back, you, and that's nothing. so you can have a fighting chance still at the end of the race.
Yeah, realistically, it is nothing at this stage. 5 hours 5 remaining. Another couple of penalties in 992, unfortunately, for the number 992, the Apex 1 car, that first of all got 10 seconds for making contact with the 427, one of the GT4 cars. That's the Geeks Energy 50 forward car driven by Alvaro Gomez, and then a 30-second penalty for an unsafe regen, and that's a disaster for them, and 40 seconds stationary in a few minutes' time when they pit.
It's kind of like you have one penalty that's already bad enough, and you have the second one. It's kind of like adding insult to injury. That is like, how can you call it in a better way? Affecting the mind affecting?
I don't know. I thought adding insult to injury was what I would have said.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I mean, also 40 seconds is a long time. It's about a third of a lap for the 992. It's a little bit more than a third of a lap. That's when you put it in perspective like that. You know, that's how much time they're losing, and you know, it's an absolute disaster really as the leaders make their way over the line again, and they'll be making their way through some of that 992 traffic now. But it's a long time to lose, a lot of time to lose, I should say.
Yeah. Roughly though, you could lose up to a full play, not a full place, but you can lose basically the lead lap on the end of things.
They could do, yeah. Not that it really matters in this series, to be fair, because there's not going to be any safety cars, but even so, it's quite symbolic of where they would be if they were to lose a lap as a result of that.
Absolutely. And from what it looks like, we have already a few pit stops happening. So some people in the field already doing those pit stops.
Yeah, Obsidian Racing, Team 75, Burner by SimRC, Pure Sims Esports, and Simify Esports from GT3, along with Olympus Esports in 992. Now that's a bit concerning as well, because surely you'd want to, at almost all costs, get to the hour, and still the leaders right now are a couple of laps shy of getting to that hour at the moment.
Yeah.
So those guys are 3 laps short, basically.
Yeah, but I think that opens up that opportunity for you to short fuel. One of the go for the first stint where you short fuel the stint, and you can kind of manage the gap on the next few stints, and you get 1 lap back per stint. So that I wouldn't think it is a yellow alert yet. So we just have to keep touch on see how the field will perform as the laps go on.
How crucial are the fuel games going to be over the course of this afternoon is one of the big questions, of course, as into Sunset Bend go the 2 leaders. How much longer can they continue on for? I think Bristow's in here, and he is, along with Rainer Talbot.
Okay.
The 2 leaders are in. Lucas Lindqvist comes in as well. Nicholas Laubisch, by the way, got through on Jonas Rutten in the last few laps, and he is also in, along with Rutten. Patrick Silva and Thibaut Prevost carry on, but not many cars able to get to the hour at all.
No, not so far. Interesting to see Sabel and Williams. Well, we know Williams, they have their strategists and everything, so it's not wholly surprising they would remain in the field. Sabel and Dor, however, are the ones who I should keep an eye on moving forward, because that for them, it could be working wonders. But I wonder if some of them are pitting reactively to the guys that pitted before, if they still have fuel, and they're going to be like, oh, I just want to mark the other guys so we don't lose track position whenever we come out of the pits.
Who's going to make it out first on the exit of the opening pit stops of the afternoon? Rainer Talbot came in first ahead of Andrea Bristow. How quickly is he going to be ahead? It's going to be pretty much side by side, but Talbot does get just in front. It's very close. Laubisch is ahead of Lindqvist as well, though. That's a change between Urano and Pure Sims, and that will be for 3rd place, you would imagine, when it all shakes out. But it's been a good opening stint from Nicholas Laubisch there in the number 90. He should be up to 3rd place when everyone pits.
Yeah, it looks like it got a little bit dicey for them, but at the very start, but looks very well how it developed for them at the end of things. So good, well done for Laubisch, as now the whole GT4 field, from what it looks like, is spinning.
Let's see who's into the pit lane. But I can't see any of the GT4s in at the moment.
I saw Mivano do the pit stop.
Okay, the leader's in, and Raw Esports are in as well, so can't be too far away from the GT4s all pitting here. What about the rest of GT3? Still waiting for 4 pit stops here. Sebo, Williams, Door Esports and Astro Racing. The top 2 of those are both in. Door Esports are another 10 seconds back, and Astro Racing have a penalty anyway to serve when they get to this pit stop. So in come Sebo and Williams. They just about make it to the hour with a few seconds remaining, but I mean, a lot of these guys are in fuel problems if they're intending to do 5 stops today. Surely it's looking like splash and dash territory at the end of the race as things go.
Well, the question is would you go for a splash and dash or a split to 2 ways on the final stops?
Well, you'd ideally want to extend that final stop so you could get tyres on, I suppose. So
yeah.
you'd sort of shorten your stops throughout the day. But I wonder, because obviously they will have had to do the formation lap in this stint, I wonder whether they'll be able to go one more stint in this second one of the day. Yeah,
good question. But I think one more interesting aspect, I think it was having the discussion with the GT3 guys in the team of ESPORTS. If you go for, if I remember correctly, around 44 to 51 liters, you can start thinking about doing a full tire change, because that's around 16 seconds. So that's enough for you to, basically half fuel the car or a little bit and then half fuel, and then put all new grip on those tires. So a little bit of a trivia for everybody.
Yeah, still a lot to be worked out over the course of the day so far. A lot of strategy to figure out. So the top 4 have been in GT3 then. They're now back in the rest of the pack. Although Thibaut Prevot only came out in 6th place, he's not far away at all, considering the fuel saving that he probably will have done in that opening stint of the race. The 992 cars have not been in yet for the most part, but we are seeing a lot more GT4s in now, including Zenith Esports, who now mirror Movano, who came in quite early really, for what you'd expect from GT4. But anyway, Fraser Williamson now is at the wheel there, and Zenith Esports will look to try and come out ahead of them. Not sure how possible that's going to be really, but there is the Movano car making its way around. It's a pretty rare opening stint driver change actually. Fraser Williamson in for hour 2, even though Simone Passoni started the race.
Yeah, I really want to ask Fraser if that was intended though, because he owes me a Porto jersey. I just want to bring that on the commentary, on my commentary stand. So I really wonder if those strategies are very effective though, because you don't lose a lot of time. You do your full service. It's just is that good for the rhythm that you would input as a driver though?
Well, that's what I mean. I'm not sure whether it is, whether that was planned or what's going on there. Movano car is just in front of these guys. Where is the Zenith Esports BMW GT4? You'd imagine it's already made its way out, and it is a couple of seconds behind, 2.5 seconds behind the Movano car now. It was side by side in GT4 on the exit of the pit lane there. That was okay. Impulse and X-Racer going side by side down pit lane, which I'm surprised they manage actually here at Sebring, because it's a bit of a bottleneck at the exit of the pit lane. There is the Impulse car having lost out on a couple of places as a result. That's a bizarre moment that I didn't actually think was possible at this circuit, given how narrow it is.
Same. And thinking about that, at least they also don't have the IMSA style of exit of the pit lane, where it's even more stretched thin. Oh man! Oh. I think we got a crash. Apparently, from what it looks like, Sebelt has crashed on the exit of Sunset Bend.
Oh, which Sebelt is it though? Because there's
the GT4 for what it looks like.
Okay, because they're in pit lane now. Gianluca Di Matteo is in pit lane now in the GT4 Sebelt car. So it's possible they crashed into pit lane, I suppose. Or maybe they were hit as they were slowing down to get into pit lane. That's always a problem at Sebring.
Yep.
When a driver in front is coming in and one behind isn't, and you don't know about it, that's a problem. Jordan Caruso won't have been coming in, and does he get straight into the back of the Sebelt car? Yes, and that's exactly what's happened. And Caruso gets into the wall quite hard. The Simify cars to skip around. Kane Halliburton wasn't close enough to take advantage, and somehow Jordan Caruso's held on to the lead as a result.
Yeah, that got scrappy, to say the very least.
Sebo were coming in anyway, and they were slowed down to make absolutely sure that they would get in there. So the GT4s won't have such fuel concerns, but Sebo will now have other ones. Riccardo Zuppani is at the wheel of that one now. They'll drive a change and they'll have some damage to repair. Wonder if there's any damage on Jordan Caruso's car. The leading 992 car surely will have.
Must be the rear. That was a hard hit on the tire barrier for the rear left of Caruso. If he doesn't have damage, I'm honestly surprised. I'm more surprised it didn't catch the front end of the TCR fuel though. We nearly got a repeat of what happened at
yeah, that's damage, isn't it?
It must have damage.
That you can see the front left wheel arch is not quite right. You can see a bit more of the tyre than you should there. But I mean, it wasn't a super hard hit on the wall. He is being closed on now though by David Boschke, who was also very close in behind there, and surprisingly managed to get himself out of that. Kane Halliburton did as well. Matteo Coenza is closed in, but he's now into pit lane. So the leading three carry on. It's clearly not enough damage to get Jordan Caruso into the pit lane early. He is carrying on.
Yeah, the only thing that could have ended a whole lot worse also is Bosga's rejoin of sorts that nearly merged into the lane of other cars that were coming into the fast lane and trying to avoid this crash towards the outside. That could have gone a whole lot worse, but everybody got away unscathed at the end of things. But Caruso is now on a whole lot of danger.
There he is ahead of the Simify car, which is looking to the inside and going for it into the hairpin. And David Boschke goes into the lead of the race for Simify Esports. Jordan Caruso with a good exit and is very close to his rival on the way out, but I think he's just down on a little bit of aero at the exit of that incident we saw on the final corner of the lap. I'm afraid he's lost a bit of straight line speed by the looks of things, and maybe now that he's behind someone else he will start to enjoy this a bit more, but he has struggled after that incident, and now we have a new leader. Yeah,
unfortunate for the reasons that were given, right? But you got to take that opportunity, and Bosga he's not going to be waiting around the bush to see that opportunity open up. He's going to take that, and well, he did. So just now a new leader, and we can even see P3 taking the position away from Altus as well.
Well, maybe if they're not having to pit, that is, of course. Matteo Coenza has already done so from 4th place, and he was right on the back of these guys. I think Kane Halliburton's had a bit of a mistake through the Le Mans chicane, though, and so he's dropped a bit of time there. He's just off the back of them now, and so won't be a battle for them this time. Into the pit lane goes David Boschke and also Kane Halliburton as well, but somehow Jordan Caruso is able to carry on. Maybe he isn't actually that damaged. He's certainly saved the most fuel out of everyone despite leading them around.
I'm astounded that his car doesn't look like it is damaged at all.
It's not behaving like it is at the moment.
Yep. Even though the look on the front end, the stents of the car, and the camber looks like it is doesn't look like it was healthy, so
it didn't look particularly healthy, but it's not going too slowly. Now, where's Matteo Coenza going to come out in relation to these guys? He's actually behind Roger Fredstad Christensen, who has been into the pit lane a few laps before these guys, but he's decided to only stop for 34 seconds as opposed to the minute-long stops, which the others have been going for. So he'll be leading at the exit of these pit stop phase, or these pit stops, I should say. But will Coenza get out ahead of these guys or not? Raphael Renhofer is there as well, and not too far away. They both pitted on the same lap.
That's a massive risk that you're taking if you're double staining the tires in the Porsche.
That's what they suspect. That might be what they're doing. I mean, they've got a 30-second lead, but yeah, it just depends how those tires are going to fall apart, really.
I know the track isn't at its hot, as it just picked up 1 degree from where we started the race, but still, this is the most delicate car in terms of pushing. If you, I'm curious. If you have it around 70% and you go around with 70 to 65% on the tire wear, you're playing a very, very dangerous game when the second half of your second stint starts.
Yes, but just as I say, depends how much time you end up losing. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, that is true.
For Valkyrie, interested to watch that over the next hour or so. Nicholas Laubish has caught up to Andrea Bristow now as they all try and chase Rainer Talvar. He leads by 3 seconds at the front of the field now for BS Competition. That BMW really starting to stretch its legs. It's new tyres, full of fuel again. And I thought, to be honest, that the BS Competition and Mag Performance cars would be more evenly matched than they clearly have been over the 10 minutes of this stint so far.
Yeah, which is insane to think about.
It's a very big advantage to have pulled so far. 3 seconds at the end of an hour and 10 now, or more realistically, just 10 minutes into this stint, because they basically started this one nose to tail. Nicholas Laubish has worked his way through onto the podium places now, and he's looking for his way through. If he's trying to catch Talvar, then he'll have to do it quite quickly. Will Nicholas Laubish? Of course, unfortunately, Urano ceasing operations very soon. It'll be one of their final races, and looking to go out on a high. I'm sure we'll talk about that a little bit later on, but for now, we'll be focusing on the job at hand for them. Out to eSports now finally in 992, and that's going to complete the pit stop phase because Impulse, Racing, Harvu and Apex One all have made their way down pit lane as well. Apex One, of course, having 40 seconds worth of penalties to serve. That's the Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward car, ending off the road and into the wall as well. I'm not sure whether that's a more recent incident or whether that's the one that earlier saw them, the perpetrator, get a penalty. That was the Apex One car that was the perpetrator of an incident with them earlier. I'm not sure whether that was that, because I couldn't see the car that hit it. It didn't look like the Apex. I've gone back and had a look now. It didn't look like the Apex One car to me. So maybe there was another one, a separate incident involving the unfortunate Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward car of Albert Gomez, who has plenty of experience in GT4 endurance racing. Change for the lead in TCR as Impulse are overtaken by Entropic. Huizingveld there as well, but Race for Cat Motorsport have dropped off the back. There is the side-by-side fight. Thought Siegman had just let Impulse have a bit of a lead here, but clearly not. Entropic have caught up to them. Now Siegman has as well. He can't make his way through though, and Impulse will remain second. A change for the lead though in TCR as Entropic have gone from at least a second back from Impulse to right through in a matter of minutes.
It's still close to one another. That's the important part, you know, and the whole field is not that far away from one another if you think about it, even though the widest gap is 21 seconds, but still you can have a race around these cars. Just good to see the top three still battling on, and the Civic, well, you said that develops well into the second half of their stint, being caught up by the field of the Velocitors.
So Race for Cat Motorsport not here anymore, but still a leading group here in TCR. The only class now to have yet to pit for scheduled pit stops, that is. Carlo eSports, of course, have already been in, but that was very unscheduled, their stop earlier on today. And I believe they are indeed out of the race. We have already 4 retirements from the opening hour of the race here today, Carlo eSports being one of them. GridandGo.com eSports are another in GT4, the only in GT4. And then Traeger Racing and ATRS eSports are the others in retirement after the opening hour. Now, in terms of the race at Spa, that is a little bit less than what we saw at Spa, where there was also a similarly huge grid. There was 1 TCR gone, a couple of GT4s, 3 992s and a GT3 as well. So a few more falling by the wayside in the opening hour or so at Spa than we have seen at Sebring here this afternoon, thankfully. But still a long way to go, and what that does mean, the fact we've got so many cars through the opening hour, means there's still 56 out there, and there's still a lot of traffic to negotiate for everyone, which is, I guess, the problem when you're getting tired and it's getting late in the race.
Yeah, especially in a 6-hour race that doesn't look like it is tiring on the physical part, on the mental part. Because it is 6 hours, you're never getting to traffic, but it is 60 cars. That's the one thing you remember. Of course, it shortens up a little bit because of the attrition and all, but mentally speaking, this is draining because it is a shorter track, and you're racing hard against everybody. Of course, 6 kilometers is nearly 6 kilometers, the whole extension, but it is enough for you to basically be constantly dealing with gaps and slower cars in front of you whenever everything kicks up after the hour. So mentally is draining, physically is draining as well. So that's why we're going to be seeing more and more mistakes from my point of view when this race moves on, maybe towards the second half.
Still quite a way from even that. We're not even a quarter of the way through this race so far. So closest battle for the lead is with the TCRs. It would otherwise probably be in 9.92 at the moment. Jordan Caruso did get out ahead of the others and actually gained a couple of seconds as well through the pit stop phase. Maybe his in-lap was particularly quick, don't know, of course, but David Bosca is 2.4 seconds away. Vince Peters has gotten into the Visceral Esports car and they're looking to give chase. They're all nearly 30 seconds behind Valkyrie XP though. Roger Fierstad Christensen may be onto something here, because realistically he doesn't need to run this tank dry. He just needs to get to within a stage in the race where he can make it with 3 stops to go, and if he saves some time by double stinting in these first couple of stints, then he'll really set the cat amongst the pigeons.
Yeah, which is it's crazy to think about. Despite everything that's transpired for Caruso, he's still within this race. He's not out of it, and he can contend for something. As we're still seeing the battle between Benini from what looks like one of the visceral cars, and nearly got around. Somewhat a little bit scrappy through around the race for Cap, but through the sunset bed, I don't think Benini is going to go for it. They're just going to cook for the time being.
This is the battle for 7th place between Obsidian Racing and Maniti Racing. About 12 seconds off the lead, only 12 seconds off the lead. It's remarkably close, really. 2 of the Porsches are going to have to fight their way through the TCR leading battle now. Into turn 1 they go. Very wide entry onto this corner, of course. High speed, bumps on the exit, and then they'll just wedge themselves within this group, actually. It's going to slow down the Huisingveld car at the back. And one of them's going to get down the inside of Impulse into turn 5. Alex Bennett will look for the exit. Maybe it will give him a position. No. There was a flash of the lights there, interestingly, from the Impulse Racing TCR. I don't think they were particularly too hard done by that. It was just a pretty normal overtake into turn 5.
Interesting.
Not sure why they were flashing the lights, really, but they'll have their reasons. They didn't want to be dived down the inside there, clearly. It has disadvantaged them, of course, but traffic gives and takes, as we've said before, and it will give back to them later on, you would imagine.
Oh, okay. This is kind of big. This just came out. From what it looks like, Alta's just got a penalty for that contact with the grid and go. From what it looks like,
it's not the grid and go. It was the Seatbelt car, wasn't it? Yeah.
Seatbelt, yes, correct.
And that, to me, and there's confirmation of it. That, to me, is pretty harsh, considering the Seatbelt car was going to the pit lane, and Caruso didn't realise. If the Seatbelt car did suggest in sim that they were pitting on that occasion, then I can understand it. Jordan Caruso maybe could have paid more attention, but if there was no indication that they were pitting right in front of the race leader at the time, the PEX champion, then I think that's a pretty harsh penalty.
Yeah, but then again, they were asked about doing the defensive line and be careful around it, and I think Mr. Caruso just, of course, we can say he had the misconception of not seeing the car and everything, but that's just unfortunate. That was called out by the stewards, and I think they're just punishing by the fact they called out their drivers because of it. Don't know the full circumstances surrounding it as regards to a couple of those answers, but
Autos are going to drop back as a result of that now. So they've got a 10-second penalty. If the race were to have another pit stop phase now, where would it drop them? Well, I reckon it could be as far as 8th, and Kamil Grabowski, the field in 992 is pretty close together, and that's not what he wants to see. So Jordan Caruso is going to have to stretch out a bit of an advantage before the next pit stops, as we go back to this battle for third place. For best Mercedes in the field, Laubish has gone from trying to overtake Andrea Bristow for second place. He's now defending from Lucas Lundqvist for third, and he's now lost the place. Now he's trying to take it back again. Not a good couple of moments. Excuse me, I'm getting my Uranos and Pure Sims mixed up. This is not Lundqvist catching Laubish, although he has done. This is Dylan Scrivens, who's caught up to Ross McFarlane. So it's the two identical liveries in a reverse direction to what we had a few moments ago. I apologise for that, but Dylan Scrivens has made a good start there in this case. He's looking for a top 10 now.
I've been speaking with the microphone muted. I committed the cardinal sin. I apologize. But yeah, looking good to see the number 92 car doing a really good stint so far. And seeing Dylan pushed out and coming out really close to the Pure Sims. I think they got out ahead, lost the position, but still fighting for top spots is what they want to see. And try to, again, we know they're going to be dissolved by the end of the year, unfortunately, right? And because of all some racing things, it's bad to see a team like that go away. So they probably want to finish the year strong.
So where did Urano finish in the opening race of the season? I know the 90 finished in 4th place, but this is the 92 car. That's 91 was taken by SEBRING Esports. I don't think they were probably very pleased about that when they found that out. Urano, the other car, managed to finish in 10th place, so they're looking for that 10th place again here. I've got to say, I think we're in for a bit of an unpredictable season this time around in GT3, especially. Last season, it was all about Williams Esports. They had two cars contending for the championship, two cars inside the top 3 until very late on. And in the end, nobody could really get around them, but there's a lot more teams, a lot more of a diverse fight at the front of the field. And a lot of the cars that did really well last time out at Spa are not actually doing that well here so far.
Yeah, I think, of course, we have to look into Spa from I'm trying to be wide open, right, on how we're going around Spa, because Spa, I think everything in terms of chaos that was supposed to happen, it did happen. So that's why some teams didn't do very well. So I think I really want to see like how this championship entwines around Silverstone. This round might be a little bit the same boat, but I think Silverstone is where it starts to kick off for those teams that need points.
Yeah, I think it's going to be good to have it on the calendar, Silverstone. I've got to be honest, looking forward to going there. I know that's probably a biased opinion, but there we are. I'm looking forward to it. Monza and the Nordschleife as well, I'm especially looking forward to. Actually, I know the 24H series don't race there in real life, but it's great to have it on this calendar for a 6-hour race. Always enjoy racing around the Nordschleife, but it's not too often part of a championship. Certainly not too often part of a championship that goes to multiple different circuits a year, if you see what I mean. So looking forward to that, having that one on the calendar again. And we have a very exciting, or we did have a very exciting qualifying format last season, so let's see if that returns again next season. But we'll find out about that and get to that when we do in the spring of 2024. But yeah, can't beat a bit of racing around the Nordschleife. These cars are perfectly made for that kind of thing.
No, they're all made. They're all perfectly made for that kind of stuff. If you think about it, they all run at the Nordschleife. So I think we got a good match in there. If you go around Tinder and all these dating apps, it would be the perfect match, like a super like.
It would. They are absolutely perfect for this style of racing. Of course, they like I say, they are the cars that make up the 24H of Nürburgring. When we have that in the spring as well, it'll be probably just on the other side of the end of this season for iRacing next season, as we go back to this fight for 10th place. Ross McFarlane, the one ahead of Dylan Scrivens here, and in the fight for third, it's Urano ahead of Pure Sims in a role reversal of this battle we're seeing here. So Jenna Scriven still can't find his way through. We're very much settling down now, though. Nearly 90 minutes into this race. Still just over 4.5 hours to go. It's myself, Ewan O'Leary and Lorenzo Ponda taking you through the first half of the race here on RaceSpotTV. And we've had an interesting opening 90 minutes, but we're settling in now to what's going to be a long race.
And more important, more I think interestingly for us, for me at least, I couldn't even realize it went 90 minutes. Like, it just flown by.
Yeah, it very much does fly by. And for some of the drivers that will be a relief really, but especially if you're in the lead, but some others certainly not. Just a note to any drivers who may be watching at the moment, maybe quite a few, abnormally quite a few drivers have actually got out after only 1 hour in the cars this afternoon. If you want to have a chat with us, we'll have a chat, a bit of an interview mid-race, then put yourself in the waiting room. And RaceSpot TeamSpeak we're on today.
We don't bite.
Yeah, we're nice really, but yeah, come join us, have a bit of a chat. We'd like to hear from you throughout this one. And or if you're team manager, I suppose. So you don't have any driving duties, but anyway, we can have a bit of a chat mid-race and see how things are going, because we can talk until the cows come home about stuff, but we're not experiencing what's going on out on the circuit like these guys are. And speaking of what they're experiencing, it's probably the highest temperatures they're going to get today. We're just past coming up towards 2 p.m. virtual standard time now. We're getting towards the very heat of the afternoon, if you can call it a heat, in the end of November, excuse me. It's not really too warm, but it's the warmest it will be all day long, almost, with the sun shining as well. There's not many clouds around to stop that from happening either.
No, I think the one thing that surprised me, this is more like a clean sky. When I was doing practices, this I can talk about as a manager. For people that don't know, I do manage one of the teams as well, so I try, but of course I have to be impartial. But when we were doing practices, we had all kinds of dynamic skies and everything. So as we're seeing the battle back between Bistro and Maniti, it's this dynamic skies and settings and everything that you can prepare yourself for the weather, but you cannot prepare yourself for the climate conditions of clear skies, cloudy, mostly cloudy, because they do take an effect on how the track builds up and builds out upon the temperature ramping up or down. So but you get a general sense, and that's the good thing of having this the new weather systems and things like that are coming really soon to iRacing. I think this is going to make the racing more dynamic. It
is. Can't wait for that to come along, of course. I'm sure you at home may have watched the recent update that was posted on iRacing's YouTube channel, looking very good indeed. Looking forward to all of the changes that are going to be coming throughout 2024, which is set to be a big year for updates. As we see the leading TCR battle, I want to talk a little bit about the GT4 leaders actually, because Alessio Bernardini is leading the race for 07 Racing. I just thought we were waiting for them to make their stop, but they have made it. We're an hour and a half in, of course they have. Fraser Williamson's 4 seconds behind in the Movano car, and Bernardini had a 3-second longer stop. So I've no idea how he's managed that at all, but Alessio Bernardini is leading the race in GT4.
But I think more importantly to me is just to highlight how well they're doing in that 07 car, because I think when we were commentating the Spa round, they had an issue, I think, at some point during the race. I'm trying to remember precisely when did it happen, but at a certain point they were battling for top 3 or even battling for the win. So it's a team that we should be looking an eye on. And of course they have driver lineups that I think they were featured like in Sabelt and other figures that I think they're probably going to get the eyes of many teams moving forward.
Now, Autos Esports are being caught in 992 as well here. Jordan Caruso has been caught steadily now by David Bosca and Vince Peters in the Visceral car now as well. And that's allowing Fredstad Christensen to extend an even bigger gap for Valkyrie XP. He's now 35 seconds out in front. Surely he's not doing that on old tyres in this 992 now.
If he is, he's a magician.
I can't believe what we're seeing. I mean, I'm leaning now towards the fact that he may have just taken on just half a tank of fuel instead of no tyres. Although that wouldn't work, would it? Would it? Probably not.
It could work, but you know, it's like I said. As long as you don't cook the rears, this car is very sensitive towards the rears. As long those aren't cooked and you do your job proper, that's what happens. That's important. That's what important. It is important.
Well, he's clearly pressing on the throttle at some point because he's still going quite quickly. So I don't know. I can't explain that really at the moment. We'll see. We're half an hour through, another hour now, and still nothing doing there for Valkyrie XP. Still not being caught at the moment. Another penalty coming in then. This time it's in the 992 category again. It's the 987 of EuroSPR, who have been given a 5-second time penalty for making a late move on one of the GT4s, causing it to lose control. That was the contact we saw earlier on with Alvar Gomez, who ended up in a wall as a result. So 5 second, maybe on the light side for them. They may feel as if they've gotten away with one slightly there, but maybe not.
Yep, nothing you can do about that. It was going to be a slam dunk penalty. The question was going to be how much. And unfortunate for the boys, they gotta pay that whenever they do the driver switch to Faria in a little bit.
Yeah, next pit stop, that penalty will be served. And so, now Race Control are not looking at any incidents at all, which is a good thing because it means we're having clean racing out there on the circuit. Thibaut Prevost is now caught up to Patrick Selva now for 5th place. This is a Sebo Esports car which finished down in 9th place in the opening round of the season. Up now they're in the top 5, but the reigning champions seem to be finding their feet a little bit more in this series now. 8th place at Spa was maybe a little bit away from where they should have been in the opening round of the season, but they're now knocking on the door of a top 5, which is much more like what we'd used to see from them.
Yeah. And like I said, I think the fact that they went the furthest than everybody, and also with Sibel, and I think I'm trying to remember who was the third team that went also the furthest with them. Puts them in a really good spot. I think I would say more comfortable spot than the other teams to maybe go for shorter fuel whenever they are handed out into the second half of the race. But looking good to see Williams kicking back after, I would say, not having the best first run ever. Ow.
There's contact for the Impulse Racing car, in 992. And they surely are going to be back down to pit lane, aren't they, at the end of all that? That's a bit of a disaster. Out of Le Mans corner, I would hazard a guess.
Yeah.
Where do they find themselves now? Yeah, the Pascal Costa, was he a long way back anyway? It seems that he's dropped very, very quickly there, unless that happened a little while ago. We've also got Sebo Esports GT4 out of the race, along with Apex One as well, who I think came in for their first stop and thought, I'm not serving 40 seconds, and that's the end of their day, possibly. Impulse Racing Pascal Costa just seems to be back out there again. I wonder if he's soldering on with the damage, but he's dropped a long way back, and I can't really remember why they've lost so many laps.
They had some considerable damage in the car. They lost the front bonnet. From what it looks like, lost another pod around the Le Mans chicanes. Came into the pits. The damage is not wholly fixed, but they are carrying with the car, despite being 9 laps back. 8 laps back to the entirety of the GT3 or 992 Cup field.
Well, they continued on despite being 57 laps down last race and managed to get 5 points for their troubles, so maybe they'll do that again here today. This is Zenith Esports trying to hold back Geodesic Racing at the moment. It's going to be difficult for them to do that into the hairpin now, although it's only a half defence from Torres, who will hold on to that position in GT4. Unfortunately, after a good qualifying performance and good qualifying pace, I don't think Zenith Esports have quite got it in the race. They're now already 6.5, nearly 7 seconds behind or Bernardini, actually, who's leading the race, isn't it? He's 2.5 seconds behind Williamson, but yeah, nearly 7 seconds off the lead already after holding it for nearly half an hour at the start of this race.
It is interesting, though, that Fraser is fighting back a little bit. and is still trying to get closer and closer. But and Zenit also fighting back despite the penalty that they received. So I think it was 5 seconds, if I remember correctly, at the start of the race for leaving too much of a gap towards the other class in front of them. So it's slightly surprising, but still good to see they are in the mix.
So absolutely in the mix. In fact, there's a lot of them in GT4 still in the mix. I would go with at least 5 who are very much involved now in that leading battle for those podium positions at the start of the day, and there is the 5th of them in the yellow, the Sim RC Aston Martin. So 3 different manufacturers on your screen there, and 4 inside the top 5, which is great to see. 2 Mercedes at the front, then McLaren, Porsche and Aston Martin. Good variety in GT4 that we have here this season. Last season, I remember in a lot of series, the Aston Martin was somewhat of a rare sight sometimes. In the GT4 category, it was all Mercedes and Caymans, and a lot of McLarens actually, but not so many of them this time around. It's a bit more balanced in GT4 in terms of the variety that we got. Same goes for GT3 as well. Plenty of different cars and manufacturers on the grid here today as we go back to the battles for 6th place on back in GT4. There's very much a big gap between 5th and 6th in this class, and this is the 6th place on backwards battle.
Yeah, X-Racer with a mistake coming around the corner probably will catch a slowdown right there, Ewan. If he doesn't catch, it's going to be a little bit surprising, but opens the door for a Wave Italy to make that overtake, but still opening up stuff while we're still looking into what would be a potential battle, I would say, in the cup, but there's no cups around other than the Valkyrie XP.
Oh, the big dive in the background as well from one of the Mercedes, straight down the inside of Impulse. Not sure who that was. Couldn't grab the number on that. But yeah, very big dive down the inside actually. I can't seem to find the Impulse car there at all. But anyway, big dive down the inside and find their way through. Oh, sorry, it's a Pure Sims car. That's why Impulse and Pure Sims are starting to stump me there. But that's confusing me even more because I can't find Pure Sims anywhere on the grid. But anyway. That's probably my eyes, to be honest. Oh yeah, the Pure Sims car of Jordan Johnson's a long way back, isn't he? He's 3 laps back already in this race, so that's why that car's being overtaken quite so convincingly. In 992, things are a little bit simpler, thankfully. David Boschke is holding on from Matteo Cuenza, who's caught up to him at the moment. Vince Peters has already gotten through on the Simify car, actually, so this is not good news for Boschke, who's losing time and losing places now. Cuenza, the next to attempt it.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the gaps between the drivers in terms of pace, and Cuenza is trying to catch up. Is actually the fastest of the bunch in this previous lap, and Scherer following close. So good job from Renhofer to keep up with the Italian, and we could maybe see a stretched out battle for inside the top 5, maybe glitching itself or drawing at the clutches into the top 3 for podium spots.
This is Daniel Sommer, who's lost a place to the Simify eSports GT3 now. Gabby Montoro. Simify were 2nd at Spa, and they're a long way back now. And just to explain, that's why I was making the point earlier on about the GT3s not having very consistent races so far. Drago Racing out, despite winning at Spa. 2nd at Spa. Simify down way outside the top 10. They're 14th. Maniti were 3rd. They are 8th so far in this race. 4th place were Urano. They're the only one inside the top 5 again, because Pure Sims Esports are not with the right car anyway. They've got the 17 in the top 5 this time, whereas it was the 16 that finished 5th last time. So that's what I mean earlier on when I was saying it's going to be a closer championship this year. Nobody seemingly can be very consistent. Only one car in the top 5 twice so far.
Yeah, and we're still going to combinations of tracks that everything can play out a little bit. 60 cars around the track, especially imagine 60 cars around the Nordschleife. Of course, it isn't 142 like you probably would see in other series, or even the closest that, but still 60 cars sharing a 20 or 25 kilometer field, and still having to navigate into traffic where the slightest mistake can be fatal. It's big, and that can be heartbreaking for some teams contending for championships.
Consistency is the key,
Yeah.
and 6 rounds is not a lot of time to make up time when you've lost it either. That's going to be a big key over the course of this season, making sure you have a very consistent season. The TCR cars have been into the pit lane, by the way. We've seen a whole cycle of pit stops for them. Unfortunately, Race for Cat Motorsport have had a very long stop of nearly 2 minutes, and so they've dropped back. Obsidian Racing's TCR also had a long stop, and so they've dropped further back as well. But the new leaders are Team Huisingveld. Well, same Fabian Siegmann was taking things a bit easy, maybe a bit too easy earlier on in the race, but he was in full car preservation mode. He was also clearly fuel saving because he went longer, and he's now come out more than 2 seconds in front. This is exactly what Team Huisingveld do time and again in this category.
Their job was phenomenal. Even though they weren't the team that went the longest in terms of TCRs, I think they just went in terms of going around the pit lane more efficiently than everybody else. The team that went the longest was actually Eric Goner in the race PR. They just came out with the driver swap. Leo Miranda's in the car. Just lost position to Damian Owen Harris in the Wave Italy. But the job they've done is just stellar. It is just the traditional job of why Team Huisingveld is one of the premier teams in TCR fields.
They are the best in this car, I would argue, in iRacing at the moment, and have been for quite some
Actively,
time.
I would say maybe so. Impulse and them, I think they're neck to neck.
I don't know. I would definitely go for Huisingveld, if I'm honest, but you could make that case as well. It's not, there's not a lot in it, but I just think,
Yes.
time and again, Huisingveld win championships. And it's stuff like this which keeps happening that, really puts them up there. They've got the good pace, but also they can fuel save and strategise their way around races as well, even if they're not destroying the field on pure pace. Now I think they might start to, but so far it's strategy that's got them in the lead and has got them that advantage.
No, it is everything, a little bit of everything, and also one thing they done very well. All those top 3 teams done very well, and it's why it's still slightly close between them, even though the gap widened quite a lot after the pit stop. It's the fact that you have lots and lots of traffic management that went towards their way. They were patient. They basically navigated themselves with one another. So they had the survival instinct acting very well for them so far.
And so this pit stop phase, I should say, has meant that there are not many battles remaining here. This is the only one. Race PR trying to catch Wave Italy Racing Team and Damian Owen Harris, but that's pretty much the only one in TCR.
Yep.
Gaps in GT4 remain very similar in 992. It's getting very close. Not for the lead particularly. Valkyrie XP are still leading that by 34 seconds, by the way. But Outer Esports are now in second. Only 1.4 ahead of Vince Peters, who's got less than a second over David Boschka, who's got less than a second over Matteo Coenza, who's got less than a second over Renhofer, then Maxime Marriott. It's second to 7th, basically, as we have a look at a replay of Williams Esports making contact with Race PR.
Yeah, I think Prevost just might have gone aggressively. He was side by side, but I don't know. This is something that maybe the stewards will decide.
They already are investigating it, by the way, so there will be a decision reached on that one. Here are the GT4 fights. This is from 6th place on backwards. Impulse Racing, Sasha Anglesey in that position, in that Impulse car. Then it's Wave Italy Racing Team, X-Racer, Raw Esports in the 4-car train. Then I think Pure Sims are still here, although they are quite a few laps down. Yeah, they are tagging onto the back of these guys, so it's actually a 4-car train for position with a bonus Pure Sims GT4 added onto the back. It's still pretty close in this category as well, although it's really between the top 5 at the moment. These guys are continuing to lose time to the leaders.
Yeah, which is still very compelling to see, despite everything that is transpiring. And I think this. I'm trying to think which category might be at its closest. I think it might be GT4s because the pre-qualifying was the closest one, right? The level of the strength, or the strength of field rather, is one of the highest in the past 3 years. the team levels are very good. So you don't know who's going to win at the end of things, and the race is still very good.
It certainly is. Lots of Mercedes here, but generally the variety is good as well. In fact, it is 4 Mercedes fighting for these positions. The Aston Martin is a few laps back, but it's very diverse at the top 5. All 4 manufacturers involved in that top 5 in GT4. 15 minutes now from the top of another hour, and it's been an hour that's been dominated by Reina Talvar, I think it's fair to say. We've not seen the BS competition BMW for very long in the last 60 minutes, but that's for good reason. They've not been near anyone, really. The gap now to Andrea Bristow is 7 seconds. The Mag Performance SLT car giving chase, but Talvar is streaking away now in the lead of this one. I think the only concerns left has got to be surrounding fuel now. If he can get to the hour mark and he can get himself back onto a 5-stop strategy, then they'll be absolutely loving this at the moment, and they'll have a very big lead to take into the next pit stop phase.
Yeah, BS just continuing their Sebring domination. I think 2022, every race they've gone, they've won. As we're watching a battle between Maniti and Scherer for the Cup class, but I think 2022 was one of the most dominating years for a single track so far. I think only Redline had a more domination, well, historically around the Glen than anything else. So good to see they're still maintaining that form around the American track.
This is one of the close ones in 992, but it's all of a sudden spread out here slightly. 2.5 seconds has just appeared in front of Renhofer, and now they're going side by side. Maxime Marriott would very much like to close that gap, and so he's going to do it himself. Down the inside he goes, and up into 6th place he goes now in the 992 category. So don't know how that's happened entirely, but Maxime Marriott probably does. He gets in front of Renhofer and will now start to do the work himself to gain places from 6th. Further up though, it's Vince Peters who's at the front of the next group, then Bosca and Matteo Coenza, who are right in behind in 992 in what's turning into a very engaging race there. 35 seconds for Valkyrie XB, who still somehow lead, and it's looking more and more as if they actually did take no tyres and they're just coping with it. I can't believe this, really.
Yeah, but I'll give props to the team of Valkyrie. Is just the fact that Roger's a very good driver and he knows how to maintain the tires. Looking at the laps here, 2.5, 2.6, 1.8, just being very regular, where everybody else right behind them, doing the same amount of laps, if not worse laps. So a very good driving so far from them.
Well, I can't really believe it. I did think at some stage when they just weren't losing any time, I thought, well, maybe they've only taken half a tank of fuel, but even that wouldn't make sense. You wouldn't have time to do that, surely. Half a tank and 4 tyres in 35 seconds or so, surely wouldn't be possible. So, well, whatever they have done, it's remarkable. There's plenty of Valkyrie fans in the chat, by the way, and I wonder if there's some team members who can tell us. Maybe they won't, but I'd like to know, because it's a baffling one at the moment, and it's going to be, once again, it's going to be one of those races where we can't quite figure out the strategies right to the final hour.
Yeah, it's a very good, compelling race so far. Very good round from Sebring.
I just can't really believe it at the moment, but we'll see what happens when we get to this pit stop phase. Now 11 minutes from the top of the hour, and the 992s go a little bit past the hour, of course, as well, so got to remember that when we're figuring out pit stops very soon. Leon Runninger has made his way through on Kamo Grabowski for 8th place in the 992 category by the looks of things, but I think that's going to be a battle that pales into insignificance at the end of the pit stops because of that penalty, of course, that will drop them 5 seconds back behind Williams again.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, a little bit of a skip for Leon at the exit of turn number 5, but it got away at the unscathed at the end of things. It will depend on Leon if he can actually open up those 5 seconds. Leon was working this car very well. He's a very good driver. Didn't make...
Oh, Talvar! Wow, that was close.
Wow.
And Kamil Grabowski saves the Williams 992 car, but that was very close to disaster for both of them.
And that would have been on Talbot, in my opinion. If that have gone into the stewards, it probably would have been a 5-second on Talbot.
Yeah, probably.
Ooh. Warning? Or a little bit like, hey buddy, watch it?
Yeah, there may be a warning for that, but I think that'll be the most that it is, if there is anything dealt out for that. Obsidian are losing time in GT3, and there's been a problem for Obsidian. They're in the pit lane. This is early, very early, and Jose Miguel Fernandez Andrew has gotten into the car as well. So I don't know why they pitted so early, but clearly they're now committing to a 6-stop strategy here today.
That's not ideal at all.
Well, no. It depends how many others are doing a 6-stop strategy, in fairness. If everyone's forced to, then it might not be too bad, but it does look like they're the only ones at the moment.
It's still a great risk for you to do that.
Well, it does look like it for now. I think the rest of them are going to be able to save enough fuel to be able to do this on 5 stops, but they've got to be careful. There goes one of the Urano cars. So still 5 laps to go of this stint, or they're going to hope so anyway in GT3. If they want to do this on 6 stints and 5 stops, then they're going to have to go another 5 laps here in this one. But can they manage it or not is the other question. I think we're a bit closer on fuel here in GT3 than we're really giving it credit at the moment, unless it's just because of the first stint and the formation lap that's making it seem a lot closer.
Yeah, I know it's a full lap, but even though it's a full lap on a pace car, is it enough for you to be losing a full lap of fuel saving? Like, you know what I'm talking about. Maybe I'm not phrasing this right, but is it enough for you to not have that extra lap? I don't think so.
It's I don't know. It's difficult. It's difficult to know. I think we're going to know a lot more after this second stint of the race, to be honest. Or I'm certainly going to be able to get a better grip on this race after the second stint, in terms of how they can do the fuel and how far they can go. I think it's going to be very helpful. I think, though, the GT3s are the only ones really with fuel troubles. I think 992 and GT4 were relatively okay, even after the first stint that included a formation lap.
Yeah, true.
So that's something to note for future reference. We'll probably see the GT3s down first and then everyone else a little bit later on. So through the Le Mans chicane they go. The Sabo BMW looks for a way through. They're still running a 5th place, by the way. That's Patrick Selva at the wheel of that car. We'll just go past on the inside here, on the way down towards Sunset Bend. And they're now 3 seconds ahead of Thibaut Prevost, who made that contact with the Euros BR earlier on, and that incident still hasn't reached a conclusion just yet. So Thibaut Prevost may have 5 seconds of his own to serve in the next stint.
Yeah, that is true. Meanwhile, talking about TCRs, Wave Italy just made Damian Harris just flying on that car. I think we just input one of the fastest laps, 2 seconds faster than Martin Sirotek in the intro pick by PFPR, and now they're into P3 in the TCR field. So change for the podium places in TCR. That's a bit of a surprise for Wave Italy Racing Team, although Damien Owen Harris is one of the best TCR drivers, so I guess that in that respect it isn't. But Martin Sirotek has been caught pretty quickly there, but for Entropic, and that gap's opened very, very quickly. Damien Owen Harris has got nearly 12 seconds to catch to Martin Asher and Fabian Siegmann. Hoisingveld and Impulse showing themselves to be the class of the field so far today. Yeah, but prior to the season start, we were having discussions like this team of Wave Italy, they're sleepers. They have Navi Hussain, they have Damon Harris, they have so many talented drivers that are TCR experts. So the thing that we should be looking for is now Simify back into the pit lane? Simify?
Gabi Montoro, I guess this is an outlining of a 6-stop strategy as well for them. They can't make it on fuel surely unless there's a lot of saving over the last 4 hours.
Oh, by the way, you were talking about the contact with the Williams. I can tell that Williams just got a 5-second penalty.
Well, I'm not sure whether that's, do you know what, it's probably in line really with what I would expect. 5 seconds for that kind of contact.
True.
You know, I don't think it actually gave USBR any damage or anything. It didn't disadvantage anyone particularly badly, but there was contact made when there probably shouldn't have been. So 5 seconds seems quite reasonable.
That is true. I agree. 5 seconds, I think, for a contact like that, just making the contact is a standard. So nothing much to be talked about here.
Well, it's going to have to be served in a few moments' time because the reigning champions will be in very soon. They've now done 27 laps on this stint as Ross McFarlane makes his way in as well. There are some GT3s here who will have fuel concerned in terms of making this on 5 stops because there's a good 5 minutes to go for McFarlane there.
Yeah. And they're going to do the driver's swap.
Let's see if there is going to be one for them. Ross McFarlane does get out, and Ian Gagnon Renault gets at the wheel of that one now as well for them. So a change made. Pure Sims, Canadian, gets at the wheel of the car now that it's a bit more of a reasonable time in the morning for those on the in the North American continent. Not sure whether he's east or west of Canada, to be fair, but even so. It's a bit more of a reasonable time in the day. Maybe starting would have been a bit of a stretch for someone in North America, but anyway. I want to go back to the Entropic TCR because I had some word through in the YouTube chat that there were some tyre issues in the pit lane for them and they're paying for it now. Wonder whether maybe they didn't select tyres when they should have done, and that would make sense. They're already nearly 3 seconds behind Damien Owen Harris and we didn't even see him overtake that long ago.
Yeah, that could be something interesting. One, I don't know if they changed tires. If they did change tires, what it would have been, or they deselected or left one selected. That might affect the balance of the car, and that's why they're losing so much time. Normally, you wouldn't see Suratek. I know Suratek's a very fast driver, doing 214s regularly. He would be on the 213, so something might have happened that is affecting the car balance per se.
I would imagine that certainly is affecting them as things stand. More pit stops in GT3 then. Pure Sims in the other Pure Sims car. Lucas Lindqvist a couple of laps short than where he needs to be. There is the Mercedes. And there's going to be a driver change there as well as Braden Werner gets at the wheel of that one as well. So 2 driver changes for Pure Sims. Braden Werner the next of them to get into that car. Now Movano are in from GT3 as well. Most of them though look like they're going to do enough here to save and make this on 5 stops. Those that can't make it on fuel are going to really lose out in this race with an extra stop in GT3. That
is true. Now we're starting to see those teams that might be, what are we going to do to compensate maybe this to the end portion of the race? But I think this might be more for podium packing spots if we're going through the natural flow of this race, right? Because from what it looks like on G3, was that contact or was that just a very close moment? But David Bosco has had to steer out of that one. It was one of the Uranos that went down the inside, and Matteo Coenza is going to need no second invitation, straight through. Not sure whether there was contact or not, but it didn't really matter in the end. 75 lost the place. Unfortunate right when I looked at on the replay though. Well, if there was contact, then Urano may find themselves in a slight bit of trouble for that move, although you do end up needing to make these kind of high-risk manoeuvres in GT3 on some 992 sometimes, as the top 3 are now in. Oh, no contact. No contact, okay. Well, let's have a look at it now. Oh, no, Bosco just steered out of it there just to make sure that there wasn't contact, I suppose, and that's lost him the place. Yeah, he had to sacrifice his track position so he doesn't get into contact. Otherwise, that would have been a slam dunk penalty for Movano for the dive bomb. Yeah, it would have been. There's the top 3 in pit lane.
driver change for Mag Performance SRT as Hiling Huang gets at the wheel of that one now. Ryan Barneveld gets at the wheel of the BS competition car, and Konstantin Schaff is at the wheel of the Urano Mercedes now as well. So 3 driver changes made, and it's no surprise after 2 hours of driving there's a lot more driver changes being made, and this is the kind of part of the race where you'd expect to see them rather than after only 1 hour, which was a bit of a surprise to see.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's slightly surprising, but it's good to see that some of these teams are going for the double stint strategy. You know, just switch the drivers in between, and then obey by the, of course, the stint limit that you would have to do in a race, or the maximum stint time you can do in a race.
Yes, you do need to be careful of that over the course of the races, because it's obviously a rule that you can't exceed. You can't do more than 70% of sorry, I'm reading the wrong I'm reading
you're
that
right.
wrong.
You're right.
Yeah, sorry. I thought I was reading the amount of laps you have to do to be classified, but I wasn't. I was reading the right thing. It's 75% of the class leader's total laps, so not your own, which just is a bit weird. But anyway, you just got to make sure that I suppose it just helps those teams that have lost loads and loads and loads of laps with repairs, so they don't trip over some driving time faults when they're already a long way back, I suppose. But anyway, Sabre Esports are into the pit lane now, as well as Williams, you'd imagine, 2 with Door Esports as well. So only those 3 teams, along with Astro Racing as well, able to go that 1 lap longer, and I do wonder how crucial that extra lap is going to be by the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm also looking for where was Astro in the field prior to the pit stop than everybody else. You know, is that gonna give him a long run advantage?
I'm not sure they're going to be that far. I'm not really sure they're going to be in contention. They had that penalty, of course, and that first pit stop to serve. And so while they looked in a good position after the opening stint, they don't look in such a good position here, because they're obviously behind Barneveld, and you know, Barneveld's made an extra stop, so it's not good news after only 2 hours.
Yeah, is a tricky bit to be talked about on how this GT3 field will navigate towards, and also I would say maybe even Cup class of some sorts. They can go 1 hour and 5, so those who maybe are trying to go for a longer strategy and try to find themselves into track position, they might be rewarded with good stuff in terms of gap shredding at the end of the final 2 pit stops, and find themselves with 2 podium spot contention maybe.
There's the Door Esports car making its way out of pit lane. Back onto the circuit again in 9th place for Jan Cherniak, who's at the wheel of that one now. We've had a lot of driver changes, so I'll go through the running order of the GT3s now, since it's all shaped out. Ryan Barneveld leads for BS competition ahead of Hiling Wang, who's gotten in for Mag Performance SRT. That's a gap of 6 seconds. Then there's just 1 more back to Konstantin Schaff for Urano Esports. Pure Sims Esports are in 4th with Braden Werner, and Roberto Ferrari has gotten into the Sabre Esports car in 5th. The penalty for Williams Esports and Beckham Jessira's not held him back too much, although they've not actually lost that much time, so I'm slightly sceptical they took the penalty at all. Jose Miguel Fernandez Andrew is at the wheel of the Obsidian racing car now, with Luka Vunch behind the wheel of the Maniti racing car. Jan Chernak is driving the Door Esports Mercedes, with Ian Gagnon Renault rounding out the top 10 for Pure Sims Esports. They are all new drivers as far as I'm aware here at Lorenzo. Everybody's changed now, and that makes sense after a couple of stints. Wonder how long these guys are going to stay in now.
Yeah, I was just taking a quick look to see how many teams are doing the 1 driver swap. We saw Fraser and Simone Pisoni do that in the GT4s. I saw in the Pure Sims that Gagnon Renault actually started the car, handed the car to Ross, and then handed back. But other than that, I think the majority or the standard in the GT3 field class is double stints, then hand back to the other driver whenever you're taking over for the hour 2 onwards.
So less than 4 hours remaining now at Sebring. Waiting for 992 and GT4 pit stops next, really, and the GT4 pit stops are now going to be delivered to us. Zenith are in, Mivano as well, as 07 as well, and Alessio Quintale has gotten into the 07 Racing Mercedes. Now, how's that going to change things? Will they get in front of the likes of Mivano and Zenith? They surprised me slightly with their pit stop first time round. Can they do it again in terms of making their way out? They'll roll first, and they will be leading here. 07 are having a very good day so far. Zenith will get in front of Mivano as well. That is a bit of a surprise.
Okay. I'm slightly surprised on that.
07 will lead, then it will be Zenith, then it will be Mivano, and those three will be quite a long way ahead of the rest who have pitted so far, because we're still waiting for SimRC and Geodesic, who are 1 and 2 at the moment, and nose to tail for what is the lead of the race provisionally at this time. However, that's a good stop from Zenith, or a bad one from Mivano, depending on which way you look at it. Mivano seemingly have lost a bit more time. Maybe they had a penalty to serve that we're not aware of. Did they? Not entirely sure. Maybe they did actually, didn't they?
They had the 5 second to make contact on the TCR.
Well, okay, I'll take your word for that, although I can't see it for the moment. I'll take your word for that. It does seem that they have served a penalty, though, so that's fair enough. And that maybe explains why they're now behind Zenith. But one of the surprising things is that Zenith have made up some time. They're now behind 07 Racing, and they're pretty much nose to tail there for what will be the lead.
All right, and like I said before, makes a really good case to, put a big notice or eye on that 07 team. What a drive they're doing so far this season. I've lauded them last time by, and as we're looking into your own 90 car battling against the MAG Performance, is a team that we should be looking for the further rounds, because they can be contending for the championship or even top 3 spots.
You never know. It's early days in this championship so far. In GT4 at Spa, by the way, SimRC won the race ahead of Sebo Esports, then Impulse Racing, Waverley and Geeks Energy. So SimRC are certainly in that group of 5 who are contesting for the race win at the moment, but there aren't any or many others. Impulse Racing are not up there inside the top 5. Sebo Esports aren't. I think SimRC are the only ones really, even though they're running provisionally in 4th place. So we're seeing a very similar situation in GT4 to what we are in GT3 actually, is that not many teams have been able to string together consecutive top 5s, although there are a long way to go in this race.
No, absolutely. But then again, I think this is the difficulty of having 60 cars going around the track at the same time. It's you 50. It's not you against the guys on your own class. You got 59 other cars for you to be worried about, and worrying yourself over lap and lap again. So it is quite tricky for you to navigate and be worried about everything.
Speaking of navigating, 3 wide and a battle for 2nd place. It's no longer Andrea Bristow holding this, it's Ling Wang, but it won't even be the MAG Performance SRT car holding 2nd place for very much longer, because down the inside, Go Urano Esports, they now take over that runners-up spot in this race provisionally. 6.3 seconds behind Ryan Barneveld, who leads this race at Sebring. But we have a change on the podium places, and it's the Mercedes that makes its way through into Sunset Bend.
Yeah, a good move from Sharp right there to make that overtake work. Worked his time and bided everything, and bided his time, bided the track positions and all. Worked the draft a little bit and made the overtake quite cleanly. Yuang just didn't decide to play this more aggressively, and if any, just gonna try to follow the toe now.
It's probably the smart thing to do there as well, I would argue.
I agree.
So that's that for GT3. In 992, it's happened now. Valkyrie XP are no longer leading. They did come into the pit lane. Now I think they're going for a fuel strategy in which they put just about enough fuel in to do an hour, and so they do shorten their pit stops a little bit every time. However, their rivals in 992 are going to have a much shorter splash at the end of the race instead. So I wonder how those strategies are going to come up against each other, but Valkyrie pretty much are doing an hour each time, even if the 992 car can go a bit longer.
Yeah, but regardless, it's a very good job that what they're doing, despite going around the hour like a clock, you know, because you're putting the pressure on the other drivers, and you've seen their stint was very effective, despite having used rubber.
They were very. I mean, I can't really believe it either at the moment. Surely they're not the only ones who've picked up on this, because you said it was going to be almost a magician's job to be able to do it. Nobody was expecting it, clearly, because they were the only ones to even attempt it, and it's been pulled off for them remarkably well. Yeah,
of course, we still have to I'm gonna just quickly, of course, they had their pit stop not long ago, but we have to take into consideration the other teams have to do their pit stop. So track position wise, with the newer grip and everything, is just on Vegard Goderstad to actually, you know, turn the laps in and see where it leads him at the end of things.
Now, does that mean he's about to do... Obviously, there's been a driver change for them. Does that mean they're about to do another double stint now? Is it going to work now in the slightly warmer conditions that we've got, just approaching 2:30 in the afternoon virtual standard time? Is it going to be too warm now for them to do that? Because they didn't exactly seem to struggle in the first two stints.
No, they're not going to struggle. From what I had a conversation, 30 degrees, I think it's perfect conditions for the Porsche Cup tire. So they're not going to overheat like you probably would have doing, for example, a race around Interlagos right now in the warm weather of 60 to 70 degrees, right? But you can still work the tires very well. It's just a thing of finding yourself into the good traffic, navigating yourself into really consistent laps. That's what Vegard Goderstad have to do to get that upper edge on the rest of the field.
My only concern for them is the others cutting out a pit stop entirely. Can they do this on 5 stints and 4 stops? I feel like it may be a stretch, but if they can, then it's a concern for them. What they would need to do is do an hour and 12 stints, I think, because 5 times 12 is 60, isn't it? So, yes, it is. So they would need to do hour and 12, which would mean they'd need to carry on here for another 12 minutes from now, pretty much. Can the 992 cars do that in the current fuel situation? I'm not entirely sure, although I don't know.
I'm not fully convinced either. I'm right with you on that same mark. It's just, I would say maybe, you know, I would say we would know at the final pit stop. I'm gonna pretty much say maybe at the final half hour of the race, so where we're gonna know if they're probably gonna be safe on fuel, if they're gonna do some lifting, coasting. Of course, you cannot do clutch and coast anymore. So I think how they operate is the ball's on their hands. Like they've done something that the rest of the grid couldn't copy. And it's only up to them to see if they takes them to the top of the standings in the Cup class.
It is going to be one of those races where you just have to keep watching to the end to find out what is going to happen, because it's a mystery for now. Certainly a mystery to us. As Karim Havertz comes in from the lead in GT4, they're not going to be cutting out a pit stop today, although I never expected them to in GT4. Geodesic have already been in as well, although their stop was slightly shorter. They haven't found themselves out in front of their 3 rivals just up in front of them. In fact, they're 7.5 seconds behind, and Sven Janssen is the driver now at the wheel of that one. It's still the same top 3 than what we had before, and they're going to be the 3 leaders very soon, barring the X-Racer car of Kari Kortelainen, who leads the way now and is still pending a pit stop there, but he'll make that very soon, and we will have the field restored in GT4, which is a good thing, and they're still close in that category as well, as they are in 992. Jordan Caruso leading Vince Peters around. Wonder if Jordan Caruso is going to get out at this next opportunity, though, because he has been driving for the first 2 hours now. He's got 5 drivers to choose from in terms of who he can hand over to.
Yeah, absolutely. I really want to talk to Jordan to see if there was any damage, how many seconds of damage that would have in the car moving forward. Because for me, I'm still not overly convinced with how the car is kind of like set up. But then again, it's those funky setups that you probably would put around the car, max camera and everything, just the way the car is looking at its stance.
It clearly wasn't too serious, I would say, for them. Their stop time was very normal compared to the rest, and clearly Caruso wasn't struggling too much with damage, because I think his in-lap was actually very good and it got him out ahead of all the others, although he has generally been caught over this stint, and now Vince Peters obviously is right behind him, as you can see. So don't think there's too much to worry about there for Autos Esports. Wonder who he is going to hand over to here, if he does at all. He can, let's say, he's got 5 to choose from. His compatriot Job Stewart is got there. We'll go around the outside of one of the GT4s now. Got the Spaniard Carlos Fenelosa, Dino Lombardi from Italy, Oscar Mangan is also PES driver, and Yannick Lapchan as well from France. So wonder who he's going to choose, if anyone. Maybe he'll carry on in this car. Can't forget as well, of course, that he had that penalty for hitting one of the GT4s on the way to pit lane. I wonder whether he served that one at his first pit stop, because I don't think he did.
Let me look. I can confirm.
I don't think that penalty was served.
Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. No, it is still issued. It's like Apex 1 hasn't done their pit stop. I think they haven't served their pit stop yet. Altus hasn't served. And yeah, they retired. And also Race PR just done the driver swap. They haven't done their 5-second yet.
Since we last updated you on retirements, by the way, we've had a couple more. Or maybe I did tell you about them. Maybe Apex 1 didn't return from the pit lane after that penalty that I just referenced, and Seba Esports in GT4 as well have not returned to the track again. And I believe the Pure Sims Esports GT4 may now finally be out. The Aston Martin that was running around a few laps down, maybe doing just enough to get points, although I'm not even sure they will have managed that here today. They do seem to be out of the race, unless I am mistaken. So we'll see about that. Change for the lead, though, on the screen. Autos Esports now behind the Visceral Esports car. Vince Peters is the new leader, and that's just an exchange of places here just before the stops. I think Peters must be soon into the pit lane if he's making that kind of move.
Yep.
Just wants the track position, wants the extra meters on the way in, and Jordan Caruso is going to be extra careful on the way into pit lane here, I would imagine. Yes, he's going to have to be slightly careful. He just had to lift out of it there if you're just listening in. Vince Peters on his way into the pit lane then. Jordan Caruso makes his way through, and that wasn't too difficult for him in the end. He's now leading the field for another lap at least. There's no way they're going to be able to cut out a pit stop at the end of the day, but their last stop is going to be a splash and dash, really.
Yeah, for me, what's more impressive is I've been looking into. I don't think it's going to be a splash and dash. They're not going to do. They're going to do 5 pit stops, but I think the final pit stop will be very well cut out, because they've been going over the hour. It's like I said before, 1 hour and 5 average for these club class cars. It's just how efficient, or maybe lifting, coasting that you are, or how you want to strategize the car moving forward. And so far, I think they're looking like maybe for a 4/5 of a stint in terms of fuel whenever they come into the final pit stop.
Still a long way away, of course, but very important to lay the foundations for that, even this far out from that stage in the race. See how much longer Jordan Caruso can continue on for now at the front of the 992 field. He's on lap 33 now this stint, and Williams Esports Academy's Kamil Grabowski is on lap 34, so clearly it's possible for Caruso to go at least one more at the end of this. Jovegor Godestan is going to be ahead of the rest of them, though. His pit stop was pretty normal in terms of what we see from regular pit stops here, apart from the Share Esport car, which has also been in for a short stop by about 10 seconds here. And so they're out in front. Rafa Renhofer's in front of Kane Halliburton. And then what about the Visceral car? Yeah, Kane Halliburton is at the wheel of that one now, isn't he? He's changed in for Vince Peters. So they're going to be third or fourth maybe, depending on where Caruso comes out, but we're not going to find out yet because he continues on at least once more.
I'm gonna try to find how many laps has he done. 33, yeah, 33 laps.
Yes, 33. Oh, David Bodka, well, it isn't even him anymore, no. Lucas Campo-Moreo, excuse me, is off the road there. That was pretty clumsy for Simify, who have dropped quite a few places in this cycle. Wave Italy are in front of them now all of a sudden, and I think Simify could be as far down as 7th or 8th, even when these pit stops have finished.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if they... how long of a slowdown that actually got, because that is slim dunk slowdown, but I think that is maybe a second slowdown depending on circumstances, and that's why they lost the track position and lost the point position instead, also due to that slowdown.
Yeah, it's not Matteo Coenza anymore, it's Antonis Despotakis who's at the wheel of the Wave Italy racing team car now. Santeri Martikainen gets into the the Williams Esports Academy car now. He's moved over from Visceral Esports, key part of their 992 lineup for a while, but has now changed over from Visceral and is now a Williams Esports driver. Kane Halliburton, you could argue in Martikainen's place. I think if Halliburton wasn't at the team, Martikainen was still there, then he would be doing that job, but Williams Esports Academy have signed him and he's on his way out of the pit lane now, a pretty regular stop in line with everybody else, and so he'll drop back behind Wave Italy and Simify and possibly Maniti actually, who have gotten involved here. I think it's going to be quite close on the exit of pit lane for those, although Martikainen maybe has enough space to get out in front of even Wave Italy racing team, so good news for them, and they'll be 6th. Pending, of course, the pit stop for Harvey and Henry Sarman, who will shake things out a little bit more in this category. Jordan Caruso carries on again. He's doing all right here, and he's getting towards that 72-minute mark, which you'd need to cut out a pit stop at the end of the day.
Caruso just decided to do his final 2 laps in terms of qualifying stints, and they're nearly equal. 2 minutes and 8, so it's 2 minutes and 8/10 of a second, so that's very, very, very impressive.
At this end of the stint, very, very impressive indeed, and that was very close to being the best lap of the race so far in 992. Currently watching the leading battle in GT4 as well, by the way. 07 Racing, Zenith Esports and Movano are all in one long line for the lead here as well. It's all closed up in GT4 after a pretty dominant second stint of the race from 07. They have been closed in and overtaken, in fact, well, not overtaken, sorry, but just closed in on by Zenith and Movano. And now they're having to fight for this one with traffic involved there, as there is for everyone, of course. It's a very interesting situation in GT4 for the top 3.
Absolutely, very, very good situation for everybody. Good racing between everybody, but more importantly, like I think we've mentioned not only once but twice or even thrice, even the fact that Zenith is still in this. You know, despite taking the 5 seconds at the start of the race, being thrown back, I think right outside off the top 3. I think they were P4 at one point. And now battling for position, just trying to look at the inside of the 07 car, but not going to be able to make that overtake.
Oh,
blocking also the GT3. I think that was Williams that they blocked off as well.
He did have a look. It was indeed the reigning champions who were just blocked off there. The car driven by Beckham just here, but by the way, at the moment, 6th place in the field, even after that 5-second penalty. Side by side again, as this Impulse 992 car is having trouble getting through on this GT4 battle. Zenith are not going to be pleased about the way that went down, really, and so they fall back into 2nd position. So someone not reminding me, but informing me in chat, and thanks very much for this, that Santeri Martikainen is still a Visceral driver, but he's also a Williams Esports Academy driver now as well. I didn't know that, so thanks for that.
It is recent, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think so. So thanks for that bit of information. Martikainen currently running 6th place, by the way, but it will be 5th when Havu make their stop. Speaking of making stops, Jordan Caruso has just done that now. We'll see if Valkyrie XP can get to the lead, or whether Caruso is going to do something a little bit different on this pit stop, just to shake things up slightly. of course, had to serve that penalty, 10 seconds worth, so they are going to drop back, and they are going to go up on the Jackson, change tyres as well, so Caruso could drop a couple of places in this stop.
Yeah, but he hasn't served his pit stop, though. Sorry, he hasn't served his penalty.
Did he not go in the box?
No.
No? Okay. No. I would have thought he'd be running out of deadline pretty soon, so...
It's getting very close, though. I agree. It's just that I thought he would come in because the penalty box is at the very beginning, right? It's as soon as you go into the yellow cones, you have to stop, and I didn't see the car stop.
I think you're right. I don't think he's done it. No, I don't think so. So Jordan Caruso taking what I would describe as a bit of a risk for Autos Esports. He's dropped to third. Raphael Renhofer is in front, by the way, because he did a 10 or 15 seconds shorter pit stop than the rest. I think that was just a bit of fuel trimming, just to get a bit of track position at this stage in the race, and it's not a bad idea, considering the part of the order he was in. So Jordan Caruso now third, but surely that's going to be a big cloud hanging over their head with that penalty now.
Yeah, I wonder how long he has that penalty, because that was issued, I would say, more than a half ago.
Yeah, the deadline, as far as I can see, is pretty much 5 o'clock UK time, GMT, which is 26 minutes away, and they're not going to stop again before then.
They're playing with fire, and if they do not serve that usually leads to, I would say, 30 seconds or 60 seconds.
I just thought the penalty was doubled, actually. Although that might be the right rules of the real life 24/8 series and not the eSports Championship, which has happened to me in the past. I think it's just doubled, but well, I'll check that. It's definitely a deadline of 5 p.m. though, 6 p.m. for most of you in Central Europe. Obviously, way different time in the morning for Jordan Caruso, but that doesn't matter. It's not good news, I would say, and maybe they're still protesting and arguing the toss about that penalty, because, as I said earlier, if they weren't informed of the GT4 in front of them going into the pit lane, and they just ran into the back of them sort of as a result of that, then I think they do have a case to sort of argue and put forward. But if they knew that the car in front was pitting and Caruso still hit him, then I think they've got to take their medicine.
Yep, unfortunately. By the way, just to get you the answer, I've been told that it does double. You're more in the right than I am.
Okay, well, 30 seconds is nearly double 10, so whatever. To be fair, I don't know what happens when you don't take the second penalty. Does it double again?
If I think it is.
You're surely going to run out of time for that kind of thing in a 6-hour race. But anyway, side by side for the lead in GT4, by the way, as Caruso is going to be overtaken there by one of the Team 75 cars. Here we go over the through Big Bend. This is the battle, side by side, going into turn 10. 07 looking to hang on to the number 1 position here, ahead of Zenith Esports, who go round the outside in the McLaren and go through. A great move by Torres to get into the lead ahead of the 2 Mercedes now trailing in his wake. Zenith Esports return to the first position after taking pole about 2.5 hours ago.
And it shows the power on the McLaren. Look at that McLaren on the straight, man. He's just breaking away. And the Mercedes looks like they're the Porsche around Daytona. While Fraser, looking into the inside of the 07 car, didn't go for the overtake, though, just positioning himself, applying pressure on that 07. And nothing that the 407 of Alessandro Quintalle can actually do to save the car.
Zenith are going to benefit from this as well, because this battle for second place could well give them a bit of a room to stretch out this margin. Look down the inside. No, not quite, from the Movano car. How long are they going to have to wait here? Because I reckon Zenith and Movano are a bit quicker than Quintalle at the moment in the 07 racing car, which I think is just a little bit slower than the 2 around it.
Yeah, which just impressed me quite a lot. And again, just resilience. I think that's the best way I can find for what Zenith has done, and still having this battle for P2 in GT4.
Not even that GT3 Mercedes getting down the inside of the 07 racing car could defy them second place on this occasion. How long is this going to go on for, and how much of an advantage can Torres gain as a result of this fight? Round Big Ben they go. Surely the aggression and the elbows are going to have to come out for Fraser Williamson, but not this time. He's still stuck behind on the way down towards the hairpin with no way through, and he can't afford to let this go on for too long, because as soon as Kintyre gets settled with Williamson behind, then they're just going to lose even more time and he's going to get even more stuck.
Yeah, the question is the Scotsman actually just cooking or trying to keep up?
I mean, I think he looks a bit quicker at the moment, Williamson, than Kintyre. And I think he's got the pace to match Torres, but if he's stuck behind Kintyre, then he's not going to be able to show it.
Oh yeah, no. He's way more quicker outside tower turn. So yeah, I think he needs to make that overtake on the back straight. Otherwise, it's danger zone.
2.5 hours down, still 3.5 to go here at Sebring in the second round of the 24H Series Esports Championship for 23-24. There goes Fraser Williamson down the inside at Le Mans. It's a decent effort, but does he have the exit speed? No is the answer. Kintyre with the outside line there will get through. Renhofer makes absolutely sure there's space for them to go free wide and goes through in the Porsche, and another one of the GT3s is going to stop Williamson from doing the same at Sunset Bend. So Kintyre hangs on after an aggressive move from Fraser Williamson.
Somehow, some way, and he still survives also the fact that the Team 75 Bernhard GT3 got around him into Sunset Bend. Didn't lose a lot of ground. Kintyre, which was very important for him. So far, that 07 car is hanging on a thread.
How long can this go on for? You get the feeling not very long.
Nope.
At the moment, because Kintyre is, as you say, just hanging on in GT4. This is the leading three, by the way. 7 seconds back is Karim Havertz in the Sim RC car. Then it's Geodesing Racing and Sven Janssen. Timo Hayden is catching a little bit in the Impulse Racing car, but he's in 6th place. And then there are bigger gaps to the cars further back than these guys. So it's getting a little bit more spaced out behind that. But Impulse are starting to make that transition from the second half of the group to the first 5. Maybe they can get themselves a top 5 by the end of the day. Williamson still can't find his way through there, and now he's seen the gap grow to over a second to Zenith Esports.
Yeah, and Zenith, from the looks of things, is going to do the natural fall, just breaking away. They don't have anything to do about that, and they're just going to do the job of trying to break distance. That McLaren on the front end looks like it is very, very speedy.
Couple more penalties to report. Door Esports have had one now for contact with the Huisingveld TCR. You remember seeing that, Lorenzo? We didn't see it on the stream, but Door Esports have got 10 seconds for that contact.
Yeah, fortunately for Team Huisingveld, it was just a minor contact, spun around into turn number 3, and fortunately for Fabian Siegmann, no damage on the car. Just the time loss, 7 seconds time loss.
And then another 5 seconds handed out to the 987. You'll be less pleased to hear this, Lorenzo, but 5 seconds for them for cutting across 416 in the braking zone and causing contact there. So it's another one to serve at the next pit stop in 992, unfortunately for your team, but it could have been worse, I suppose. 5 seconds is probably the least they can get away with, as Fraser Williamson gets down the inside now finally. Can he make his way through? He's used traffic expertly well there, with 3 faster traffic cars getting ahead of them. Now Fraser Williamson gets ahead as well of the Kintyre, Alessandro Kintyre in the 07 Racing Mercedes, and so through goes Williamson finally into second place.
Yeah, took a little bit of a while, but finally the Scotsman got through, and now he's going to be on that hunt of the McLaren with all the might of the Scottish rain.
Be using all of that power to try and get the lead back away from Torres in the lead of GT4. It's the closest leading battle we have out there on the circuit, by the way. Joe Begel Goddestad still leads in 992. He's ahead of Renhofer then it's Kane Halliburton, Jordan Caruso and Terry Martikainen. Caruso is now back behind Halliburton, and that is a change, I think, for third place in 992, unless he's just caught up to him. But they are nose to tail. They did just get through on these guys as well. You would have seen them go past earlier on this lap. Caruso now off the podium as things stand. Multiple different strategies being employed in 992 now, by the way.
It's kind of like the most unpredictable category out of both four. I like what I'm seeing, though. I cannot complain.
Yeah, lots of unpredictable things happening in 992 now. There is Halliburton in front of Caruso. So that's a surprise, I've got to say. Then it's Martikainen just behind, as I said. Lucas Camba-Moreo for Simify has been caught now by Antonis Despotakis and Kevin Tavares to round out the top 8 in the field. And then there's a bit of a gap back to Euro SBR of only 8 seconds, and then 3/4 of a minute back to 10th on backwards. So it's very much about the front 9 in 992, but that's pretty impressive after nearly 3 hours, nearly half of this race now. It's pretty impressive to see how close it is at this stage. And as I say, probably the most engaging category with all these things going on strategy-wise.
Yeah, it's kind of like it all got a little bit out of hand after, I would say, Caruso's pit stop.
It's
not pit stop, but you know what happened to him.
Yes, I do. It was pretty quiet until then, and then just before the pit stop, incidentally, there was a bit of an incident, and yeah, since then it has kicked off a bit in 992. It has relatively in GT4 as well. Fraser Williamson clearly not going to let Torres get too far away, and that gap was over a second. He's already brought it back to about 8 tenths.
Yeah, he's trying to show that the Merc has some pace in that car, and I think he's taking advantage also having a little bit better rubber than the Zenith car does. I know the McLaren suffers from at a certain point of their stint, of the car stint, in terms of tires. You have to fiddle with the brake bias towards the rear so the front end doesn't get destroyed, and I think Torres might know that, but how efficiently can he mitigate that damage though?
Well, you can't be too far away from getting towards that end of stint phase already. You know, we're not that far away from the end of another hour here, which has really flown by, the 3rd hour of the day. It's been very interesting. Lots of battles going on, not least in GT4. But maybe the McLaren is starting to feel the effects of that, because only 10 minutes ago or so, Torres was looking very threatening. He was getting through on Kintyre, and he was pulling away from Williamson as well, but that's not happening anymore at all. Williamson is the one catching, and we've got a battle for the lead back on again between 2 different protagonists, Zenith versus Movano this time.
And Fraser is flying, like 0.7 of a second taken away on the previous lap.
It's a lot at this stage in the race, 7 tenths, especially considering there wasn't actually that much traffic for them, which you could normally put it down to.
Yeah. I'm trying to look if that's actually the potential best lap in the class. Yes, I think this is the best. Yeah, that is the best lap in the class so far. So Fraser has the fastest lap in this previous lap.
Well, it was quiet on traffic last lap, not this time around. There's 3 Cup cars going through, and they're all in a fight as well. Simify leading the train ahead of Waverley and Maniti. They all brake late. Williamson brakes early to try and make sure that the Cup cars are in front of him. And in the end, it's worked out quite well for Zenith there, actually. The Cup cars have had to work their way through and slow down as a result. Zenith were able to command the corner in the hairpin there, and so they hold on to the lead, and Williamson just has to do that little bit more work again to get back to where he was.
It's kind of like you're doing your best to attempt the inevitable, avoid the inevitable, because you're seeing like someone's coming in, you know, like a plowing truck in front of you, and you know he's going to be able to overtake you in a little bit. It's just a matter of where and when than if.
There's a confirmation of the penalty for Williams Esports, by the way. Not sure whether they did serve it or not, did they? No, they didn't at the last pit stop. Well, they may have done. I'll have a look at their pit stop time to see whether they did or not. It doesn't seem like they did, actually, so it will be next time round, and I think that will still be within the deadline. There's the Door Esports penalty for contact as well. Jan Cherniak, who hasn't served that one either, although pit stop very imminent for them. And there's the EuroSPR penalty as well to serve very soon, and that will be a little bit later on in the 992 category. So next pit stops will be a lot of use of the penalty box by the looks of things, as through turn 1 again go the GT4 leaders. Zenith Esports ahead of Bavano Sim Racing Team. In towards turn 3, nothing doing again. The McLaren still leads for now.
He's just doing really good and trying to do his best so far, but Fraser is coming like someone who's hungry for something. Is just what is he hungry about to come for that position. I think he's just gonna cook maybe a little bit into this next few corners and try to do the overtake at the back straight.
Zenith Esports only able to finish 8th at Spa, by the way, partly down to a 20-second time penalty, which should apply post-race, or applied to their time at the end of the race. Anyway, Movano didn't end up finishing even the opening hour. It was not a good start to their title defence here this time around, but they did take a championship charge in a very late, dramatic end to the 22-23 season, where they were able to finally overtake Urano and some others as well who ran them quite close to that championship in that season. It was a bit of a surprise, and so they know how to instigate a comeback. Right now, they're looking for the race lead, and Fraser Williamson just look a lot quicker than the McLaren in front, although can't find a way past.
Yeah, I think that he made a little bit of a car contact around Cunningham at the entry, going to the apex of Cunningham, but it was minor contact. It's kind of like a bump on the back of the McLaren, but it's just, you know, marking the pressure, applying as much pressure as he can apply, and now we can definitely see Fraser maybe attempting a dive for the lead on Sunset Bend.
Just nothing happening in the slipstream, though, is there?
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing.
It's like it's kind of like the McLaren just broke away natural.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot sleeker, of course, and it's not gifting much of a slipstream, of course, to the Mercedes, but it's clearly got more straight line speed. And then in the corners where Williamson can't overtake, he is struggling to make use of the attributes of his car. Into turn 1 they go. There'll be a bit of a disruption now with one of the TCRs, but the gap, of course, in terms of pace between these two categories is not actually that large, and so Williamson could well find himself in trouble. That's a big dive for the apex from the Obsidian TCR as well, making their life even harder. And here goes Williamson down the inside at turn 5, looking to seize this opportunity. He's not quite got the run on the exit though, and Zenith should hang on. Torres, with his run round the outside there, should have enough now to hang on to the place, and though maybe get clear of Obsidian into the hairpin on this occasion. Late braking from both, and they will now clear the TCR.
Yeah, but it's going to be a little bit scrappy because TCRs have the gap around the cornering into the apex, and took a little bit of time away from Fraser around the apex off the hairpin. That's why you saw the McLaren break away a little bit. But now Fraser into late braking once again, comes into now the 07 as well. So we now have instead of a two-way fight for the lead, we have a three-way fight for the lead once again into the GT4 class.
07 Racing are back here again. Fantastic news. Although maybe not for Fraser Williamson, who's now got to try and attack and defend all at the same time. Here goes the race leader as well. Ryan Barneveld is seeing his lead cut into, actually, by Konstantin Schaaf, but 5 seconds is still the margin. BS Competition have led now since the start of the second hour, and they still lead the 6 hours of Sebring. Was that run through Le Mans there good enough for Torres to hang on? I reckon it was, even despite the fact Barneveld went down the inside of him there. It didn't seem to matter.
Nope, not at all. It's kind of like just ignoring the traffic and everything. And again, the McLaren just breaking away. It's like, I wonder how much wing that McLaren must be running for him to naturally break away from a Mercedes, because the Mercedes has a lot of top speed on GT4s.
Well, even despite that, nothing has changed here between these front three. What about this time with Schaaf having to make his way through? And in fact, the whole GT3 field It's going to have to make its way through here pretty soon, although they are beginning to embark on pit stops. There's a move. Williamson not going to be pleased about that. You can be sure there's going to be a flash of the lights on the exit of turn 5, I would imagine. Wait for it. There it is.
There you go.
The flash of the lights. Not pleased. And I mean, you can see it from both sides. Williamson obviously wants to stay in touch with the race leader in GT4. Schaff doesn't want to lose any more time to Ryan Barneveld.
It's race stuff. What can you do? Drivers are going to be proud for every 10th of a second they will get. No matter how. If you can get a 10th of a second on your competition, even though it is by aggressive means, you just kind of like shit off and just continue doing whatever you want to do. If you've done that, the other ones are not going to be pleased about it.
So that's created 3/4 of a second between Torres and Williamson. And as I said, the GT3s are starting to make a couple of pit stops, or at least Obsidian are. They always make their stop very, very early on. Jose Miguel Fernandez Andrew still at the wheel of that one. But for the most part, the 19 strong field are still in this race in GT3 are covered by about 100 seconds. So pretty much constantly now, the GT4s, the 992s and the TCRs are having to negotiate or be overtaken by one of the GT3s, and next up will be third placed Mag Performance SRT. Still a good drive and a good day so far for them. Hiling Wang at the wheel of that one now. Third place, Braden Werner catching him though, and that's going to be a bit of a concern to the Porsche team, who started of course on pole position. They have now dropped to third, and we'll wait to see how far they will drop in this field. Hopefully not too much further for their sake, but they are being caught, there's no doubt about that, by Pure Sims, you can just see in the background.
Yeah, I'm just looking, 1.3 tenths taken away from the previous lap by Braden Water. Now it's going to be a little bit bigger because the Mag Healing just got, I think, the Zenith car around the apex of turn number 1. But the thing is that Pure Sims number 17 car is doing the work. That is really good job, and you gotta still allow what the 99 Porsche is still doing to keep that third place and maintain themselves into the top 5.
It's still doing a good job. Zenith Esports overtaken then by the number 17 Pure Sims car, Braden Werner, making his way through. So Torres will be caught slightly by Williamson, but not too much at all. Still got to be a while until these guys come into pit lane as well in GT4, I think it's fair to say. They're only on lap 20 of their stint, and so I'm not sure how much further after the hour they are going to continue on for, but it's going to be a little while.
It will take them a bit, that's for sure.
So for the 992s it'll be even longer. GT3s not far away at all from those next round of stops. Wonder how many of the field are going to be able to make it to the hour mark, as opposed to just literally 3 teams which we've seen in the past so far. One of them being the reigning champions, the best placed of them in the number 1 car. I'll say the best placed of them they are now because they've gotten past Roberto Ferrari in the SEBRING eSports car, but they're the main 2 teams who can make it to the hour mark in GT3.
Yeah, and we're still not sure how that is going to carry over into the end of the race. If that 1 hour mark is still good, or teams know they are not going to make that hour and they have to split maybe halfway or for potentially a shorter pit stop to try to get a most track position as they can towards the end.
How short as well can you make your final stop? How long can you extend these stints so that you can pit late on? Maybe even skip out a tyre change as well, though not particularly ideal if you're in most of these classes these days. This is a battle a bit further back. Dylan Scrivens continues to make progress. He's now 9th. Jan Cherniak is just up in front, and it's making me wonder a little bit what Scrivens could have done if he'd have qualified slightly better, because he's made a lot of overtakes so far today, but not many of them have come in the last hour or two. A lot of it at the start, and then it's just more of a struggle to make progress.
Yeah, absolutely. Even though I think the previous lap he was slightly slower than Cherniak by a few hundreds of a second. I would say maybe, actually not a few hundred, actually literally a 10th of a second he was lower. So you can see, even though slower, he's still within the gap of the toe and can work with something, but still got a lot of what the number 92 is doing. I don't think they have penalties though to serve. No, they don't. So that's the good thing for them.
And in the background, Jesse Jones gets down the inside of Ian Gagnon Renault for 10th place. There was the move, the famous light blue and dark blue, if you like, of Falcon Sim Racing, getting into the top 10 ahead of Pure Sims Esports. And that was a nice move from Jones in the end. Looked like he was just on the brakes down towards the hairpin.
Yeah, just some late braking for the number 44 car, and Jones just got that cleanly. Not much of a fight from Pure Sims though, even though they stay side by side, and it actually nearly made contact with the Porsche from the Hydra Race Geodesic car, and that's why they got shoved off. There, bam.
I think it's a pretty nice move, pretty stern, you know, forceful, but fair in the end. And that wasn't an ideal run for Door Esports. Maybe there's another move coming here for Dylan Scrivens. Cherniak is surely going to have to defend. He'll be in the slipstream there, and in the background as well, there's all sorts going on with a 3-wide moment. Well, the Impulse Porsche Cup cars getting involved. Into Sunset Bend they go, and it's sorted out in the end, but could have been a lot different. Door Esports not with the best line through Le Mans.
No, not at all, but still it was enough for them to break away from Gagnon Renault and get away. The problem is, was it good enough to get closer towards Dylan Scrivens despite being faster by 0.4 of a second on the previous lap?
There was no chance into Sunset Bend though, and with another 5 laps or so to go until they have to get to that hour mark, he could hold off and just wait for the pit stops, in all honesty. Whether he's going to do that or not is an entirely different question. Down towards the hairpin they go now. Will Scrivens make a dive here, much in the same way Jones did on Gagnon Renault? The answer is no, and so he stays in 9th for the moment. The problem he's got as well, and I think this is a problem he's had from qualifying so far down, is the fact that he's got about 12 seconds to catch up if he wants to take 7th place away. Not only has he got to make this move first, of course, but then there's a lot of time until he can get to the next car. So that's going to be another problem for him in a few moments' time. But let's see how quickly he can make progress here and get through on the Door Esports cars so that he can begin chopping away at those 12 seconds to 7th place into the Le Mans chicane and final corner before the Ullman Straight. Another couple of GT4s, another TCR in front as well here, I think. Now out with the right-hander onto the back straight. Could be a 3-wide moment here with some GT4s in front. Will Scrivens look to take advantage of the carnage in towards Sunset Bend? It will be a big move down the inside on multiple classes, but Scrivens decides to make one on his own as well. Inside line of Sunset Bend they go. Where does he go though? Side by side and 3 wide around the leading battle in GT4. They'll go either side of the leader as well. A remarkable fight between these two. Scrivens will have the better line and the wider sweeping line in towards turn 1. That was well executed in the end. A heart in mouth 3 wide moment to boot, and a spectacular overtake for 8th. Dylan Scrivens up into 8th position with a remarkable overtake. Wow. Jan Chernak in the end just couldn't do anything about that, really.
Yeah, what a move. I gotta say, hard stopping. I think you pretty much said what I was going to say. You know, heartbreaking for a little bit, but gut-wrenching as well for Chernak, but hard stopping, I think, is at its best. What a move.
Fantastic. The next problem, though, 13.5 seconds is the gap that's grown now to Luka Wunsch. That is not going to be crossed quickly, I would imagine. Joe Vegel-Gottestad still leads in 9.92 then, just to go down the categories. Rafael Renhofer is closing in there. Another 1.8 seconds gained on that last lap, and it's now down below 2. Kane Halliburton, though, another 12 seconds back, so there's definitely some groups forming there. The GT4 battle is still close as ever, as we just saw. Torres still in front of Williamson, and there they are, absolutely nose to tail. And Impulse Racing are just in front of Fabian Siegmund's Team Huizenveld. They are also nose to tail as they embark very soon on another round of pit stops here in TCR. All four categories still hanging in the balance here. Ryan Barneveld's lead of 6.5 seconds is the most secure of any, but even that is looking, not race won by any means at the front.
No. I think this is wide open in between everybody. There's still a lot of strategizing to be left to be done. I think we're not decided until, we always say until the final pit stop, because I think this is literally coming down to the final pit stops, or the final hour and a half, to see how the teams will maybe split the fuel and everything, especially on GT3s and Cup cars. The 992 class is still widely open. So between everybody, I like what I see so far in terms of good racing, despite the attritions happening around track, which it hasn't been too much, which is impressive.
Williamson had a look there on the inside at turn 1. That very nearly culminated in an attempt, but no. Torres hangs on again. And so with the latest bit of traffic negotiated, where is the chance going to come from for Williamson? Is the run off of turn 5 going to be good enough? He's got a good run, but you can't really afford to looking for moves off of straights, really. The McLaren's just too strong.
Like I said before, it's kind of like Porsche and the GT3 R992 when it debuted at Daytona earlier in the year. Like, it couldn't canker around the toe on anybody. So Fraser is like, is there a party mode button around this car so I can actually go faster on a straight line?
He's hoping so, but no, unfortunately, is the stern answer so far. I'd never fully noticed this before, but I guess it is a theme, isn't it? McLaren does tend to have a bit stronger straight line speed, and that sort of negates the fact that, as you said earlier, that it does fall off slightly towards the end of its stint. It doesn't do quite as well as the Mercedes or other manufacturers in GT4, but the fact that it is good in a straight line means it's hard to overtake anyway, so it matters a bit less that it falls off so much.
Yeah, so from what I know driving the cars, I know the Mercedes have a lot of straight line speed, but I think maybe because of BOP, I don't know how that affected it in the GT4s precisely, but it might have taken away the speed out of the GT4 because they all got nerfed out of sorts. But the thing is, the McLaren nearly pairs the Mercedes in top speed, and they have a lot of acceleration. The problem is tire management and braking at the early portions of the stint, because the car just gets really light with full fuel load. So for these cars, that's where the tricky part comes in. If you know how to manage the early portion of the stint and fiddle with the brake bias on the McLaren, you're very good to go.
And just briefly, while this is extended in GT4, Braden Werner is in for Pure Sims in GT3. Now, surely they've got to be getting slightly concerned about that now. They're 2 laps short again on fuel. Still haven't made it to the hour again here at Sebring. That's got to be a worry now for Pure Sims Esports, that they'll need a splash of a couple of laps at the end.
Yeah, and that comes from a team that knows how to strategize. I think we've seen Pure Sims pull like strategic master classes before into race, for example, like Fuji races, where they do master strategies, but this time they're not having the tail end of the coin toss on their favor.
It's not going their way for now. Another couple of cars go past Fraser Williamson now, but it's becoming less and less likely that this is going to happen before their stop. Not that it's especially close, but I'm not entirely convinced anymore. The gap grows to nearly a second, although Torres does get dived now by a couple of Porsches, one from the GT3 category, another from the 992, but once again he's done a good job of being overtaken, which is a skill in a multi-class race. So he's got 8-9 tenths of a second in GT4. It looks to be side by side for the lead, though. In TCR, is it Team Huizenveld and Impulse Racing, and they have changed places. Fabian Siegmund is now in front of Martin Asher. That happened down in towards Sunset Bend by the looks of things, and Huizenveld have recovered from their contact earlier on that they had with one of the GT3s, I think it was. I think it was Door Esports, wasn't it? And now they're back in the lead again.
Yeah, and Asher, really good lap, bad lap from him, 13.8. I think that was his worst lap by a whole bunch in the TCR category. That was lower by nearly 2 full seconds on his previous lap, which was a 2:12.0.
Oh, this is quite an interesting fight. Siegmund had to come up against the defences of Martin Asher, but broke later anyway. Went right round the outside. That was a very well executed move at Sunset Bend. You don't often see someone go round the outside there. Never mind with 3 hours to go in an endurance race.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And I think also another thing is Siegmund took opportunity of the fact that his car is at its slightest, and that's why he pulled up a really fast lap before that, a setup lap of 2:11.8, and done the overtake on the Impulse team.
We've had penalty through, by the way, for Altus Esports for failing to serve their 10-second penalty. Lorenzo, they got a 20-second penalty now, and the thing we've been talking about behind the scenes between ourselves is the fact that he may just not know that he has one, which can be the only logical explanation for this at the moment, because he's not serving penalties, and now he's got 20 seconds to do.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate to see Caruso having that issue, but race stuff, unfortunately, and that 20 seconds will hurt him a lot at the end of things.
So Joe Vega-Gottestad is coming from the lead in 992, and that's to be expected, really, because they're not quite running that tank dry. They're deciding to pit on the hour instead in 992, and we'll see if they even bother taking tyres on this occasion. It doesn't look like they have. Only 35 seconds in the box for Joe Vega-Gottestad. We have an absolute race on in the 992 category. In GT3 as well, as we have the leaders into pit lane. Rainer Talvar will get back at the wheel of that machine, and Ryan Barneveld will be on the sidelines once again. How far back is Konstantin Schaaf going to be? Probably a similar point behind. Yes, it is going to be pretty similar in terms of the gap there in GT3, with Sabre Esports continuing on for one more lap. The GT3s, for the most part, seem to be safe on fuel. For now, though, from me, myself, you and O'Leary and Lorenzo Bonda, we will now bid our farewells. Time for a switch in the commentary box. Time for Justin Prince and David Haynes to come into the box, so David can tell us about the time he passed 2 cars around the outside of Sunset Bend, apparently.
Thank you so much, Ewan. Thank you, Lorenzo. I might have to save that one for a little bit deeper in this as Justin Prince joins me and we look into now the second half of this race, the second round of 24-hour series esports in this new season. A whole flurry of pit stops happening right now across some multiple classes at the moment, Justin.
Yes, indeed, especially when it comes to Movado, who just had to come in because of Meatball Flag. Right now, the mix of the strategy windows already 30 laps down. In fact, when it comes to some of the GT3s, hence why some of the pit stops are ready for Team Poinsenfeld, for Team 75 Barnyard. Already, we're reaching that window. We still have plenty of time to go in the race, but it's going to be very critical to make sure you nail those pit stops the rest of the way. Only a couple more stops to go in this one. But also, based on what we've already seen and have been talking about with the situation with Altus in the Porsche 992s, better have communication levels sorted, because if you don't have that communication, you're going to have a problem.
It's the level of care and oversight that race control and stewards and all of that take over these races that has made 24-hour series esports one of the most long-running and most successful iRacing endurance categories, strength to strength to strength, and in partnership with Creventic in recent seasons. Action now for 992 as Williams Esports Academy. Santeri Martikainen looks like he moves ahead of what's rapidly becoming a beleaguered Altus Esports 992, Justin.
Yeah, it's gotten really intriguing to me what's happening here when it comes to this class, because originally, when starting to get preparation done, it was Altus. But, of course, they still had to answer the penalty. Now they have a massive time penalty to think about. You also throw into the mix now, it's the 905 Assure Esport. Moments ago, mind you, it was Valkyrie before the pit stop window opened up here. So there's a lot of different players that can win this respective race. You also throw Williams Esports Academy into the mix, who are also on a bit of the different strategy here. And some of their young drivers have looked very solid when it comes to their consistency, to the point where they're holding up that 943 with how things have battled out. But I'm going to say this once again. Somebody needs to tell Jordan there's a penalty.
Yeah, it's rapidly becoming, moving from an inconvenience into potentially race-ending for them here, and obviously drastically disappointing for that team. Side of the final half of the race now, and so you're looking from how you set up your race to how you bring it home, and it's going to be very, very tough to bring home a good result from where Altus currently sit, with a 10-second penalty becoming a 20, and for Jordan Caruso, who still seems to be all on his lonesome in what is a team race, a team sport. Well, setup's got to be built around more than one driver. Any one driver can undo the hard work of all of the rest, and our friends and colleagues Lorenzo and Ewan were already talking about the minimum drive time, or it's more of a maximum drive time. No driver individually can drive more than 70% of the laps of a car. It's all about teamwork.
And I know a lot of different pressures on that group. They have, for reference, Job Storage, who is supposed to be the second driver in that car based on their previous announcement. And they're already a team that has a lot of different charity events going on today already on top of their commitments. So there's a busy time for them to be able to focus along here. But at the same time, you have to at least make sure at least for this title, to make sure you at least have someone in the ear. To make sure to communicate, okay, this is what's going on. Be prepared. You got to know this is going on. And that seems to be the one thing that's been the one thing missing here. Now, of note though, as you see the battle going on for the top 5, when it comes to this respective class, for the most part though, it's been fairly calm outside of a couple of those time penalties. No major contact, no major hits. It's been more so just blocking in little hits and little bumps rather than massive collisions and 17-car big ones.
I mean, it's not a street circuit here at Sebring, but it's not easy. It's no walk in the park, and the walls are actually relatively close in some places as well, and a few sections of the circuit where the track sort of changes direction quickly, and you can end up in the wrong place and making contact or feeling like you're getting blocked by some of the cars in the other classes. And of course, important and unique to this championship is the 4 classes, and they all have their not only unique speeds but unique characteristics. When you sometimes see the interaction between GT3 and 992 cars that have their different strengths and weaknesses that all work out to a relatively similar race pace. It is that 992 class that's providing plenty of the action at the moment. We've seen Altus Esports get passed by Williams Esports Academy. We've seen the battle between Simify and Wave Italy Racing, and then just a little bit further behind them, this looks like Maniti and U-Race BR. So certainly single-make Porsche racing, pretty exciting everywhere that it happens around the world, and it is a style of racing that's popular in almost every corner. But as just one category within this race, it's also pretty exciting. Here's a potential move from Simify well down the inside of Wave Italy at turn 7, and it looks like they've made that move that they were shaping up for a couple of laps.
Just waiting for the right hole, and obviously when it comes to that part of the racetrack, being able to go up to the hairpin, that's one of your prime passing opportunities if you're not only brave, but also get a little bit of leeway. Because if you go full defensive, you have strong contact chances coming up towards turn 8 before you head to Fangio. Because of how tight it can get, you need to have that give and take to really fully execute a pass like that. And obviously Antonis Despoticus had the give and take noted to be able to just quickly let him on go, let Lucas Camba Moreno go, Mariro should say, without risking any contact with a car that is having a nice rapid pace. And I think something just happened to the 996. They just showed up here on a stoppage. They were running up in second, and they're no longer on the racetrack.
So we'll keep an eye out, potentially even more drama in 992 class. This battling duo have started to hunt down Altus, but I'm seeing what you're seeing. Big problems for Visceral Esports and Kane Halliburton. The only thing worse in a race like this than only having one driver like Altus Esports is having none, which is what appears to have happened to Visceral Esports. A connection problem for the driver that was in the car for them, Kane Halliburton, and from a very, very promising place, it's all evaporated in a moment of heartbreak.
Yeah, and at this point, if you're here, Patrick Hinston or Vince Peters, it's a massive sprint right now to be able to sort out what's going on. If you have to think about it here, if you aren't prepared to be in there for the driver swap, it's the matter of, okay, what do we do here? Am I even close to the PC? That seems to be the situation right now. Also of note, we have just also been made aware, Jordan Caruso has now been informed by Race Control directly that he has a penalty. So as long as he's able to see his in-sim messages, he knows he's got one. That's easier said than done, obviously, because we've seen in the past, David, some people actually ignore those or delete them.
Who's never raced in a league where one person is too chatty and so you start to mute some of the text channels or anything within the league? I suspect it's probably reached Jordan Caruso, and he may not be surprised to hear about it, but if you're not informed by your teammates, if you've got no teammates around to inform you, you can't serve a penalty you don't know you have, and if you don't know how long it is, or is it 5, is it 10, is it 20, you don't have any chance of rationally doing anything. So this is a little bit of traffic for Manidi Racing Black. Kevin Tavares was getting up close to URaceBR. We checked in with them just a couple seconds ago, but now just where that traffic falls in those complexes of corners, it can drive a little bit of a separation. You've got those corners there with Jean de Bien and Le Mans, where just sort of 2-3 corners in a row, you cannot quite manage to get around them, and you just got to wait for a little bit while your rival gets away, and the same thing can happen at sort of turns 4, 5, 6. Here at turn 7, more action happening again, and that's in way hot, and there's contact, and the 992 is around Simify, way off the track, almost making it all the way to the Armco. That was so clumsy in that section, Justin.
I am not sure what any of them were thinking in that situation. You had Alexander Thebe up the inside rather, on the send, trying to make that stick. Yes, that was a monster shuffling, but already some of the drivers had just been discussing this about the even speeds between the Porsche 992 and some of the GT4s in the corners, and to not send it when they try and save fuel. That just was not going to fully clear. They basically needed a whole lane. It's like they just ignored the fact that the Urano car was just out there.
So Urano car gets in way hot, and the Porsche gets in and comes across the nose of the GT4. So you've got 3 types of racing happening there, and amongst that battle, they just get tangled on a GT4. Wave Italy rightfully trying to hold their line, I feel.
Yeah, if anything, they oversent it. And you can't just go and track up and go to the left side of the racetrack full. You have an offset 3 wide. And in that case, Simify has just nowhere to go. They expect they both clear. They both didn't clear. And in turn, it's Simify who pays the price.
And almost an appearance there that from the track towards the guardrail, it slopes down a little bit. So even without great speed, the car still made its way off the circuit, and you can't pass around the outside if you're not around the outside by the halfway point still. This is getting just a little bit messy as we see almost a second replay of what happened just a lap ago. These same cars once again.
And keep in mind that Wave Italy machine in the midst of this pack now has significant front end damage to consider. Pablo Espez, he's amongst those who shuffled over to Wave Italy as part of the pro campaign, mind you. He's now dropping back in fast from the Simify car for reference with some of that damage. He's had a lot of bad luck where cars just so happen to find his way in front of him, it seems. When it comes to high-level action, he has the speed, just not the luck sometimes. Speaking of not having luck, replay time for Make Performance SRT. Well, that's a way to make it pass, I guess, through the grass.
Yeah, there's pavement, there's lots of pavement, and you're so lucky that access road exists there as you approach Tower Bend. Just get you back on your way for those drivers. Ooh, you'd hold your breath in a little ride like that. Certainly that is an off track, but potentially not a slowdown out there for that.
Yeah, if anything, you cost yourself a touch bit of time trying to go that far out. But a lot of the traffic just seemed to overlap a little bit now. Nathan Emmis has done very solid, at least. He is in a Porsche, just so happens to be in the GT3s. But right now, You have a lot of positions in this respective group of train. Door Esports is just a little bit behind. Pure Esports is just in front. Semify is starting to drop back and fast towards these cars. And when it comes to all the strategy in the midst of all this, they're also on, for the most part, the same strategy outside of Semify, who has that 4-lap undercut to them.
And obviously the last couple of laps have been pretty disastrous for that GT3 Semify Esports number 14, and these are the next two cars behind for position. Pure Sims Esports with Ross McFarlane and Team 75 Bernhard SimRC Nathan Amos. And they, just starting to chip away yet more time at a potentially damaged Semify Esports car.
Indeed. This just continues to be an interesting next hour or so. That's my major question mark right now. And there is a lot of discussion and scrambling going on when it comes to things. It looks like we have some news. Jordan Caruso's teammate has now found out that team has the penalty. Apparently, the teammate could not read the penalty screen.
Because they couldn't see it, or because they...
It's called not having your Discord rules, I should say.
That's interesting. Also, not in the session, so the level of preparation potentially questionable. Two cars with slowdown penalties at the moment. Race for Cat, and I think it was the Zenith Esports GT4. So certainly plenty happening out on track. We've got the bulk of the large starting field still circulating. What's 5.5 or so kilometers of racetrack. It's just over 2 minutes for a lap in GT3, and then the lap a little bit longer for all the other categories.
And you gotta just love the race when it comes to SEBRING, and keep in mind how things have played out when it comes to a race like this. Some of the visual changes as of late as well when it comes to the circuit. But obviously a lot of exciting news in the pipe when it comes to iRacing in the next few weeks, and especially with the new build coming around the corner. You can just feel some of the excitement starting to build up in the next few months or so, especially to see what happens with tracks like this. And not only that, with how some of the teams look to try and rise, like X-Racer. They have a 1-9 going on in GT4.
Yeah, certainly with 24-hour Series Esports coming around every 12 months, it's a little bit of a stock take almost on all the progress that iRacing has sort of made time to time. So we've got a whole chunk of new GT3 cars eligible this season that just flat out didn't exist on iRacing a season ago. Some other features like that as well. We've got some GT4 and TCR cars that are new as well. I think last season we had the 992 generation of Cup car, but it was new to us then. And then you think about 12 months from now, what might we have in endurance racing for 24-hour Series Esports? And the answer is maybe needing some wet tires.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, because in the videos discussed yesterday, I think it was touched upon a little bit by the first 3-hour crew, that is something to talk about as imminent. Didn't have a set date, but it is understandable when you think about the previous announcement to that in the text form. There's obviously that just wanting to get it right first before you say, okay, everyone, here's some ring. Enjoy the fun. It's so important to get that right, because if you get it wrong, you end up having cars going faster in the ring or something crazy.
The tyres are cooler, therefore there should be more grip, and the cars should go faster when there's rain on the circuit. I'm a super intelligent AI. I don't think we're at risk of that happening. The amount of time, the amount of personnel and work hours been going into it. Of course, unexpected things will happen, because wet racing is incredibly unexpectable compared to dry racing as well. But I hope we don't have anything like that happen. The GT3 cars trying to work their way through a little bit of traffic and just finding that they need to wait and then get the drive out underneath the new bridge through sweeping turn 6 and down towards the biggest stop at turn 7. Looking at Dora Esports and Jan Turnjak, and he is pretty solidly in pursuit of the battle we were just looking at, just talking about Pure Sims and Team 75. Both of those cars in front, 2 minutes 1 in the last lap. A 159.9 for Jan Cherniak as he started to close them down. Timing2.RaceSpot.tv has our live timing if you want to follow along with all of the little details of potentially a particular team or just the general race. But if you've got friends, teammates, racing buddies, whatever, who are participating, then that's where you can keep up more detailed with how they're going. Timing2.RaceSpot.tv.
And an interesting note just came through. Remember what we talked about just moments ago with the issues with the GT, or rather the Porsche 992 leader, and the communication side not having a teammate with, talking about how their teammate wasn't even in the Discord for some reason, which is crazy to me before you even start a race. Part of me, things falling over. They have, because of that communication issue, waived 10 of the 20-second penalties for Jordan Caruso. So it's back to a 10-second stop and hold for the 943 now that he's got communication from his teammates here. Interesting, David, to say the least. A bit of a break, to say the least, for the Altus car.
Not something I can remember seeing before in this championship, and my brain hurts if I try to think how many years I've been watching and following and commentating this championship. I don't think any of the Altus competitors will be too bothered by the penalty being wound back to what the stewards initially gave them. So it seems fair in the circumstances. They still will have to serve the penalty for their crime, but they've been given just a tiny bit more leeway on when and how they can serve it.
Yeah, at the very least, again, looks like the full team is aware of the situation. And again, it could have been much worse. Like we said, right now they are still in the fight. Right now, the net lead, mind you, once that penalty gets officially served, is between these two. Lucas Campa, Burrow still holding on very aggressively here, and Antonius, who we remember had the give and take last time for the hairpin between these two when we saw them before. Well, that's going to change a little bit now that it's a fight for the race lead and not for second.
Yeah, and of course, I gave you that live timing link, and you can see some of the on-screen graphics as well in 992, how far behind Simify Esports is from Altus Esports. It's less than that 10 seconds of penalty that we know is coming around for Altus Esports. And so here you have Simify, who got a little hot into that turn 7 hairpin, managed to still get a good enough traction off the corner to hold on to position ahead of Antonius Despotakis, who's driving the Wave Italy car at the moment. Second and third, soon to inherit some positions, coming across some of these TCRs at the moment in one of the places where it is tough to get past them, and the door gets closed. It gets shoved in the face of Simify Esports and Lucas Campa Marrero. So he gets a tiny bit of advantage on the way into the complex of corners, but I don't think he got the best exit, and that's put him under a lot of pressure as they're heading down the straight here towards Sunset Bend, the bumpiest part of the racetrack.
I think we both just had the same thought when it came to some of that 3 wide. Use some of the cars as a pick, be able to get by efficiently around the traffic, especially knowing you're taking on the TCR leaders at this point. And those drivers obviously will not be happy being used as picks, but that time, sometimes it's just the equation. Now, the interesting mark is going to be when they get to the Impulse Racing GT4, because the corner speeds are identical right now between those cars and the Porsche 992s. That's where it's going to get tricky in the next 20 seconds.
992 car still gets a pretty good straight line speed advantage. Sorry, there was a truck out there. Going to get past this Hoisingfeld TCR pretty easily on the way into the braking zone at turn 7 in front of the hotel. Again, it looks like Simify run in pretty deep there. They seem to get a bit wider on the exit than their competitors. Next up, the GT4 car, and I think you'll get to the inside in the braking zone for this next sequence. We've seen, though, if you don't get past for the right-hander here, there are some interesting ways you can get past before Tower Bend, potentially involving helping out Sebring International Raceway with a little bit of their mowing. around the testing circuit here. But no drums before Tower Bend. Always a slightly weird corner where you throw it in and you hope that that little bit of camber that just exists at the apex will really pick you up and help you around, because it's not cambered on the way in, it's not cambered on the way out, but there's just a little bit of extra grip up against the curbing in the middle of the corner.
And again, just not liking these corner exits right now because of where the traffic is. This is exactly what I was fearing. By the corner exit, yes, they're even a corner exit, and you mentioned the straight line speed of the Porsche. Well, here's the thing. You still need to be able to move out of that preferred line to make the pass, in theory, on that traffic. And that's essentially just cost them about a second or two at least back in the Simufy car. And that will take time again to regroup and redraft up to him. It looks like they're going to pit instead.
I was just looking at the stint lengths at that point, actually, and I realised last stint 33 laps for Wave Italy, and I'm thinking they're just coming up on 33. And Antonius Despotakis brings the car to the pit lane. He's not alone. There is a lot of tents and a lot of pit boxes and a couple of other cars that are in there. He hits their box for the 916 Wave Italy. Stays on the ground for the moment. That's how the pit stops work in the 992 Cup car. It's fuel only at the moment, but I'm not seeing any hint of a driver change. So it looks like Despotakis will stay in, and that also increases the likelihood of this stop being fuel only, but it's no guarantee. Track temperature is at 26 Celsius at the moment. We've got some penalty news, Justin.
Yes, indeed. One of the penalties just been sent towards their way involves the 987. A failure to serve penalty again because they had 20 incident 25s on time. Essentially, that's the incident number of the report. That's an incident from earlier on in the race where they had to serve a time penalty. They get 10 seconds as a result for virtually what was a penalty for about 5 seconds. So now they'll have to serve that. That loses them even more time in the race. That 987 machine, last time looking around where that machine was on the racetrack, that's U-Race entry, was in the middle of the Porsche class. Speaking of middle, here's the middle of a battle pack with the City and Racing in it for 9th in GT3.
Yep, looking at GT3, Jose Miguel Fernandez Andreu maybe closing down a little bit. Clearing some of that traffic by the exit of that complex of corners. Clean run down to the braking zone, looking at the rear end of Mercedes GT3 from Urano. Obsidian being the only thing on Earth that isn't harder than getting Porsche to install the engine in a sensible place.
I kind of get where you're getting at there in terms of the engine side, but City and Racing also has a lot of talent when you think about it for the respective region. That's been where we're seeing, you think Pablo Espas coming towards the mine, for example, on top of his previous stop before then. There's a lot of depth on that roster is what I'm trying to get at when it comes to Obsidian. More so for the touring cars, but their touring car, mind you, is all the way back in 7th today with how things have gone. So this car, trying to see if they can outperform the... Oh boy, that's not going to look too great on the draft.
It's Alexander Teva in the Mercedes-AMG eSports Urano car who has to make some big decisions about which side of the racetrack to use in trying to get around and trying to leave Obsidian Racing in their dust. Obsidian Racing pick a tight line through Sunset Bend using that extra grip that a GT3 car has over the Cup specification car to get around and try to keep in their sights Alexander Teva.
Again, being smart is being important today. And again, I'm not blaming the urgency here for the traffic management here, but some of these spots that they're reaching the traffic today is just nerve-wracking. I'll just say that much. Just nerve-wracking because of how tightly they have to go to the curbs even in sections you normally don't expect side by side, let alone someone to make a try to pass attempt. But with how close some of the battles are, that almost essentially says to yourself, we have to do it now, or else Though someone else will just say, I'll do it now instead. You lose all the spots, and guess what? You end up being told, why did you take that conservative?
The best traffic management tip I think I ever got was, if you know you're going to lose half a second through a corner behind another car, lose it on the entry, not on the exit. Because if on the way towards the braking zone, you slow up and you brake early and you give up half a second, okay, you lost half a second. But if you lose half a second at the apex and at the exit, then you're also going to lose another half a second down the next straight because you didn't get a good exit. So just always, from the apex of the corner to the exit, try to be in a position where you're not going to lose time, even if it means giving up some on the way in. On board with Beniti Racing, Kevin Tavares, that's 9th in the 992 class at the moment, hunting down Race PR and Bernardo Faria.
It's been an interesting year for Beniti, I'll just say that much, with a lot of their shuffling, a lot of the organizational side. After all, a couple years ago, they were one of the rising organizations in all of sim racing. But it's kind of essentially forced them to reset, it almost feels like, in terms of the orders and some of the pecking orders of who their drivers are. Kevin Tavares for today, though, looking at the pace so far when it comes to him, when he's been behind the wheel, he's been extremely consistent. For the most part, within 1 second of his times throughout this entire race. He's been having a very stellar stint since coming in on lap 67. Already, lap 100 for this car to 101 now.
You don't normally get this unobstructed of a view down the pit straight and through turn 1. Always some extent of the clumping, but then you find a little bit of clean air. It won't last forever. 60 cars took the start of the race, at least 50 plus should still be running. The car that's running out front at the moment in GT3 is the BS Competition 89, and the co-driver from that car is going to join us. Would you like to, Justin?
Why don't we? Let's see if we can talk to the drivers for the number 89 machine leading the overall race. It's Ryan Barneveld. Now joins us. Ryan, hello.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Good evening indeed. How was your stint, first of all?
Was alright. I had a bit too much traffic, to be honest, in unfortunate places. But the gap stayed the same to behind, so it's alright, I think. We made a field target as well.
Indeed, and when talking about a race like this today, started on the outside front row, quickly was able to pounce forward your respective team. In terms of how things play out when it comes to a race like this, how has that planning process been for trying to execute the strategy and making sure you're in the right spot right now, like you are 11 seconds up of the rest of the field?
Yeah, we knew we had quite good pace, so ideally we just wanted to try and get ahead pretty much, and then see if we can extend the lead whilst hitting the field target. Since it's a 6-hour race, we basically want to make the hour every stint. So yeah, in that case it's 30 laps. Yeah, Rainer got ahead after a couple laps, then mid-stint went back to P3 for a bit, and then overtook again right before the pit stop. So yeah, now we're leading by, I think, 11 seconds or so. So, going to plan now.
You mentioned you felt like the pace. What do you feel is that major difference from what you have compared to what you notice some of the others in your respective class have? I know there's different manufacturers we're battling with. You're battling with, mind you, second and third in Mercedes AMGs. But what do you feel that is that major difference with your BMW today?
Yeah, we had a IVRA race here a couple weeks ago at this track, and our teammates got the setup dialed in. So we're basically running the same setup, which I think is pretty much maxed out, to be honest. I don't think there's a lot more to find here. Yeah, additionally, I would say the car is also quite good, but there were some BOP complaints as usual, but I think that the BOP is quite good actually. So yeah, I don't think it's a big factor playing around there. I think it's more our preparation and yeah, overall commitment to the setup and our practice.
And in turn, big chance to gain a lot of points after finishing in the top 10 and having 7 points from Spa. Essentially, when it comes to a championship like this, just 6 rounds to battle with, about once or so per month on the schedule, mind you. What's kind of that pressure like, but also knowing at the same time it's part of a real-world organization like 24-hour series?
Yeah, there's a decent amount of pressure, I would say. I kind of like that the races are so spread out, because it gives you time to prepare properly if a race didn't go to plan or whatever. Yeah, obviously we got P7 in the last race, and we took our time, and we made it work for this one. So that's the plan for the remaining races this season.
So in turn, as the gap is now 12.5 seconds as this conversation's grown, essentially, what are the main things you're thinking about once you get back in the car, or if you get in the back of the car, I should say, to try and battle things out? Already 2.5 hours to go, less than that, in fact. What's kind of on the mind to be able to close this race out for you and the team?
Yeah, well, we have a significant gap now. So the goal is basically to be careful and in traffic, especially. Crashes in the small corner, so we take it easy. Meanwhile, just keep an eye on the fuel target, make sure we hit it every lap, and make the hour every stint. And then we kind of want to be cruising to the end. We are. I'm gonna get back in the car after these 2 stints, or after the stint from Rainer for the last 2. I just want to wrap it up pretty much.
See if you can complete the job here today. Thank you very much for your time, Ryan.
Thank you. Thanks for the broadcast as well, and have a great rest of the race.
It's Ryan Barnfeld. His team currently up at the front. And continuing what's been a very clean run, they've gained 2 seconds over the past 5 minutes, mind you. That's how rapid the pace is from that experience they just talked about from the other leagues we've seen here on RaceSpot. And sometimes that experience is extremely critical, because not just for the practice lap, but getting that setup ready to go like today. And obviously, it's rapid.
Sometimes experience teaches you little things that you wouldn't have gone and studied for otherwise, and it's all of those little experiences, from racing other cars in other leagues, racing the same car in different leagues, etc., all of that, and you can put it together and make your experience more well-rounded. We've seen navigating a little bit of own class traffic in some places as well. Got very nice treatment as we were looking at the BS competition car on the way to Tower Bend a lap ago. Now they are hoping to swoop around the outside comfortably, easily at turn 1, and Rainer Talvar will continue to try to extend that advantage. But obviously, we know from counting it, but also now from hearing, that it's that 60 minutes of race stint that's so critical to hit in this category in particular.
It may sound like a simple thing, but it goes back again to some of the fuel adjustments from earlier this year, where they made it essentially just under an hour on the average fuel burn, compared to where it would be about an hour or 5 hour 10 minutes. And that enough alone has been enough to where drivers need to be able to pace themselves, save fuel, and be smart about how they push. Because if you go full out, you might have that risk of taking an extra pit stop with about 5 minutes to go in this race. And I don't think any team wants to take an extra pit stop, because the pit delta, mind you, in this race for a full stop is at least a minute, let alone a stop and go, let's say 30 seconds in terms of the box and the lane itself. So it goes back again to some of those changes that drivers have had to make over the past year. Those adjustments coming in very critically in races like today.
Looking now at a little bit of GT4, feels like our attention for a while has been on GT3 and 992, but every class is racing for points. Everyone's trying to put their best foot forward against their competitors, and here in GT4, Hydro Race Geodesic Racing are closing up on its Impulse Racing's 457 just in front of them. And of course we've got more marques and manufacturers in GT4 than we had last season, because you can have more cars in an iRacing session than you could 12 months ago, and that's really opened up GT4 and TCR and those, and even more options in GT3 as well, for teams to pick a car that fits, I guess, their philosophy and their driving style, and then for the whole season just try to optimize within the window of that particular car, knowing it might not necessarily be the strongest at any given race, but if it's a style of car that suits you over the season, it should work to your advantage. We're seeing the front-engined turbocharged Mercedes AMG against the mid-engined Cayman GT4.
And I know there's a lot of talk about another slot being opened up pretty soon in regards to that, to make things even more open. But in turn, that gets back to the manufacturer representation, and not just at the corporate level, where you obviously want your brand represented. If it's on the real world track, you want it on the virtual track to be able to have equal footing for when you have events. But in turn, the fan base and the drivers themselves, some of them have various different allegiances or loyalties to a respective brand. Take, for example, in the United States with stock car racing, and also you even have in road course racing a lot of times. You have fans that are attracted or buy things based on who sponsors a certain car or a team, and in turn, if their favorite driver drives, say, a Mercedes AMG, or say, drives a Porsche or a Ford, they're likely to stick with whatever brand that is for their car. It pops up a lot of the stock car scene because of what we see in NASCAR. And in turn, that kind of follows suit to the sim racing side, where teams say, okay, I want options. I want to be able to have the car I love to see on the real world track and race it virtually.
So that Porsche 718 not able to make any moves yet for Geodesic Racing against Impulse Racing here. So second in 992, go past third in that class, is just about to pop in a picture here as well. It's 4 different stories, but they're all happening different pages of the same book for 6 hours here in 24-hour series esports at Sebring International Raceway. And yeah, a little bit of 992 action happening as we watch the GT4 action unfold. Everywhere you look, every team, their own little story. Share Esports in blue and white that are third in class at the moment, 5 seconds behind Williams Esports Academy, who we saw go past, putting looks like a whole lap on Havu there. In fact, yeah, that is what's happening amongst the 992. It's GT4 getting checked up a little bit there. Impulse not getting the line they wanted. In fact, there's drama in front of them, and they've gone into the Havu. 992. Geodesic have had to make big avoiding action, and they might have damage. Drama on the exit of Sunset Bend.
Wow. Not much what you can really say. I think it was more so a checkout on Havu, and after that, Impulse getting stacked up at Geodesic. Again, just what do you do there? You have Share Esport, mind you, also hit the wall. They all slid up the track. It's almost like someone dropped an oil slick on the circuit in the same corner. Havu ended up following the car in front. That caused them to get loose trying to get off the wall. Geodesic's at the point where nowhere to go. You're already committed to the line. You can't just stop at a dime.
Geodesic managed to stay off the wall, but they did make a big hit on their nose to the rear bumper of the Impulse Mercedes GT4. A whole lot of smoke in the air there as well, I guess obscuring our initial view of what took place, but for all 3 cars, not how they thought their lap was going to end at the end of Sunset. Geodesic end up losing out a little bit in the GT4 battle, and Havu, of course, already going on a lap down or so in their class.
And again, it comes down to the poor timing of all that coming down there. You just never expect that to happen out of the corner. Well, it ended up happening. By the way, let's have a battle for 5th, shall we? It looks like Job Stewart is in after the penalty, and he's rewarded by getting bumped.
Yeah, so Job Stewart taking over from Jordan Caruso and looking like that penalty was served as well. Yep, certainly has been based on that pit stop time. So only 3 laps in the car now for Job Stewart. And this is where they find themselves battling. The Valkyrie car still needing a pit stop in a couple of laps, leads 992 at the moment. You had the other pit stops take place as well. So I would say your net leader probably Simify from Wave Italy from Altus in this class at the moment. They got another behind them in the form of iRacing. Job Stewart is going to have a little bit of a baptism of fire now.
Yeah, he's already being slipped back quickly under attack by several different cars. Already iRacing having to serve penalties as well themselves. And big passes looking like Wave Italy really has turned up the wick on their pace here with how things are playing out. And it's, again, been that type of a year when it comes to those cars. Just don't go off the circuit's the main thing. Here's the major thing right now with the Altus machine. Right now, still having to fight back amongst the battle of who's had to serve a penalty today.
iRacing have gotten ahead, but based on what I can tell, they're carrying less fuel and they should probably be carrying older tyres at the moment. So we'll see how long this lasts as Job Stewart continues to warm up, wear in his shoes, and see if he can push forward, see what he can do for Altus Esports to keep them in contention for, I guess, at least a podium here at the moment. But you never say never. There's a lot of racing still to happen, and the sun will eventually set over this racetrack, and then it takes on a whole different form. It's looking like your race leader now behind this 992 battle as well.
And Rainer Telvar does have the ability to be able to wait because of that cushion, because of the fact he's now 17 seconds up nearly. Not surprised that he took a moment there to be able to make that move work and wait for the right hole to poke. But getting to the discussion point on iRacing, obviously that is reference believed to Brazil. Yes, it is. And that's a team, mind you, not just on the road course side when it comes to multiple different series in Brazil in the sim racing scene, but also amongst those, we're battling on the oval side with a couple different drivers and trying to grow their organization in their respective country as a whole esports group and conglomerate.
So the pace is not lightning at the moment for this Altus car. They've been passed twice and starting to get left behind. Job Stewart not unaccomplished though. So I wonder if this is the way of the car. The Porsche Cup car certainly more than others affected by the fuel weight, and part of that because of where the fuel sits in a Porsche 911. The other end of the car, opposite end of the car from where the engine is, so the balance can shift a little more than some mid-engine GT3 cars, for example. And no ABS or traction control.
Again, part of that I think also is to keep in mind, they still have a lot of scrapes on the door. It looks minor, yes, but even those little things can possibly cost you a couple tenths with the aerodynamics. Guess what? Their pace, when they're in clean space right now, a couple tenths off the average and compared to most. They still have a solid average, mind you. It's just relative with the penalty. It's going to take the whole race probably to catch back up. Let's get back to the conversation of GT3s, though. Say about esports, doing say about esports things in the top 5. And looking like that Williams Esports GT3 of Beckham Jasir. One of the top drivers I think you will see in this race today, trying to rally back as well.
Looking like MAG Performance SRT have been passed on this lap by Sebelt, and of course lining up next on them is Williams Esports GT3. So 3 cars in class for position in pretty close proximity, cutting their way through a little bit of the traffic here. The Sebelt Porsche getting ahead on this lap, and now getting through that traffic goes the Williams Esports GT3. We'll hope to be next, sizing up the black and yellow BMW.
believe that's a recent switch too when it comes to Beckham, because he was previously in PRL competition, part of Fiercely Forward's organization, believe, in those yellow and black machines. And Jasir's a solid pickup because he's a very consistent driver and one of the fastest drivers in that respective league scene in the respective Open Series, but also in turn because he's got solid experience for situations like this with a couple different groupings. Again, that organization's car has been running some of its fastest laps of the race right now. 1:58.6. They gained half a second last time. Now it's 3 wide with traffic for the spot.
Yeah, the GT4 car ends up forming a little bit of a pick, but for MAG Performance, they went the wrong way. Now they're under fire. Williams Esports GT3 Mercedes down the inside of turn number 1, taking that position away, and in the space of 2 laps, 2 positions back for MAG Performance. Sebelt going ahead. Now Williams Esports defending that position as they try to put the Pure Sims Aston Martin GT4 between themselves and their latest disposed car.
And again, it was perfect timing really before things really picked up in terms of the traffic and got even more contested like that was there. So it's going to be difficult to be able to pass back though based on what that Williams machine's been trying to do in their comeback attempt. Some of the troubles earlier. Jasir, mind you, a multiple-time go-karting champion from the Sunshine State.
Sebelt dropping 2 positions and now dropping a little bit of time. Good move by Williams Esports GT3, picking the right way of the traffic, getting the inside of turn 1. Beck and Jasir moving ahead, and you know what? I think you might fancy one more.
I mean, wouldn't you fancy one more spot? After all,
one good pass deserves another.
Yeah, and
that
I know
is bend it like Beckham.
And they have had a couple different tangles with the MAG Performance machine today. So, wouldn't be surprised if the boxing gloves are out amongst these two.
Down the back straight here in the slipstream, approaching high speeds that you then take into Sunset Bend, trying to flow your momentum around this incredibly bumpy and therefore unpredictable part of the racetrack. Your sight line's also obscured as you try to take an apex amongst the concrete barriers, try to exit up against that tiny little berm and the concrete barriers out there as well. And every time you go down this front straight and you feel every single little bump, every divot you go, I suspect sometime in 1944 someone landed a bomber very hard on the concrete to make that particular dent. Was a training base after all.
Yeah, it's been decades of racing, mind you. I know there's a lot of talk, it's a little repaved sign in the real world, but this track's got character. What can you say? People love character, but Wayne, I think right now not only needs to use those characteristics to his advantage to be able to try point defense here, but it's going to be to where you have a driver that's quicker by at least a couple tenths per lap right now, who's pretty much proving they want to go and want to go quick before the pit stop window. They're within 10 laps of pit stops.
Yeah, definitely potentially even less as you see 9 minutes to the top of the hour, which for a lot of teams is a target. It's definitely the target of almost all of the GT3 teams, and it's kind of a target of some of the 992 teams as well. It's certainly a reference point if you're in GT4 and TCR, although those two categories, they are a little bit more economical by order of less horsepower, tend to go a little bit longer on each stint, but they tend to refuel a little bit slower, going past some GT4 offline somewhat for Yilin Huang MAG Performance, and it gives another great run to Williams Esports GT3. This is sort of their party piece, isn't it? Hold back that half a car length, some traffic comes along, and then just get a really good exit. Now instead of to the inside of turn 1, it's to the inside of Sunset Bend, looking for yet another position. Williams Esports GT3, good line on the way through, tracking the speed all the way out. The Mercedes goes up a spot.
Easy done the move. It looks like the Porsche has the draft for the switchback attempt. Just not electing to make it right now. That speed's just too rapid at the moment in that one machine. They're all on just about equal strategy. Now this is all allowed the Sebring Esports machine to join the fun, and all this with a lot of traffic to deal with, that MA70 esports machine has to get as wide as it can to the side of the curb, to the point it's off the track.
So,
Oh, and trouble ahead. The Pure Sims car just got spun. So now this... Go ahead.
what was third place GT3 or one of their other cars?
This is now going to become a major fight here because that 17 car had been at least a quarter track up. It's now down to maybe a couple seconds.
We'll keep across this as it unfolds in GT3. Obviously, 3 cars in pursuit here and coming across in the braking zone. Mercedes to Mercedes contact, and there, Braden Werner, Pure Sims Esports 17, gets spun around. They're going to the inside. They're out braking, and do they come across a car that has less braking performance than them and maybe inflict that on themselves?
That just cost them at least 5-10 seconds on the racetrack, so I wouldn't be surprised if this entire draft train that's now built up for this position fight catches up and makes it a battle for the podium with how things have played out. Now, the key thing is if they play themselves here before it stops.
So at that start of that lap, the gap from Pure Sims in third to Williams Esports in fourth was 10 seconds. It's much less than that now, although there doesn't seem to be too much damage to anywhere other than the bumper on the Pure Sims car. The gap is now like 7 seconds, so really only 3 lost by the looks of things. Beckham just here very, very confident the way he cuts his way through the traffic. The 2 in his category behind not able to so easily clear a GT4, and we've just had a great replay, a reminder of why you do need to be careful sometimes, why you do need to lift off on the way in, brake early, or just wait one corner and do it on the next straight, because eventually you'll bite off a little more than you can chew, or maybe have a mistake like what we saw.
Again, you're seeing just how quick that Williams car can get once it's settled in. By the way, Beckham just see her fastest car on the racetrack by more than a second last time by compared to the leader.
Tough to gauge on just a lap-to-lap basis who's going quickly, and you kind of need to average a couple. But yep, the way he's picked his way through the traffic, the way he's made positions and now starting to leave them behind, absolutely confident that that Williams Esports GT3 is in some pretty fine form at the moment. Air temperature has hardly moved anyway in this race, but the track temperature continues to come down. The shadows are getting longer and longer and longer out here, so maybe it's also helping the Williams Esports GT3 Mercedes come into its zone.
Still liking the position though for Ferrari for a potential switchback here, or a pass attempt. You talk about looking at the average, dead even on the pace. That small difference in draft could become a difference. I wouldn't be surprised if Ferrari waits until after the stop though, because right now they seem to be just that even. He's using the chance to save time, possibly for the pit lane, knowing there is some traffic to deal with pretty soon here. Pablo Espes, for example, right on cue for it. By the way, Warner just came into the pit lane 30 laps into his stint. He was the car that got spun around before, so the window's open.
Yep, from third in class, Pure Sims Esports Braden Werner pits. And a struggle it might be to make it to the end with just one more stop from here. That rear left bumper still slightly tweaked.
I don't know if they're going to be able to replace it.
What's going on for them? Is that Ross McFarlane getting in, or is that a different car?
That is Lucas Lindquist that's actually getting into the car.
Yep, that it is, the 17, not the 16, you're right. Away they go with that. New tyres, new driver, full tank of fuel by the looks of things, but a task for Lucas Lundqvist to try to hold on to a podium in what might be a slightly damaged car against some very quick competition, and with a significant chunk of fuel saving maybe to happen to avoid a splash and dash with 2 minutes to go in this race.
That'd be a nerve-wracking time, I think, right now. Has to be something that you say, okay, hard fuel save mode. Try and save an extra 2 to 3 minutes here. Then we can try and see if we can stretch an extra 2 to 3 minutes to close it out. Maintain as much as possible. At this point, I don't see it being pounce mode or in a situation where it can fully go attack mode compared to some of the others that are in a more prime position to attack because of the very early fuel save methods. Or in the case of Ferrari, especially here, the willingness to at least give up the ghost for a minute and wait for chances like this one.
Got another split side-by-side around the GT4 car, and Roberto Ferrari in the Seibelt Esports BMW might just get his spot back round the outside of turn 1. I smell an in-lap here, while suddenly it's gotten racy while they were willing to sit there for a couple of laps. Now, getting a spot back, maybe wanting to lead on the way into the pit lane. It's right about time for GT3 pit stops. We obviously have just had one from the car that was in third. But as I look at the timing screen, I suspect it's about to light up. I'd expect our race leader BS Competition in. I'd expect second place Mercedes-AMG Esports Urano 90 in. I'd expect Williams Esports GT3 Beckham Jasir in from third as well. I think it'd be more GT3s than not on the pit lane in the next 120 seconds.
I mean, the other point that comes up to mind in that respective move is, why not? Because you had traffic already open the door for you to make a pass, holding up the driver in front of you. You've been waiting to pass. Why not make the move now instead of after the pit stop window? I know the prime normal way would be after stops to be able to push and then save. But sometimes you just take the opportunities that just pop up like that right before when you're in that respective call. You rarely get those chances where someone gets held up by 2 seconds.
The race leader is on the pit lane. Reina Talvar BS Competition goes to their pit stall. And unsurprisingly, driver change. Reina Talvar out. Ryan Barneveld is going to get back in. We just spoke to him. And he maybe gave us a little bit of a hint into the way that they're going to approach this final stint. And second is also in Urano Esports. And there'll be more in than not in your mini picture. Seibelts are going to stay out for one more though, while Williams and Mag pit in around them. This is an interesting little deviation for Seibelt that might help them towards the end of this race, because they're still in with a chance at a podium.
Fuel chances being taken here with lots of traffic. This is also a tough play because Roberto Ferrari, even though he's going further, helping his case for the end of the race here, he might just as well lose the same amount of time here because of how much traffic is lined up astern. You have a mixture of touring cars, you have a mixture of the Porsches. He's already getting held up a little bit on the corner exit, trying to check up for one of the cars in front.
And it feels pretty critical at the moment as well, because this could be a lap for an overcut to put a little bit of time into, maybe get back past some of those drivers and some of those teams, like we saw Seibelt trying, for example, against Williams mayhaps, amongst this. Many other teams on pit lane at the moment, and this is one of the pit stops with 2 hours to go. We're also seeing a lot of driver changes, so Konstantin Scharf, it looks like, actually stays in what was the second place running car. Ryan Barneveld got into the leader. Thibaut Prevost has gotten into Williams Esports GT3 that was running in third. Alessandro Maras getting into the Mag Performance SRT car. And we'll wait and see in a second what Seibelts do, because I think they're going to be in a second. This is Astro Racing. Now, you've been keeping across a lot of this, Justin. Did they pick up a penalty relatively recently?
Well, when it comes to Astro Racing 33, yeah, time penalty picked up a while ago. They have not served it yet. As a matter of fact, it's a 20-second penalty, a 10-second plus a 10-second for a repeat. And that was at about more than an hour ago on the timestamp possibly, so they have not served it. And they're being very aggressive here with the lead lap cars.
And if I'm seeing this right, I think this is in-lap for Astro Racing as well. So your out-lap and your in-lap always feel a little more critical than any of the other laps. But if it's in-lap, you do want to be on the inside of Sunset Bend, because if you're around the outside, you'll have to give up a lot. We'll see what happens for the Astro Racing AMG Mercedes, and with that tight line through Sunset Bend, it is to pit in. Penalty box is hard right after you go past the yellow cones. It's right there. Astro Racing are going to have to serve a pretty nasty little penalty, but they're all over it.
On the bright side, they have that communication down. It took them a long while to do so. It's been a rough past couple rounds for them. They DNF to start the season. Lengthy penalties in the second race of the season already.
What are Sebelt doing? They are scored as, well, they were race leader last time they crossed the line. They're not no more. Back to BS competition. Here's Williams Esports. New driver in fourth, just ahead of Sebelt. Now Sebelt have made their stop.
Also the driver change obviously being made when it comes to the Williams machine. I'm curious. This change plays into the factor of things. They've had rapid pace so far. Can they execute now with the different driver? Now, of course, there was a lot of emotion previously for Turbo Prevost coming through from some of the earlier incidents. And it's a matter, I think, of making sure you don't see too much red through that mist of speed that you're looking to emanate to catch up and close up by the end of this race.
Whole handful of GT3 contenders on the straight right now, with Pure Sims, Williams, and even back here, a little bit of a nice 992 battle going on. Luca Alpert in the Scherer Esports car trying to hunt down Williams Academy. We've had a much bigger split of strategy in this class than some of the others. Who's leading chops and changes, and these two are going to have to pit within the next 10 laps, and then it's a question of who leads at that point and who's in the best strategy position by the end of the race. But to be scored as the race leader right now in this moment, it's the Williams Academy car, and now it's Scherer Esports as they go down the inside of turn 1 into the lead of the race in the 992 class. You can get over-undered on the exit there, and that's what Williams are looking to do before they drop back in line. Scherer Esports, Luca Alpert to the lead of 992.
And to me, it's inconclusive who's going to come away with this class win. Already just under the 2 hour to go mark. There's been at least 4 or 5 different leaders for this class. That's how close things have been. Altus, of course, had a decent shot with the penalties, but now with how things have played out because of this respective class, it's a prime opportunity for the Academy program because they have a lot of young drivers like Grabowski trying to prove themselves. You have Martin Cowan trying to prove themselves a part of this respective grouping. There's a lot of pressure for them. That's not including the fact in regards to this. You also throw Simufy, Wave Italy into this grouping. I don't know which way this is going to go. Sure, it's got a better consistent pace, but based on the strategy splits as well, any mistake opens up the door for not just the Academy car, but also for Simufy and Wave Italy.
Seeing a lot of pace out of the Scherer car now as well. Good pass, and now pulling a couple of car lengths on their rivals. GT3 Manini machine lining up on the back of them. It was much easier to tell a Cup car from a GT3 when the GT3 car was a different model of Porsche, but now you're like, are the headlights quite the same? Is one rear wing slightly different? The fenders are wider on the GT3 car, but only just. It can be very, very confusing. There is Manini getting in between. We've had almost all of our GT3 stops, but 992 stops are a little bit of a wave. We had Altus's stop a little while ago. now Scherer, I think, begin lap 25 of what have been 30-ish lap stints. They'll have to give up just a little bit to facilitate the GT3 getting through. What I'm most looking forward to later in this race is maybe those palm trees there are going to light up.
I don't think the palm trees have lights on them, do they?
No, they... Okay, no, I won't. Just trust me, you'll feel silly later on.
Okay. You're not talking about the Phoenix Raceway palm tree type of lineup, are you?
In the camping there's fake palm trees. They've got LEDs in them.
Oh. Wait. We're in Florida. Why would you have fake palm trees?
To put LEDs in them.
Just put the string lights on the tree.
You're looking for logic in a place where logic doesn't exist.
Well, Florida, go to Florida.
Where real palm trees go to die. Perhaps. Don't know. Not sure. 992 playing out at the moment between Scherer Esports and Williams Esports Academy. There's a few cars behind them on track that are carrying more fuel, potentially with fresher tyres. Simify in third, Wave Italy in fourth. Altus Esports, I think, had been catching up to Wave Italy and now dropped back a little bit. Or did they get around Maniti? Did someone else pit? A lot to keep an eye on as far as Altus coming back in this race. Is the race coming towards Job Stewart as he begins to wake up?
I believe Valkyrie may have pit, but you mentioned Ross McFarlane earlier. He's currently right where he started. It's almost been stuck running in planks, it seems, with how that car's luck's been, but also just not been able to gain any spots. Now, they are being reeled in by the Simify car, and there is that small difference. You're asking, what's the difference between the models, right? You have in one case the Porsche 911, you have the 992 in the other circumstance. And really, when you look at the car manuals and look at the discussion, here's the major thing as you see some of the traffic come in. For the 991s, picked up upon for those in the Porsches, they are running some of those end points and arrow wickers and plates for those respective race cars. You'll see that on the front bumper. That's one of the prime ways to tell the difference today, because you look at the 992s, guess what? Your race leaders are not running those respective aerodynamic parts on the front bumpers. And for those curious, why would that be the case when it comes to the front downforce in some of those respective settings? Well, good question. Sometimes, again, it's down to the preference of the car, down to the preference of what you want for the downforce, and from so forth. What's going on with the replay, though, for the double box, rather? How about a traffic jam?
Yeah, all live at the moment as we got the TCR battle getting separated a tiny bit there. Obsidian Racing trying to hold on to P6. We saw a move amongst GT3 and Ross McFarlane lost a spot to Simify Esports. Tristan Iglesias managed to poach a spot away from him. So in the little picture, GT3 battle. In the big picture, TCR battle. And between Hyundai Velosters needlessly complicated little apparatus by having two doors on the passenger side and one door on the driver's side, and therefore in right-hand drive markets having one right-hand side door and two left-hand side doors, but in left-hand drive markets having one left-hand side door and two right-hand side doors. So they have to make different doors for the right-hand side of the car depending on the country.
That kind of confuses me, but also makes sense at the same time. Again, it's all down to regulations, right? Again, what do you think about when you have that respective driver's side? In the case of North America, the left side, the most common is the left turn, be able to in turn see, but able to rotate, be able to see that blind side close to you. If you're turning, say, into that left-hand turn, where you're very likely moving to the passing lane. It's opposite when you think about it, though, in our countries where you're going left-hand drive, you're likely moving over to the right lane, and that kind of makes sense in terms of the difference there, but also in terms of you're likely to get more people in on the opposite side, of your passenger side, compared to bringing a bunch of people on the driver's side in the consumer car, if that's what you're talking about. Or am I missing the gist?
No, that's roughly what it is. Except your North American perspective says, you know, changing lane, and my perspective says you've got to sit on the right-hand side of the car to give you the best view of whether the road's clear ahead for you to get around a road train.
What do you mean road train?
I'm sure you can Google road train at some point.
Are we talking about trains or train of cars?
Okay, Justin. No worries.
No.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, you mean
Don't
trucks? You mean a truck?
worry. I mean a road train.
That's a truck.
It's a lot of truck. It's an incredible amount of truck. It's a world-leading quantity of truck.
It's an 18-wheel truck. That's the same thing.
No, it's more wheels than that.
What, 36?
I think I'll fall asleep if I start counting.
I'm gonna also ask this. Why would a truck require 3 cargo trucks? Just put them on a train.
Road train.
You have cargo trains, right?
Yes.
So put
seriously, some places so small, so isolated. You know, it takes 3 days to drive there. It takes 3 days to drive back. If you've got one truck, you're doing one weekly round trip. That's not enough to build a railway line. It is enough to put a couple of trailers behind a truck and form a road train.
I mean, for reference, from what I've seen, the longest thing you can really have is those bendy buses. Anything longer, you're not allowed to have it on the road. Obviously, where you're from, it's very different. But, again, it goes down to the same just seeing what's next to you in the blind spot, I think, is the main thing, right?
Something like that. I don't know exactly.
Well, race cars. Let's talk about that.
I feel like we should. This looks like Williams falling back a little bit towards Seibelt. Obviously, before that round of pit stops, the Williams car was looking very, very strong. Seibelt ran a couple of laps longer. One of the cars in a very unique and strong fuel situation. Now they look to maybe be coming back a little bit. Here we go with the traffic. We talked about Ross McFarlane earlier. How about Wave Italy's Honda TCR and Impulse's Honda TCR? So, TCRs of a feather seem to be flocking together at the moment because we had 2 Velocitas fighting each other. We got 2 Civics fighting each other right there.
That's actually a battle for position amongst those touring cars, by the way, because Wave Italy just took second. And keep in mind, Impulse for much of the race has either been the leader in second, so that's a big progression forward again from that perspective, Cam. And Anton seems to be doing well. But
so Hoisingfeld's still leading TCR, but yeah, second and third we just had a little bit of a peek of, and we'll now have another look at moves being made at this point in the race. Impulse go back to third. Ooh, and have to take just a little bit of evasion. Based on the flash of that headlight, Justin, do you think they appreciated that?
You never appreciate any type of pass, but they don't appreciate it more so because that cost them about half a second. So it's not something in major aspects in the big picture, I think, per se, but I think they're absolutely worried about it because I've noticed just now in that respective grouping, massive difference in fuel strategy save. Now, back to the Williams point, though, as we're keeping an eye on this pack now for third, the pace is still dead even. Based on what we've seen, that Williams car is much quicker once the fuel burn starts to go off.
different parts of the stint will favour different cars, and of course that happens in all kinds of categories of motorsport. Like, Ferrari F1 car seems to get better towards the end of a stint than at the start now, unlike how it was the whole rest of the season. Through turn 7 we go, and management of the traffic compared to just the raw speed may be flattering Williams at this point, as they get a good run through the traffic, keep Seatbelt an arm's length back, look to range up towards Pure Sims for Tower Bend. It looks like your TCR leader in the form of the Hoysinkveld Hyundai Veloster leading TCR, and also getting around one of the GT Force, popping in to then take the full width of the track. Through Tower Bend goes the GT3 of Williams. In pursuit of trying to pass the 17, which I think needs to stop soon.
In terms of the 17.
What's going on for the number 17?
Just checking out in terms of those respects, since the Pure Sims car, we talked about close to stints. They're only 11 laps in.
True. They were roughly on the same cycle as Williams, weren't they? And then they pitted maybe one lap earlier because of where they were in their stint, but then also maybe because a little bit of the damage we saw them sustain. So what was sort of a 10-second gap became kind of a 5-second gap, and now at this point is seeing them very much under fire from charging Williams car that's dragging Seatbelt along with them. This looking like a battle for the podium as well. BS Competition snug in their race lead. Mercedes-AMG Esports Urano 90 in second at the moment, and this is third, fourth, fifth in GT3.
For the right opportunity to make things work. We've seen already how big fuel save can be. It's pretty clear though, even under the braking, Prevost is quicker when it comes to the pace. It's just, when does he elect to go? Right now these drivers, they need basically a full pit stop gone to be able to get up to Barneveld with the pace that's happened today. But at the very least, you can try and get some very important points for the season progression. Especially knowing when it comes to this class, essentially, none of your front runners from the top 5, mind you, for the last time out, are even in the top 5 currently, let alone most of those drivers in the top 10 from the first race at Spa.
Yeah, it's the Urano number 90 that are looking like, if everyone finished where they run now, would go to the lead of class as far as championship points.
Yeah, almost missed them on the number sheet, but really them, and maybe Maniti, who's running in 7th. BS Competition, obviously going to gain a lot of points for this race. Williams, you throw in that same bucket though. You put them in 3rd, you have a conversation of making it a 4 or 5 car battle in the first couple races, already a 3rd of the schedule down. And with the winter time coming up here, it allows that opportunity for the next time out with Silverstone to talk a lot about what to plan for and get that execution done perfect for a track known for obviously needing good speed, but also known for attrition points. Keep in mind that 92 car is also amongst those who need some spots right now, because they were 10th in the opening race. And getting just 8 points in the second race of the season doesn't scream championship contender by round 6 end.
They might get one here behind Alex Bennett, Maniti Racing Green in the Porsche. So Mercedes-AMG Esports Team Urano, this is the number 92 car, not to be confused with the number 90 that runs in second at the moment. And we're saying with that result would sit comfortably in the championship. They are 8th at the moment, looking at 7th here in the GT3 field. You've had the leader pit from 992, Luca Alpert, and the Share Esports cars in. How about the leader from GT4 pits as well, Adam Isaacson from SimRC. So pit lane, never a dull place in a multi-class endurance race.
will say for them, it's almost been extremely quiet whenever they've cycled up front. For the most part, it's been Zenith and 07, their class. It's not that we're ignoring that grouping, it's just, it's been that calm for those cars leading.
Alexander Tiber in the Urano 92 Mercedes here almost had a little bit of a look to the inside of Le Mans. It's one of those interesting corners where the fastest racing line takes you very wide on the entry to then cut back to a late apex, but it leaves you exposed to someone having an opportunistic dive to the inside. There's a couple of corners at Kota that work similarly. SimRC back out on track, and look at the company that they're keeping here as well. The battle is on against Movano, and you'll also find just behind in fourth, who's the McLaren?
That's Zenith.
Down the inside of turn 1, looks like is where Urano are going to make their move in the GT3 class, looking to not get balked by Geodesics Cayman GT4 on the exit. And they are not, and they move up into 7th place in GT3.
Nicely done.
So an exciting three-way GT4 fight happening, Justin.
Let's say nicely executed, nicely done. Kept clean, kept efficient. But it's also, again, down to you show the nose. You Bennett know you're quicker for now. Say, okay, you want to be the lead car? I'll let you go. Now let me save fuel off you. And after all, drivers know sometimes that's the case. You just use the draft and use it to suck up as much gas fuel mileage as you can.
This is second, third, fourth in GT4 at the moment. Fraser Williamson, Movano Mercedes all over Adam Isaacson. Now he's just come back out onto track in that SimRC Aston Martin with its 4-litre twin-turbocharged V8, and Zenith in the McLaren just in behind as well. In the Sunset Bend, and a dive, a lunge even, to just get the nose down the inside, put SimRC's Aston Martin offline. Fraser Williamson not going to leave him too much room around on the outside there as well. You'd love to see this if you're the Zenith McLaren as well. Two cars battling side by side in front of you, but it looks like Fraser Williamson makes the move, gets the spot, gets ahead of the Aston Martin. Zenith are now going to look to capitalise, while SimRC are a little off their guard, but there's a whole heap of traffic storming through that might prevent them from doing that.
Nicely done. And for Fraser Williamson, I think a race like this important to come back from the very rough one in the BMW M Sim Cup just hours ago. You can just see on the onboard, though, a lot of snaking. This is not good. You have layers of battles here, 2 or 3 different layers of fights at once.
And there's a little bit of contact, but the Williams GT3 just gets straightened up. That's Sabre just behind them coming through there. So a 992 car mixed in with a GT3 podium battle, a GT4 podium battle, all of it trying to work its way and sort itself out through turn 7. The hairpin, Zenith Esports get dropped back just a little bit, and it looks like Fraser Williamson has come off strong through all of this as his GT4 rivals got dropped behind the GT3 traffic. Nearly a heart-in-mouth or heartbreak moment for the Williams GT3, but they, almost like a second piece of contact, straightened them up after the first bit got them loose.
But in this type of situation, it almost feels like Miguel Reyes just said, I've got to get away from this for a moment. I'm just going to save a bit harder this time to this sector, get away from the chaos, then regroup. Still fall onto the traffic, because SimRC's still in the thick of things. Because it's almost like where if you end up getting too close to it, you have a massive checkup, guess what? You get yourself in a stack up, and mind you, they're having a bigger performance compared to what they did to start the season back in 8th at Spa. They're in prime position to join the thick of the battle outside of course, SimRC, who is doing SimRC things and currently in line to be the points leader if things stick the way they are.
I feel like at some point there's got to have been a race in 24-hour series esports where SimRC won every single division. I know we've definitely had SimRC be victorious in TCR, GT4 and 992 inside of the same race, and they're very adept at also stringing it together to try to take a championship. They've been a long-standing team in this championship across multiple guises, even when there were GT2 cars in what was formerly the Neo Endurance Championship. Here's that GT3 tussle, and it goes on again as they try to split their way through the traffic, and the window opens late for Williams. Patrick Selva and Seibelt gets a better run, thinks about the inside and backs out of it. Seibelt, if they're smart, will know that they are in a much better strategy position than a lot of these other cars that they're racing. Just save up that advantage for the final pit stop when you can jump them and leave them in your dust.
And when you look as far back even prior to the partnership with 24-Hour Sports, and 24-Hour Series should rather say, you're talking about Sims RC winning at least one championship for the past few seasons here. It's very hard to stay that consistent year in and year out. And that's not including the fact you have the Team 75 Bernhardt partnership that is also a part of their entry list when you consider things. They've really had sustained success in this competition for at least 3-4 years now, especially when it comes to not just the touring cars, but you also throw into the mix these GT4s where they won the championship 2021-22. With essentially, compared to what we see today when the respective cars, a different outlook of drivers.
So with all of that traffic in the last couple of laps for Williams and Seibelt, Pure Sims have a new lease of life, and you see they've got 2 or 3 seconds advantage here, clear ahead of Williams, who are going to put their head down, try to close that back up. And it's really 3rd, 4th, 5th in this battle at the moment. Pure Sims in the worst fuel position, Williams somewhere in between. Seibelt, they were really good at running longer before that last stop, and it could be a critical advantage later on in this race.
We've seen how well it worked to be able to get at least a 1-lap attempt from Seibelt earlier on. Just so happened a lot of traffic came into play. I wouldn't be surprised if Patrick Silva's doing the exact same thing as Roberto Ferrari. Ferrari's an expert at it. Silva, I'm very curious how he plays things out to set up his teammate here for the final stages. Already under 90 minutes to go on the clock. So getting this right in the next 30 minutes has to be paramount, has to be the main mindset. You already know you're within range for 3rd, and Lindquist is just a bit in push mode after some of the contact earlier and a little bit of damage to the left side. Leave it to the final stretch to be able to try and see if you can reel down that 17 car for the end of fuel stint. For the end of race stint, rather, as looks like touring cars pit stops are underway.
Yeah, it's about time. Every TCR stop from here on out will be their final stop of the race. So Team Hoistingfeld are in from the lead of that category. Wave Italy Racing Team carry on, and they inherit that lead, even if it's only briefly. There is the Veloster. The TCR is left-hand drive. It's got a big left door. GT3 in the big picture, but the TCR stops can be relatively long. They fuel quite slowly. What I'm not seeing is any hint of a tyre change as we look there. I don't know if it was done early in the stop and completed, or they decided that new and cold tyres was going to be a challenge at Hoistingfeld. But no driver change there as Marcel Ty stays in. Stays tied down, if you will.
I mean, Marcel Ty has really tied himself into this car in terms of his consistent pace. Not surprised with the touring car. And talking about the Williams Esports side and how this is played up, they are still in this grouping we still see on the battles. Very successful day, to say the very least, in BMW Sim Cup action. A lot of those drivers going to be happy on the camps. Really, when you think about the entire day and the amount of depth they've had to build for the end of this season especially, it's almost a banner day, you can argue, even with, despite where the one finishes here. There's a lot to be happy about from that respective camp and build upon for December and January. It's been one of the top teams on the platform with how things have looked this year.
Other TCR teams making stops. MA70 Esports is in. Race for Cat is in. Impulse Racing 112 stopped 5 laps ago, and my understanding of TCR fuel numbers means that they're probably okay to get to the end from where they stopped as well. So you still need Wave Italy, RD Simsport, U-Race BR, and no, MA70 are in. So there's only a few cars in that category left to make their final stops. Obviously, we're still 26 minutes away from final stops in GT3, slightly less final stops in 992, and it can be final stops in GT4 happening now from this point out as well. There was a time not that long ago where that Pure Sims GT3 was looking in a lot more trouble to hold on to the podium spot than it is now. This duo on screen not been able to cut much out of him lately.
I think they just plateaued. Simple as that. I think they just plateaued in terms of the pace. There's nowhere else to really go up to. And it doesn't help that Mercedes-AMG Esports team Urano car has also stopped falling back to them. They've lost about 10 seconds. Really, the battle is the highest they can go right now is third unless something major happens. And I almost feel like that's one of the main things coming up to mind for the Pure Sim 17 at least is may as well save, get ready to go, because it's all going to be playing defense if you want the podium, and there's still 4 more races to score points in. You take the cards that have been given to you. You don't take the cards from your opponent and hope they manage to work in your same situation, and also hope you can find a way to trip up your opponent and without actually being nearby your opponent. Oh, you know, hoping anything but the good luck happens to your opponents.
You can manage your pace, manage your fuel, build pressure over some stints, close in gaps, and just hope. And that's sometimes luck can come to you in races like these. There's Williams getting down the inside of GT4. Seibelt get maybe a slightly tidier run on the way into Sunset. Really get the feeling over the last half an hour or so and even more that Seibelt are playing a long game here. They know we don't necessarily have an absolute pace advantage on any of these cars for the podium. We do have a little strategy advantage, and we can just keep playing into that, keep building that, and hope for a reward in the final 60 minutes of this race.
And part of getting to that spot where you know you can get that reward is down again to what we seem to say about with the fuel save. You get yourself the best chance possible without putting in the most amount of risk to a strategy that you know could work and is likely to work, and something you have executed, in the case for a lot of organizations, for years. You just hit the strategy. And it's not just as simple as, okay, team, I'm going to be in the car for the first time when I jump in for my stint. If you say that to your teammates, you don't have a team. You're likely talking about 2 weeks of practices, at least maybe once every couple days, if not once per day, depending on the organization, to make sure you're in this car. After all, it's your team. You're representing the team to see if you can get the team in victory lane based on you and your teammates' skills together. If you don't execute, they will take note.
We're heading for an interesting moment at Sunset Bend here as they almost all fan out 4 wide. You got 992s trying to pass GT3s, trying to pass TCRs, and GT4s involved. In fact, yeah, you got every type of car. And somehow, Williams Esports managed to work their way through it. And by the end, you got GT3s in front of 992s, in front of GT4s, in front of TCRs. But it must have been a hold your breath moment on the way in. And Seibelt arrive in just the right time to pick their way through with less hassle than clearly presented itself to Williams.
think heads-up driving once again coming up to play. Know what's going on. Have your fellow drivers say, okay, this is around the corner. Keep an eye on it. Stay calm. Okay, nicely done. And go back to doing whatever they're doing here. I can always say all the time about how you expect it to be extremely active, but you're talking about 6 hours. Your teammates likely trying to rest up just in case they get back in the car or have to get back in the car. They're there to help assist. They're there in case you need their support to be able to keep up tracking. But if you end up overloading with information, that can be a trouble spot. By the way, it's pit stop time. It looks like for the 137 you just noted, David, through between us. Wonder how Lorenzo's doing amongst that respective group of the Brazilians.
Yeah, one of the last TCR that needs to stop, and they now drop from being scored in the race lead to Marcel Tai goes back through into the lead. Wave Italy go through back into second, and the final stop taking place right now for Race BR, and it's done. Leo Miranda now to work down the pit lane to the pit exit and back in this race for the final stint.
Did take a bit of a longer stop there, about 50 seconds, but interesting enough, they went the furthest out of anybody. 42 laps. That was offset by at least 9 minutes. And funnily enough, I've noticed some of the drivers who are in their teams are asking, can you share your fuel save hacks, please? I think that's more so just driver skill and the fact they were just that hard on the fuel save.
Seatbelt remain so close, but still in formation with Williams Esports GT3. There's Pure Sims just up the road. Here's the view on board from Seatbelt with more glare, more glow, more reflections starting to happen. Sun's getting lower in the sky. 4:45 p.m. the local time in session.
I'm almost expecting visibility to come into play a little bit depending on the driver setup here. Small trick people tend to sometimes use. You can just turn the brightness of the sun down. But if you're in VR, like some drivers are, well, good luck trying to find the knob for the brightness. But when it comes to the sunset, it's going to make things to where if you aren't used to that brightness, you better put the hand up over top the eyes to be able to make sure you see, or else it could be a dangerous spot depending on where you are on the racetrack for at least the next few minutes before the sun gets behind the trees.
Here's a rough idea of where the sun is coming from. Funnily enough, there is one corner named Sunset Bend, and that's the first place that you end up staring into it on your way through here. Looks like it's still high enough that it's shielded by sort of visor and the windshield strip from the perspective that we've got with Seatbelts in the BMW.
But if you look almost like from where the driver will be, more so the standard view, that's to where it gets more tricky because that is popping through for them on the left driver's door. And that can almost be a massive headache. Same can be said right around this section. This is where the sun really pops up, is angled to the left of some of the drivers right now, more so. And depending on the person, I'll be honest, it does make me feel a little bit nauseous just trying to follow along with the drivers in my perspective from what they would see. And those sun shafts in that bright sun can absolutely hurt your eyes if you look at it too long. You just have to put up with it, though, as a driver, because you eventually know that sun's going to be gone. You just have to wait 20 minutes.
Still a while away from the final stop for GT3, despite the fact we're already in that zone for GT4 and TCR. 992, what have we gathered from them? Well, it's been sort of 30 lap stints out of GT3. 992 sort of getting towards 33. Some teams hitting 35 even, like Havu. their finish techniques. So, seeing 39 laps to go potentially. Thinking it's still 3 or 4 before we get the very, very final pit stops from this category of car. Looking at Havu, who are 10th in class, but doing whatever it is that they're doing, trying to cut out a pit stop, I assume. Altus Esports are on the lane. They had inherited the lead of class, so they are very much going to be hoping that they can get to the end from here. Otherwise, Altus are going to be in trouble. Job Stewart potentially staying in. They're the only car in the pit lane. You can see him in that shot. So for Altus, fingers crossed on fuel consumption, I imagine.
Honestly, keep in mind, touched upon the Porsche 992s here, they're offset by 20 laps on strategy. I don't think they can do it. I think they're in an extra stop window because everyone else are racing. Mind you, you're pit 3 or 4 laps ago, or it's about 10 laps into their stint. The math just doesn't work at the 1 hour to go mark, let alone you're looking at based on the math and based on the amount of time here, being outside the window 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think if we're looking at an hour 5 to go, easy. An hour 10, you're like, okay, they'll save and they'll make it, because you want to avoid having to have a very, very painful little tiny amount of fuel left to take right at the end of the race. But from here, with an hour 15 to go for Altus Esports, yeah, definitely a big challenge. How about TCR, RD SimSport in 5th at the moment. Plenty of Honda Civics in that category. TCR class giving you your choice of car this season. I think 2 years ago it was Audi RS3 or Audi RS3. Those are your options. Then you got a choice of 2 cars in the previous season. Now I think it's still a choice of 2. And RD SimSport, they chose the Honda.
And honestly,
they're trying to make a pass on the grass against Race BR, which is the car in front of them, looking to go around the outside to get the inside at the braking zone. Still demanding a little bit of space into the right hand, and that looks like RD SimSport and James Holman are going to go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say James Holman went off into the grass and a bit of the sand trying to start that and move initially on the curbing. That got a little bit dusty, to say the very least. Oh, wow. These two just continue to stay patient. I'm not surprised. You still have less than 15 minutes until that respective window. And say about esports going to say about, they're just going to play it safe and play things forward after all. They do have the backing with seatbelts from Italy. And seats.
It's a wonder Marcel Ty isn't with them instead of Hoisingveld. What we do expect to see, though, is the 2 cars for position in front of Seibelt need to pit before them when we hit the window, and for that it's keeping them very, very patient. They've spent a long time now looking at the back of the Mercedes. Elsewhere, Naniti in their Porsche. That Falcon, it looks like they might be catching. James Rutten in the Falcon Sim Racing Mercedes is the next car in front. Falcon were faster on the lap previous, and they've been one of the quickest cars out there lately, so I wonder if they're not making just a tiny bit of progress. Still in a point where you're looking towards that 60 minutes to go window in GT3, and then you hit a point where maybe you can leave a little more on the table, not need to worry about conserving quite so much.
Again, emphasize, that's still a few minutes out. But obviously, in this mark, it's almost down to a science now with how many years these drivers have gotten used to the pattern. Because, again, less pit stops equals more likely time to be on the racetrack. And that could be just not, we're not just talking about, okay, let's hit the clutch before we hit the brake. It could be just as much as just letting the car roll a little extra bit, going for short shifts, trying to make sure you don't use too many revs. Here's the onboard, for example. You just watch the red band. That tells you where to shift. If you go flashing, that means you're on the rev limiter. Currently, it's more so the high power band notice. Trying to do it as quick as possible before it gets to full red, except when necessary. So doing an extra second before you normally would do it to try and maximize the band, but also minimize the fuel burn in the long term.
The other thing I've seen happen a couple of times is maybe heading towards Sunset Bend, be in the slipstream of a car and just sort of crack the throttle out from 100% throttle, sort of 80% throttle. You drop back a car length behind the car in front instead of almost bump drafting them, and through that you give yourself just that one car length to be able to go into the corner with momentum and take the line that you'd normally take. You also end up saving a little bit on the approach to the braking zone. Sabal's are coming towards that part of the track here right now at Sunset.
It almost looks like he's not even at 100% throttle, because even with the draft, he's not pulling. So you can kind of, if you look close enough, find those slight nuances to where you use the draft to pull you. Don't go 100, maybe the 90 or 80 as you said. But do it in a way where you obviously don't lose the full pack. Use it to where you know the draft is enough to emphasize the pull. And if you get too far back, that's obviously where you get concerned about that. Obviously, you can tell, though, Sabal is feeling comfortable in the corners, the team is right now, because that's where they're gaining. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's not until the end lap where they try something, if not just after the pit stop, and then wait until the final 10, 15 minutes to pounce again.
Definitely getting more golden out there. The sun getting lower. Hour 10 to go. I don't think it's going to get quite as dark as maybe I was hoping by the end. If you finish a race at Sebring on iRacing and it's completely dark, you get complimentary fireworks. So I'm always a fan of that. If you can finish a race here at night. Same happens at Daytona. There's a couple of other tracks where when the leader crosses the finish line at the end of the race at night, you get a bit of free entertainment.
Yeah, it is a pretty scenic sight to behold when it comes to Sebring. I'll be honest, I haven't had the honor yet to go to this racetrack in person, but you hear all the stories. You hear about the history. And the fact there are so many different myths just related to the track and events itself, that it's no shock that it's a track where it has to basically say, oh, hey, here are urban legends that we have. Is it true? Is it not? For example, let's pull a random one out here. There is a myth of Roger Penske having a Chevrolet Lola stolen in 1969. While towing back to the car from Sebring, it was actually stolen near Ormond Beach, for example. Or, did you know that portions of the Great Waldo Pepper were recorded here? I don't know what that movie is. Do you?
No.
It is a movie about the second greatest flyer in the world from 1920s. It was filmed in the 70s.
Track would have looked a little bit different then. It's gone through a couple of layout revisions. No repavings, but a couple of layout revisions. They used to use more runway way back in the day, and then they've kept where the start-finish line is pretty much the same, but some other bits have changed around a bit. One of the more recent changes, so more recent, I think it happened in maybe the 90s, that turn 7 got brought back a little bit to give it a little bit more runoff and separate a little bit further away from where some of the public roads are out there and some of the stuff like that. I think this corner also got changed around the same time. this became the complex that we know now with the triple apexes rather than being one large sweeping near flat out corner onto the back straight.
See that art form of saving it again, this time a little bit more throttle, you can tell. Just able to pick up a little bit of pull from the draft. Oh, by the way, if you're listening on, I have some bad news for you if you're a fan of Roar Esports. Your car has been penalized for 10 seconds due to an incident involving you and car 158 RD Sim Sport. In the TCR, you get to go to serve a penalty for the pit stop sequence coming up.
So from almost the very start all the way through race control, investigating and acting on reports and handing out penalties where they see fit. I'm not fit to count how many there have been. There's certainly been messier races than today, but certainly race control never have a completely quiet race. The other thing to keep on top of is the track limits of 50. Now this is a circuit where you don't tend to, in the course of maximizing lap time, really rack up many off-track penalties. And in fact, at this point, there's only 6 cars that have reached the halfway point of that limit of 25. And so looking pretty clean on that.
Yeah, they're running out of time to be able to try and think about things here. If you have to come in the next 5 minutes or before the 5 minutes in this span, you're in a tough spot here.
So you wouldn't want to be on Impulse Racing 57, maybe?
Yes. Exactly. Like, they just came down in their Ferrari. I have to look at it for a second because you talk about changes over the years. The Ferrari almost looks like a Lamborghini. I believe it's one of the only Ferraris in the 57. That doesn't matter. What is mattering, though, is right now, you're talking about fatigue settling in. You're talking about sunshine starting to really factor on in. You're talking about the 1 hour to go just about nearly in this race. You're talking about a racetrack that's getting colder and colder as the night progresses here. And this is where if you have a car that thrives in low temperature, likely high grip situations, you better be happy.
We're about to see a move for 11th and 12th in GT4, perhaps here. Leonardo Marquez down the inside at turn 7, and he does get that spot. A lot of traffic happening around them, which makes maybe a good opportunity to just take the inside line, park yourself there, and the rival won't be able to pull out of the slipstream to get back at you. Or maybe I'll have to take that back. Aztec Sim Sports working their way through here as well, and all of it barreling up towards, that looks like RD Sim Sports.
Oh, this is not pretty. Marquez backs out, thankfully. Oh my goodness, if you're Leo Moran, you're hoping your car was wrapped in bubble wrap with near contact with your teammate.
Nearly sandwiched into a very, very difficult spot there, and now getting past U-Race BR. Third in GT3, arriving very, very quickly on the scene as well. And for the fact that there are about 50 cars on track, it seems like about half of them are in shot right here, and big speed disparities on show as well. 992's GT3's GT4 battle evolving here as they also get around the TCR battle. And so a couple more GT3 sneak their way through, some of them keeping our eye on. And Raycar are able to protect their new conquest of 11th position GT4.
And being predictable about traffic started really coming to play, noticing the backdrop and all of this too. You want to make sure you have the common sense of where you would prefer to be as a lap car. You won't say, okay, I prefer you end up racing me like crazy, or I prefer the opposite. You have to be extremely predictable. when it comes to traffic. If you aren't able to predict the right path, that's where you end up having teams having words at the Rock'em Sock'em Ice Cream Social. And instead of using just the boxing gloves, you have the ice cream cone put in your face.
So something's going on for Pure Sims Esports 17 here. You remember they were 2-3 seconds clear with that third place, but they've now been caught by Williams Esports GT3, who are towing around Sabelt Esports as they've done for the last 50 minutes or so. And I put to you, maybe they've hit a very aggressive fuel save mode in this Pure Sims Esports and given up that time in pursuit of extending the stint one more lap, because we're just now hitting that magic point. And I suspect a GT3 could get all the way to the end, and that would be the target for Pure Sims. 1 lap worse off, maybe even 2 laps worse off on fuel than Williams Esports GT3 were. For Pure Sims Esports, definitely we knew they were in a rough spot. This looks like they're moving to show they might be pitting in this lap. And they've got 3rd, 4th, 5th in GT3 right in picture here. Maybe they were moving to that side of the track to try to get past Geodesic. And now around the outside they get past, they cut back to the inside because they are pitting. Williams Esports GT3 and Sabelt carry on. Pure Sims Esports Lucas Lindqvist heads to the pit lane for what they are hoping is the final time.
That could have got very ugly very quickly, because wasn't really a signal, obviously, the pit stop. You're at that point saying, let's go on in, already know you want to go in. Obviously, your rivals behind you don't know you're pitting, and most drivers don't like you saying pitting in on the communicate, because you do what I'd say a super speedway in NASCAR or the stock cars. I literally have had teammates tell me, don't tell them our strategy. You'll end up ruining it. So, you end up having awkward situations like that. After all, keeping pit stops secret is more important than not getting hit by a car.
Yeah, interesting. So for the Pure Sim 17, I think Braden Werner looks like he's getting back in. So was that just the one stint, almost, from Lucas Lundqvist? Perhaps it was. BS Competition are in, and we've crossed the 60 minutes to go. Ryan Barneveld has one more stop. Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC, number 24, also in. It is peak GT3 pit stop time on the lane. There's the leader, Barneveld, to get new tyres and also fuel to get him to the end. 30 more laps. Second place in, Konstantin Scharf, Mercedes AMG Esports Urano. Sabelt and Williams Esports GT3 might be the next. They're the cars in the small picture, bottom right. Tyres are done for the race leader, just waiting on the fuel. No driver change. Barneveld got in last stop, and he's going to see that car all the way to the end.
Right on schedule, to say the very least. Barneveld just has to avoid any and all troubles with how tonight can play out. By the way, Nicholas Olbish is in the Urano car. It's been a very solid year for him. Expect a flurry.
Williams Esports GT3 came in, Sabelt stayed out, continuing to extend as they have done. Sabelt are going to be scored in the lead ever so briefly. Here's the car tracking for second place. Their tyres are done, waiting on their fuel at Mercedes AMG Team Urano, and away they go. That was the driver change, wasn't it? From Scharf to Laubish.
Indeed. And really in their final month or so, they're still performing like they've been all year. Outright dominant at times. Now, Maniti Racing, no change it looks like. Bennett stays in. Jonas Rudin staying in. Alessandro Mares staying in meanwhile, so not too many driver changes here to close it out for most teams here, outside of a couple.
Rare at this point. I count almost 8 or 10 GT3s on the lane at this moment. Shortly there'll be less when Maniti leave, and they can see their rivals just ahead of them as well. Sabelt Esports are going to have pretty quick final stop the way they've gone. Fuel saving, stint extending, and that trend continues. into the final round of GT3 pit stops. But you can see just how close Ryan Barneveld is on the same straight, and having made that final pit stop, Sebelt Esports are in contention, in battle for third place in this race once it's all done and said. And this is them lining up for their final stop.
Nicely done on the entry once again, and this is again what they've been trying to do all race. Go a lap further, have an empty pit lane. Don't have to deal with lots of traffic. Turns the pit lane itself and take a little less, in theory, on the gas possibly. If this is executed perfectly here, it's a huge opportunity with how things could play out here. Doesn't look like there's going to be a change either, so it's down to Silva to do this right.
Especially thinking about that difference between themselves and Pure Sims, who had to give up a little bit of time saving in the previous stint. Might need to give up a little bit more time saving in this stint. Will have had a longer pit stop as well. So we'll see what happens for Sebelt Esports. Patrick Silva staying in. And then Williams also one of their key rivals. Where do they feed out? On the outside of turn 1, this looks like it could be third for
Very well.
Sebelt. Is it third and comfortable?
Yeah, Pure Sims is at least 2 corners behind. Wow. That worked like a charm. They gained 2 seconds in the lane itself.
Yeah, there's Pure Sims, who are fourth. So Williams are the ones that seem to have really dropped out of this. They didn't have a penalty to serve or anything, did they?
In terms of penalties, no. I don't believe so. In terms of anything to serve currently, no. It's just that was how well they executed, it seems. And I guess how much Silva was saving there. Comfortably has the 5-second advantage here. As things circulate, though, I think this is a good time to touch upon things we talked about already with the leader. Olympus Esports Altus, one of the teams that have had a veteran presence here for several years. Now joining us here, I think, is Thomas Cope. You just got out of the car a little while ago. Hello, Thomas.
Good evening.
Long time no speak. One-time winner in stock cars and major series competition. You're back here with the road courses today. How has it been so far tonight in your respect for Olympus Esports in the Altus entry?
To be honest, just even being able to race today was manic. We've had a massive run leading up to today, just to even get on track. I've had so many issues personally with my own rig not working anymore, so I need to go and buy all new gear, unfortunately. I'm actually racing from a friend's house, so just to be on track and be able to race this evening was all up in the air on Friday night when it all came about. So yeah, being P9 I think is a really good result for us right now.
Yes, that puts you around the bottom half of those still running, yes. But you're also one of the veteran programs, essentially. Now at this point, you finished 7th in SPA this season. Again, what's it been like being a part of an organization that's been through a lot of the changes throughout 24-hour series esports action, and seeing the progression, especially the past couple of years, of the series banner?
Yeah, obviously for us, we started in the IVRA side of this organisation, and we've moved over for the 24. With our program within Olympus, we've got quite a few top-end drivers within myself and Patrick, so we thought we'll step up and give it a shot and see where we stand. Our first time out in our debut, last time out at Spa, was probably one of the best results we've had in a long time. Obviously we got the P2 in qualifying, and then we had a disconnect mid-race from myself, which caused us to be P7, but we mentally take that we could have had a potential podium if we didn't have a Z disconnect. But it was still a good result, and our whole team program and everyone keeps looking forward, and we're striving from every moment, doing really well every time, basically.
Right now, your organization currently half a track behind the next spot. Seems to be in a comfortable spot in that ninth spot. Still have about 2/3 of the season to go. In terms of the organization structure, I know you race a ton when it comes to, we talked about majors, for example, in our series, trying to come in through here. What's that nervousness like, knowing already coming up to the halfway point of the season in about a month or so's time at Silverstone?
I mean, just getting to this point, obviously, as I was saying earlier, we've had so many different mixes of results and issues and everything. So for us now, it's just to get comfortable and stop making these mistakes in the real world with our gear and get everything sorted out and really have a great finish to the end of the championship. And we've started off well in comparison to where we expected to be, but I think we can get a lot better and get some better results and almost challenge the top of the podium, really.
And no, Thomas, let's get back to your team here. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, Justin.
It's Thomas Coe. His team running in the top 10 in class. What's the 992s? Of note, while during the interview, a couple different penalties coming on through, including a 10-second time penalty for car 75. That's Team 75 Bernhardt by SimRC, David. And I'm trying to figure out something here because apparently, according to Thibaut Prévost, after he got out of the car, he said the Williams #1 did not take fuel.
Yeah, so they're making it sound like there was either a significant delay or a problem in the car refueling, which of course would contribute to where they run right now. Like it.
Yeah, 20
the
seconds.
tire change was going on and they didn't realize it hadn't started fueling until it was, what am I saying, about 20 seconds too late here based on the pit stop time?
I'm not sure how that can come into play again. I don't know if it's something when you're trying to mess with, when you're messing with settings, having a glitch come through, whether it's trying to turn off the auto fuel feature and accidentally turning off the full. There's a lot of ways that can happen, to say the very least, on the sim. But in turn, it's a rough break for a comeback drive that cost them 20 seconds on track, essentially, when you consider things for the one machine.
Yeah, super unfortunate for them in that. 992 here, 6th place. Valkyrie Bondswell up behind Altus Esports. Job Stewart. Well, it'll be very interesting actually to keep an eye on him because we know that either they're going to be saving a lot of fuel in that Altus car or they're going to need a second pit stop. And I'm looking at what the closing speed was at the end of the straight here as Christensen goes through and up into 5th. I think they're trying to do it. I think Altus Esports are trying to make that save happen, but it means for the next 50 minutes of this race, they are going to have no pace.
Still lined up astern in the midst of all this. Valkyrie has had a bit of a roller coaster time, mind you. They were leading at one point on the strategy. But I also put them in a tough lump where they're going to be on heavy fuel the rest of the way. Maybe take a little less because that offset, yes, to try and even it out. But you're talking about trying to have to catch up a long way to get up to Simufy and Wave Italy, who are staying close to each other. And Altus has already proven they have race leading pace. It's just, again, penalties have not played into their strength. All it's going to take at this point of the race right now when it comes to Valkyrie is one slip up, and they could see a solid points day go into a, well, below average day.
Altus potentially losing touch with Valkyrie here. Oh, as they almost get escorted off the road. GT3 car making its way through, and it does cost Altus time significantly there. Getting very dark out on track now. About to see that sun hit the horizon. So about 20 minutes ago, it seemed very, very bright, but it's so flat that it goes from bright to dark very, very quickly with the sunset around here, by all accounts. Final 992 stop happening for Shera Esports as Luca Alpert hits the lane, and we've got this big wide strategy spread in 992 happening where Altus are clearly needing to save a lot. Shera Esports taking on about half to 2/3 of a tank of fuel at this point to get them home. Simify are probably going to have to take half a tank when they stop in 15 to 20 minutes time, and there are some others fueled to get to the end already at this point, like Valkyrie here, like Visceral 996 as well. GT3 definitely seeing a Ferrari here somewhere, and it's Door Esports to their inside here for 12th and 13th place in GT3. Got Pure Sims just in front of them. But 3 wide as we go past the traffic. A squeeze and a place you never want to be between a car you're battling for position and a car with quite a different straight line speed, who you don't know, are they going to give us the space to go 3 wide? But it's Impulse Racing's Ferrari that makes the move happen, and it's the Pure Sims 16, not the 17 that's just for position ahead.
There's that Ferrari I talked about. In the midst of all that, too. I still am not sure if I like the back end of that Ferrari. I know we're getting back into the...
And I'm going to offer you some forgiveness as well, because this particular Impulse paint, it's painted some parts of the rear of the car that on the road car or some others are either black or mesh grille. And in this paint scheme, in this particular way, I can maybe see a little bit of Lamborghini Gallardo in that. The GT3 spec car has some stuff in the middle of that mesh rear grille, like the I think FIA rain light and the rear facing traffic camera that the road car just all has as mesh. And I think most of the real world paints then have it painted black around that area rather than white and teal, which are 2, I would say, quite bright colours.
It's part of the brand. It's simple as that. It's part of the brand. So I'm not going to discount anything in that. I'm just saying that just is how it kind of looks. There is a lot of
16 under attack here, as Impulse have gotten past them, and it doesn't look like it's too long until Door Esports are going to give it a go.
Door Esports, Munso's recovering from time penalty earlier on as well. Keep in mind, Ian Gagnon and Renault was part of the driver swap meet in the final stop too. Just no place to go yet. There's just too much traffic to work through because they have another Havu to be able to dodge.
An eye on the traffic for them. It's the most fuel efficient Porsche 911 ever made. It's Havu Sim Sports. Well, actually just Havu.
No.
979. Simple 4-letter team name. Still got straight line speed though, as the GT3s are able to make big moves under brakes through some of the faster corners, but not in a straight line. And Pure Sims, they thought about it, thought against it, and are now going to have to think about it again and now think against it. It puts them in a super awkward place, and I don't think Door Esports are going to be appreciating it either, because they'd like to either be behind a car that's making good speed and progress or get around them.
I think that's now lights time, though, because not only in the midst of your sentence did the headlights start to turn on there, but the light strips. Especially Door going with the purple and blue, or the yellow and blue in front. Looks like they've got a decent exit.
Maybe my turn 4 palm trees will be illuminated as well. Door is super close, slightly defensive line from Pure Sims, who then cut back across on the way in towards turn 1 when there was no overlap on the entry. Some other lights coming on around the track as well. Reflectors around the track, far more visible. Pure Sims defensive into turn 3. Camera pans across at turn 4. Oh, no lights on my palm trees yet.
I mean, could be the fire truck. You remember that moment?
Yep. That's Lamar corner.
Yes. Oh, know what lights are turning on as a penalty comes through? It's the lights on the edge of the street like they have in Florida. The lights for the penalty police are out though for the 92, Alexander Thebe. 10 second.
Yeah, that's the second running of the Urano cars, not their 90 that runs in second place at the moment. Track cooling down, racing staying pretty hot at Sebring for round 2 of the 24-hour series esports. 40 minutes left. Track temperature down to 23. I think we started at about 31 Celsius, which was, I'd say, a moderate track temperature, but of course the sun sets, the breeze continues to blow across, it all drops down. GT4 cars, 992s, TCRs, GT3, the 4 categories of racing in 24-hour series esports. And this is Door now not able to pass into turn 1 a lap ago, trying to set up for a pass attempt this time around. Big, wide, sweeping arc through Sunset Bend into the slipstream at full speed down the pit straight. Gonna have to get around the GT4, and that makes it too risky of a proposition to go 3 wide down the inside in towards turn 1. Next Door Esports hang around just another corner past Geodesic Racing's GT4. Change for lead in 992 on the pictures. Dull palm trees.
I mean, palm trees are fun. But, you know what's fun if you're in the case of Door? Completing the past here. After all, it's an organization with real-world connections, mind you. Its counterparts, far back as a few years ago, when its iRacing team has really grown after being very strong on every platform, but still though, Simufy is having a fight. This is for the lead currently in the class for the GT, for the 992 GC.
Only 1 lap strategy difference as well between Wave Italy and Simify. They'll be battling each other all the way to the end. Whether it's for the win, I don't think so. Shera Esports are looking like they're in good position there, having made their final pit stop, currently running in 3rd, soon to inherit the lead. Wave Italy and Simify will probably slot in behind. Valkyrie putting in great pace, have fuel to get to the end, not far behind Shera Esports either. Here in the GT3 battle, Pure Sims holding off Door Esports. I said, you know what's fun indoor? And I thought, sliding doors, revolving doors. I think those are some of my favourite kinds.
I think Door Esports' favorite type of door is the door to the podium.
Or anyone that's open at the moment, that's the way that they're looking through Sunset Bend. Again, trying to run out wide for a later apex. Way less traffic this time, so if they sense they can get down the inside of turn 1, they might be able to give it a go. They will. They'll have a late look, get down the inside, try to slow it up on the way in, park it on the exit, cover off the over-under, but that's what Pure Sims have a tiny bit of a look at before deciding, no, they want it fair and square. Door Esports go ahead after a couple of laps of having to wait and be patient on that one.
It's push time. Again, if you're Door, you're thinking about, you want to try and get as many points as possible. They don't have any points on the season, by the way. Keep in mind, this 92 machine has to give up 10 seconds, and this would put them as far back as 9th with the way things sit here.
21 GT3 cars took the start of the race. It's the most populous category, so the chances of a 10-second penalty costing you a position or 2 far more likely in this class than others. And they might even have a slowdown. I think they do. It can happen. You cut the track too much, you go too far over those curves in the Le Mans section of the track. And one of the Geodesic Racing cars has been off the track there as well, but we definitely, for that 92, got a slowdown penalty. This part of the track cutting too much. Here's the replay, just no grip, wide out of tower, and then having to wait before getting back on the track for the number 962 Hydro Race Geodesic Racing car in the 992 class. Plenty of GT3 battles happening in plenty of places. Door Esports have made their pass. We saw what the 92 was up to. That was trying to go for position, but cutting the track and needing to slow down and give up the time gained.
See what you did there, Mr. Race Spotter. But lots of warnings are starting to pop up, by the way, for the incident points for 25. I don't know if anyone's going to get to the point where they get another 25, let alone to that mark. If they manage to get to 50 incident points in the span of 6 hours, first, that's a bit of a feat in of itself because drivers have gotten much better at that over the seasons. But also, too, you're kicking yourself. That's a 25-second time penalty if anyone gets that incident point mark. But from this point forward, more warnings are flying.
It's just not a track where track limits are much of a problem.
Well,
there's
tell that to the 23 people who have already gotten warnings. 24 now.
I'll tell it to the only car that used up more than half of their track limits within the first half of the race, the 992. I think everyone else is on trend to not exceed 50 off tracks. Only one car was expending them at a rate that could see them potentially get into any trouble at all. 4th, 5th, 6th in GT3 on track. The number 92 coming back at MAG Performance down the inside of turn 1. They go. Alexander Tiber takes that spot. He's been one of the fastest GT3 cars on track of late. He should have plenty of fuel in this fight as well. He's looking at the Pure Sims 17, knowing that they lost a good chunk of time in the last pit stop with a refueling problem. They'll be very, very frustrated about. Doesn't sound like anything that the team could have done by all accounts. And it leaves them not only no longer fighting for the podium, but well back from it.
Keep in mind, this 92 team has already indicated they plan to take the post-race variety of the time penalty. So at this point, it's pretty clear what Alexander Thief's strategy has to be. Push like mad, run away, try and get as much separation on as many spots as possible to limit the damage. They're not going to be essentially in, okay, we're just going to forfeit mode. They're going to be fighting quick with Pure Sims, try and run away from Pure Sims, and try and gain the time themselves.
This is the section of the track where you can see there's so much concrete, so tempting to cut across, but you can't cut too much of it, or you get the slowdown penalty. And that's the thing, you get a slowdown penalty, not an off track for cutting it. So it's very, very instantly self-penalizing in that point. How about down the inside of Sunset Bend? That Pure Sims car needs to save some fuel, not just because they had trouble putting it in, but because of how early they stopped the last time around. Alexander Tiber, he passes one car, he passes two cars in this lap, and that's why you'll see the number 6 in his dashboard, in his windshield, change from a 6 to a 4, as he now finds himself in 4th place with half an hour to go.
Able to get at least that move. Now, here's my question. How far can this car get? To be able to hold on to the spot, they need to get to about, obviously, 10 seconds ahead. But if you're talking interval-wise, get to where Sabout is, if not within drafting distance or nearby it. That car needs to set its fastest laps of the entire race, to say the very least. 158 flats is the fastest and his team's gone today. You get to 159 flats. That's enough to be able to get enough time with how much laps are left on the board with ease to get done. Half a second lap quicker compared to those in this train. That is even that's pushing it a little bit.
Do you hear that? It's Maniti's music. Alex Bennett in Maniti Racing Green ranging up on the back of this fight. We've seen Mercedes-AMG Esports Urano through, and now they have a problem trying to get past the TCR traffic. Contact made, time lost. Pure Sims coming back into the fight. Mag Performance SRT coming back into the fight. Maniti Racing Green watching over all of it, but look at how much fuel Pure Sims have to save as they decide to drop back. How did that all happen? It was a tower bend, was it not? Maybe an opportunistic dive into that corner from Alexander Teeb.
I don't know if it was optimistic. I think it was more so he had already tried to go left, then went right, expected Miranda to give him space, I think, and got squished. That's cost him a few tenths of a second. Not as bad as it could have been. The one major concern is going to be the incident points for him, if anything.
So Maniti Racing Green, who we're on board with now, closed in on this gap. You've got 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th all together. And Maniti smell not only that they could pass 2 cars here, but remain close enough to Alexander Teeb that a 4th place could be on as well. Great opportunity here to feel like a little bit of a hero in Alex Bennett's shoes, driving the last stint and maybe driving the team's hopes back up towards, I think 4th is maybe the best they can do, and I think they're battling some cars that have got to save some fuel here as well. That's a defensive line, a very defensive line from Alessandro Maris in the Mag Performance SRT car.
Bennett's got almost a double toe of sorts because of some of this traffic. Obviously, Maris is playing a heavy defensive mode, and Bennett at this point starting, you can almost tell, get a bit frustrated here with all this traffic lined up astern.
Yep, I might rightfully feel like his fights with Alexander Teeb, and there's 2 cars in between, that he's not getting past particularly quickly. He's got a little more pace than Mag Performance. He's got a little more fuel than Pure Sims. He's got a little less penalties than Urano.
Oh, and don't look now, Williams Esports is back in the hunt again. And they still, even with the fuel issue, could have a shot with how things are shaping up here to get as high as 4th. So, about 1 spot back of where they were before the pit snafu.
But wait, here comes Jonas Rutten from Falcon Sim Racing Team as well in the same shot.
They're going to need a few more laps to be able to join this fray, but Thebes just ran away from all of this, by the way. 1 second up. Talked about that razor-thin margin. How about 8 tenths up? He needs to hit that every lap if he wants a shot. Oh my goodness, now he's in the grass.
If there's one place that you can end up with the track limits here at Sebring, it's that dirt on the outside of turn 1. You carry so much speed through turn 1, almost blind up against the concrete wall at the apex there, and then it narrows as you leave the concrete runways and onto the paved tarmac, and you can run out wide. Choke point here, trying to get past Pure Sims GT4 Aston Martin here. GT3's picking their way through on the way down towards turn number 7. It's the Pure Sims GT3 leading what's forming a little bit of a train. Urano getting away behind Pure Sims. You find Mag Performance, Maniti Racing. Here comes Williams. Falcon just in the background as well. While he tries to hold off all of these drivers, Braden Werner in the Pure Sims Esports 17s also got an extra lap of fuel that he's got to save that the others behind him don't. He's trying to juggle a lot of things at once.
And at this mark, you have to be smart with all the juggle, because if you aren't able to keep up with all this shuffling, well, you're going to get drop kicked out of the shuffle pack. Right now, Meg is pretty clear on the defense. Bennett's pretty clear. He's got some tempo, but right now it's in close enough to make a pass. Back in this year, we know how quick that car is. We know how quick Warner is when he's been in the car. It's been tough to be able to pass him. I think right now it's calming down a touch bit for now. Keyword is for now. I expect it to hit intensity levels being quickly hit in the next 5 minutes, if not 10.
there's still a lot of drivers here trying to save some fuel, as evidenced by the onboard we just had with Manidi Racing Green Alex Bennett. At this point, you still have some uncertainty about exactly what the race length is. You don't want to burn too much and then find out the race is going to go one lap longer, whereas on the other hand, you can still save now and push harder later. We're side by side here. Might have been more of a lift-off for Braden Werner than he otherwise would have liked, and he finds himself vulnerable as Alessandro Maras gets down the inside, goes past. Alex Bennett will be next. Beckham Jasiah will be next after that. What line do you take to defend in Braden Werner's shoes? The answer is it's middle of the road. Maniti look around the outside, and they look so deep around the outside. Where on earth does that go at the hairpin? Doesn't lead you to good places.
Oh boy, though, just got something handed over from the notepads. Remember that contact we just seen a few moments ago? Well, guess who just got another penalty? And guess which color it is, the car, David?
Is it, like all good endurance racing cars, red, black, and white?
Yes! Yes, it is! How about 15 seconds to overcome instead?
So that's, yeah, contact and then overtaking off track for the 92 Mercedes AMG Esports Urano car. We continue to ride on board with the evolving GT3 pack. Points paid down to 15th place in every category. Only GT3 has more than 15 cars. So what you don't want to do is get penalised outside of the points or have a DNF. Make sure you try to finish inside of that top 15 every race. You want to try to finish inside of the top 10, top 5 on the podium, win races if you can. 25 minutes to go. PS competition run in the lead from the number 90 Mercedes AMG Esports Urano, with Seibelt in third, but behind that, that's where all the positions are in flux. Penalties for the car currently sitting in 4th place. In 5th is MAG Esports, but in 6th, 7th, and 8th, that's the battle you see right now. Elbows out for Braden Werner as he tries to keep Alex Bennett behind. As that's happened, Beckham Jasiah has gotten closer, and you can see the blue and aqua of Falcon Sim Racing also closing in this fight. 1 minute 15s from all of these cars, while Jonas Rutten's had a 158.7. He's catching, and there's a pass there from Alex Bennett down the inside of turn 7. Parks it at the apex, upsets Braden Werner, who doesn't like that, but it's a never-ending procession almost at this point. Cars slowly working their way around a Pure Sims car that's got to save a lot of fuel.
This is getting absolutely out of hand almost with some of this major shuffling here. And when you've been racing for 6 hours as a group, well, guess what? Your patience meter has reached 0 at this mark. Because you know points are on the line, you know frustrations are on the line, you know there's no time to recover from a mistake, you're out of opportunities to make a move. You have to go. Simple as that. You have to go. And now it's the matter of which teams understand you have to go, and which teams say, I don't care if it's time to go o'clock, it's I want to stay here o'clock.
6 hours of racing, and your teammates, logic, everyone watching says you've got to be patient in an endurance race. Patient for what? Patient to get to this moment when you can really have a go, when Williams Esports do that down the inside of Sunset Bend, still side by side, almost crowding out Pure Sims. They're going to be side by side in a drag race over the start finish line down towards turn number 1, where Pure Sims have the inside. Falcon, you can see, been hyping them up. They close in on this, but look at the amount of fuel Pure Sims have got to save. They just can't fight anymore. We've had the final round of pit stops in GT3. We've had the final pit stops in GT4. We've had the final pit stops in TCR. It's only a couple cars in 992 that are still going to need to hit the pit lane. Wave Italy, who are out front in that at the moment. Simify, who are in second. Shera Esports will go through into the lead of that category, or will they? Because Job Stewart is behind Shera Esports' Luca Alpert. This Altus Esports car is going to need to save some fuel to get to the end, but it is possible, and they're in a slipstream right now of the car that will soon be the leader of class.
It's been a crazy, crazy whirlwind, to say the very least. Sure, Esport and Altus back to where it's been close. We've seen this recovery from the penalty. And there goes Job. Nicely done inside. It looks like Alpert gives him the space.
Or is Altus going flat out because they don't think they can save? Either way, they'll try to get the best result they can out of this. It is a long championship. Altus took the win and the 20 points in the opening round of 24-hour Series Esports in this category. A podium, even a top 5, would still keep them in great place, in great contention, just looking to see this race out. TCR battle on the road in front of them is going to hold them up through this sequence of corners known as 3, 4, and 5. 6 is the long right-hander underneath the bridge, then connecting towards a big braking zone at turn 7. Altus uses the horsepower of the 992 to get around, towing Shearer along. Some GT3s are going to look to cut their way through as well, including the second place of number 90 Nicholas Laubish in the Mercedes AMG Esports Urano.
And it looks like a warning, by the way, is going to the 92 right now for another incident. Apparently, there was contact between the Make Performance SRT on the pass, so they've just been warned for aggressive driving. So, Urano is getting every single infraction possible. Oh my goodness, that's the 48.
That Ferrari hardly looks like a Ferrari anymore. It's missing so many pieces. It's the Hoistinkveld Ferrari, rear deck lid gone, rear wing gone. I can see a naked turbocharger in there. Team Hoistinkveld's Ferrari is in a sickly way.
How are they still driving is my question. You have no rear downforce on that race car. You don't even have a rear bumper with how this is going. This is not looking pretty.
Do you know what surprises me? There is no meatball flag out for that car. This is how it happens. Astro Racing's AMG behind them on the exit of the corner. They're battling on the way into the braking zone here. Looking for an over-under, looking for a cross-back. The Ferrari's slower at the apex than they were expecting. They get into the rear of the Ferrari, and then the rear of the Ferrari gets into the barrier, and it stays there. At least part of it.
That was for position, but Astro Racing's already had some penalties today. They've not made friends along the way, let's put it that way, with how this is played out. And now you have Team Hoyt. This is for second to last of those running. You gotta have patience.
I think I can see where you adjust the rear anti-roll bar in that thing. That's a unique view with all of the rear panels missing off the car. Now we can't. It's covered up.
Hey, at least they got a bumper and quickly on it. Unfortunately, they didn't get a fresh bumper. One. Yeah, how does the sim manage to find a damaged bumper? I mean, welcome to iRacing.
Good on whoever ran the interior infield roads to go and collect that and bring it back to the paddock. It's possible there are a lot of connecting roads on the inside of the circuit, so the advice I got was if something's broken and you can't limp back around to the pits, make sure you pull off to an access road on the right hand side in direction of travel, because you'll get back to the paddock a lot quicker than if you pull off somewhere on the left.
By the way, why don't we take a look at some of the other classes here, because keep in mind GT4 has been an interesting time today. You have on one hand X-Racer has done well with the 413. The 412 just had to come down for pit stop service. Both their cars have actually been quietly solid today.
No shortage of exciting colours and designs here amongst GT4, with purple, with what looks like a crossword puzzle in white and black for Alexia Loma in X-Racer, who's behind Geeks Energy, fiercely forward Elvar Gomez, both of them in Mercedes AMG GT4s, and it is starting to get mighty dark out there. Thankfully, even in some of the darker corners of the track, you do have the reflective cat's eyes that mean, as long as your headlights are on, you can get a pretty good gauge of how much of the racetrack you can use. Got Wave Italy and Hydro Race Geodesic Racing just behind them as well. Everyone's made their pit stops, so for 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th in this class, I think I got the numbers right there. It is a battle all the way to the end for the 4 GT4s you can see on screen right now.
Yeah, you could argue it's been a very decent run for this Finland-based organization today. Has some backing when it comes to the real world, when it comes to some of the company backing. The respective cars came in today 6th and 11th in the point standings. They quietly could become dark horses for at least a top 5 opportunity for the points with one of their cars. If they play their cars like, oh, did you just see what I just saw, David?
Oh, do you know what? It warms my coconut harvesting heart. They're definitely illuminated.
Yeah, those palm trees we're talking about, by the way. It's gotten very quickly dark here. Keep in mind, daylight savings time is a major factor to that when you think about it. It's crazy how quickly dark it gets now at about 5:30 this year.
Yep, so we touched on this earlier in the broadcast as well, that the iRacing session set to Saturday yesterday, so the sunrise sunset times accurate to Sebring, Florida's longitude and latitude, and also elevation, I've got to guess, as well. So with that and the in-session time of 5:50 p.m, sun is setting, getting dark, palm trees on, probably a lot of beverages being opened by those fans around the track at about this time, and the race coming towards a crescendo in the final 15 minutes. A lot of packs beginning to form up again. Now everyone's shown their hand on the strategy card. Everyone's made their final stops. Whether you saved lots of fuel early and dropped back, now you can press on and push up to the cars that maybe got a bit of track position by not saving as hard early. And this is one of those packs. In the GT3s, you've got MAG Performance, they're ahead. We're side by side behind with Williams Esports. Falcon getting into the picture as we get past the Zenith GT4. Manini Racing Green.
Who just got turned back there?
Falcon are off. Jonas Rutten side by side with Zenith Esports, and that little kink on the exit of the turn 7 hairpin, maybe it's bitten and pinched Falcon Sim Racing team, who were closing in on gaining a lot of positions potentially in the final run home here. We'll take another look at it in a second.
And funnily enough, in the series Discord, right at that exact minute, Jesse Jones, their second driver, said, what a battle, or the battle for GT3, and then he got spun. The answer is, well. What else can you say? Hooked around by 4th in GT4, trying to clear him in the same section that's been difficult all day.
Not the first time we've seen a GT3 car get down the inside, go side by side through the middle of a corner, and then think they're entitled to all of the road on the outside. It's tough there because of the way that little snake, that little kink is on the exit of turn 6. A normal straight line out of there you can't take when you're side by side with someone. You think you're all the way clear, you think you're going to get better traction out of there as a GT3. Hasn't quite happened. And Falcon Sim Racing team have come across just a little bit. It spaces this battle out. Still fighting at a distance, these drivers, against Alexander Tiber, who's up the road but carrying a lot of penalties that will be added to his race time post-race. Is it 15 seconds plus another 10? Is that where we're at? Or did you copy paste one from earlier on that we'd already discussed?
It's 15 seconds. It's 15
total?
seconds. 15 total right now. And a warning. So
15 and a warning. How about in GT4? We were talking about a 4-way fight forming up there. Then Visceral get through, send the GT4 side by side. They've just cleared a GT4. Here comes the outright race leader, splitting the difference. BS Competitions, Ryan Barneveld gets past the GT4 battle between Geodesic and Wave Italy. They're side by side through turn number 1 with Wave Italy around the outside. Geodesic in the Porsche on the inside through the turn 2 kink to the braking zone at turn 3. Past my beloved turn 4 palm trees into this left at 5, which tightens late.
Getting dicey here with under 13 minutes to go. We're talking about maybe 7 laps, maybe 6.5 laps to go this time by in the estimate. Now, whatever you have left, you have to go. And on for the 486, obviously, what they have is a massive dent on the entire front nose. I don't know how that's going to really help them, but it's obviously not helping them with Ream being able to run away down on the straight line.
Geodesic sitting ahead at the moment. Was a 4-way battle, but Geeks Energy fiercely forward and X-Racer starting to leave these two behind, showing that they've got a little more speed in this final phase of the race. The outright race leader has 6 more laps to go. Some of the other classes are going to get lapped by Reina Talvar between now and then and have 1 less.
I'm nervous about some of the errors on that fuel stint at this rate in that class.
And my reading of Altus in 992 is I think they gave up on saving fuel, and we're going to see them pit in a little bit.
Well, I'm very intrigued as well, more so on the Sure strategy. Just going to make sure on the stint tallies here because they're also in a tough spot. They haven't pit since lap 1. Or rather, I'm having a grease count here. Make sure I get this right here. Since about lap 151, it's 138. They seem to be at 17, seem to be solid. Valkyrie's borderline. Altus is Altus right now. So, Valkyrie's on the doorstep in that GT, in that 992 class, without things are shaping up here as we still keep an eye on that GT. As we now check it, in fact. How about this is on for what could be for the win?
Yeah, I'm suspecting this is more like 2nd or 3rd. Oh no, sorry, no, you are right. This is for the win. Pace is dropping off for Shearer. Altus still need a spot, and Valkyrie down the inside at Sunset Bend. Now the outside for turn number 1, but this very much could be Valkyrie going for the lead of the race and the win in 992 once we see Altus pit with 2 or 3 laps to go. Around the outside of turn 1's a tough place to be. Valkyrie don't want to do it. They want to cross back over under, get a better exit off of turn 1. Look to get to the inside of turn 3 here. A little bit of GT4 traffic for them. Scherer have also been dropped by sort of 3.5 seconds to Altus, so is there a short fuel potentially going on for Scherer?
Well, the reason it was, oh my goodness, they hit the wall in Sunset and are somehow still holding on to the spot. So, that should answer the question. They're pushing to the point where they're not afraid to scrape the paint off the car.
Altus's longest stint I've seen in this race, 34 laps. They're on 32 right now with 5 more laps still to go in the race, and it sees them probably falling 2 or 3 laps short of being able to go all the way to the end without a splash and dash. They will need a little splash. They are 4.5 seconds ahead of this battle. Even just a drive through pit lane would drop you behind Shearer, drop you behind Valkyrie. Who else have we got in class in place that could fight for this? Great to see Huizenfeld seem to have found an undented rear clip to put on that Ferrari.
Yeah, absolutely great news. Here's the thing. First of all, they're right behind the car that spun them. Second, it's right in the middle of another battle. And this is not going to be helpful for Valkyrie in that Bond dual racing dual entry essentially. At the very least, the two behind him are letting them fight it out. Now they're just going to take the inside here, and this comes at a bad time for them.
So on the exit of Sunset, GT3s stay tight, 992s go wide. Great speed off the exit, typically for GT3s. And on the pit lane is Altus Esports. So now it absolutely is the battle for the win in 992 with 8 minutes to go. Scherer ahead. And also with a GT3 car for traffic in between. Valkyrie, a bit of work to do in these final 8 minutes.
Now they got to make sure Alpert doesn't get hit here. They are, if anything, they're quicker than the Ferrari in straight line speed. Scherer's got that pace late. It's the braking zone. That's the massive difference right now between them and the GT3. Alpert's handling this traffic more efficiently right now compared to Valkyrie based on the timing.
On board with second briefly there, looking forward at the class leader in 992. Traffic never ending in this style of racing, because one thing, it's waiting to get passed by the GT3s. Now it's trying to get around Wave Italy's Honda Civic TCR on the short run, the curvy run before Tower Bend. Done tidily by Valkyrie this time around. So Altus, after their pit stop, 6 seconds splash of fuel. Looks like Job Stewart, has he come out in 4th or 5th?
Yeah, that's still going to be a solid day at least for them on recovery, but it's still going to be down to these two for the class win. Now, how they fight it out is up to them. I'd still think Sure, who's had the power consistently late in the runs, has the upper hand, but Valkyrie has been on uber push mode to get to this spot.
How about with TCR checking in across all 4 categories in the final 6 minutes of 24-hour series esports, 6 hours from Sebring, and Tropic in 6th, fighting with U-Race BR. Doesn't seem like any of those Brazilian cars have had a boring go of things. It's either been Penalties or Great Racing or somewhere in between.
And touring cars, it's gotten spread out much of the time, yes, but it's been throwing amongst a lot of those battles. This is, again, a dual team effort today in that 121. Entropic and PFBR. Those are 2 different organizations they touched upon before the start of today's action, and they were cooperating and working together to build these cars for this series. Now can they get it done to be able to make one more pass here? Also, Meatball Flag, car 979 has just picked it up.
Havu. No? Race for Cat 199.
No, 979.
Oh, well, they've both got him. Sorry, I didn't look far enough. So there's a slowdown out for Hydro Race Geodesic Racing's GT4, a meatball for Havu, a meatball for Race for Cat. All happening not even just within shot, where we've got the TCR battle going on here. Hyundai Veloster against Hyundai Veloster. 5 minutes left to go in this race, and it is dark. I think dark enough for fireworks. Do you think dark enough for fireworks? I hope we get fireworks.
Someone's setting up fireworks at this point.
Yes, likely.
Hey, they set them at 3 a.m. in Canada. And if you're in Las Vegas, 5 a.m. Who needs sleep?
Side by side in the braking zone down towards turn 7. This looks like a move completed, going ahead of U-Race BR. And Tropic with PF. Why did I start saying that before I was reading PFBR? And they move ahead in this TCR battle within the final 5 minutes. GT3 cars snaking their way through. As always, you've got to be looking at your lines, looking for your braking markers, but checking your mirrors every half a second. If you want a clean race in TCR, they get bullied a little bit, unfortunately, but they are a super exciting category of racing.
Yeah, I love how these cars race when it comes to the touring cars. We've seen it all throughout the years on the channel when it comes to RaceSpot. But when it comes to battles like this, Martin Katalchuk has been extremely quiet throughout today. Very strong chance to be able to hold on here with that rapid pace at the end.
Right, race leaders just crossed the start-finish line, giving us 2 more laps. Means probably 2 more for the cars you see on screen here as well. You can also see second place outright carving its way through. Nicholas Laubish hasn't gone around onto the start-finish straight just yet in the second place Mercedes-AMG Esports Urano. Not looking like, having been passed, that New Race BR have the pace to keep up or indeed fight back as they drop a couple more car lengths back. The way I see it, there are battles for position in every class, everywhere on track, not least the lead of 992, not least the podium in GT3. Just witnessed TCR, we had a 4-way battle in GT4 not long ago as well. A couple of penalties still looming over some cars that are going to get added to their race time post-race and complicate some of this as well.
Essentially, it's a battle for fourth because the 92 is not able to get enough ahead of everyone to overcome 15 seconds. Hasn't even overcome 10 seconds yet. There is one thing to note. Remember the fuel issue we talked about for the one car? They're also on a double stint of tires on a very cold racetrack, David, and that's the one issue they're saying amongst this fight that is holding them back as well. And with under 2 minutes to go, they're going to need a bit of a break here amongst the cars in front. Get Maniti to fight with Mag Performance SRT to open up the door.
For Beckham Jasir right now, he sits in 7th place, but he can see 5th with the penalties. It could be 4th. And that's why this battle is one that will go all the way down to the end. Some quick cars have a chance to really pick up some strong points here towards the end of the second round. Looking at Maniti Green, Alex Bennett had been making some progress towards this pack, making some progress through this group. Stalled out a little bit as Mag Performance seemed to have found a little more pace right now as the track's cooled off and as we've got a clearer picture of the race duration, because BS Competition and Ryan Barneveld across the start-finish line to give us one more lap. The white flag is flying for every car that crosses the start-finish line right now.
You're running out of time to be able to try and make a lot of these moves here, whether it's for a spot on the podium, whether it's for the class win. At this point, though, most of it's getting settled through here. It's been interesting, to say the very least, these final 3 hours or so of this race, with how it's really flared up with a lot of this traffic and a lot of the swerbies in the midst of some of these fights.
And knowing that there's 15 seconds of penalty coming for Alexander Tiber, he's got a couple of cars that are just within that window. Falcon Sim Racing Team even are within that window. Right now, that car, number 92, would go from 4th place to 9th. The way it sits at the moment, there's only 1.5 seconds to separate all these cars, 5th, 6th, 7th. And Performance in their Porsche, still holding off Maniti Racing Green's Porsche. The Williams Esports GT3 Mercedes, have they needed to hit a little bit of fuel conservation now? It'll be a 30 lap stint for them to see this one out, because the checkered flag is waiting at the start finish line. Ryan Barneveld, BS Competition with Reina Talvar are going to round Sunset Bend as the GT3 leaders head towards the checkered flag. It waves for them. They win 6 hours of Sebring in the 24-hour series esports. Is there still too much light in the sky for me to wish for fireworks? Yes, there we go. I've got fireworks and illuminated palm trees, and we've got 3 more class leaders still to come around. Other battles to happen. Teams that are running on fumes in their fuel right now as well, and other teams with penalties that they want to get as far up the road as they can before those get applied. Here in GT4, Adam Isaacson and Sim RC, their Aston Martin GT4 takes the win in the GT4 class. 992 Shera Esports are leading at the moment. Team Hoisingfeld are leading TCR at the moment. The fireworks went off when the GT3 leader crossed the line. Hopefully it's not a distraction to these other drivers still trying to see this race out. Shera Esports with only half a second over Valkyrie, trying to see out the 992 class with some traffic still to navigate, hoping that they've got enough fuel, hoping that their tyres will hold on in the darkness, in the cold, to the end of the 6 hour race through Sunset Bend and a dive and attempt from Valkyrie Esports. It didn't come off. They had everything to play for. They gambled and they will not take the race win away from Shera Esports in 9-9-2. What on earth is happening there on the way into turn 1? Goodness only knows. And the last car that will come around to take their win in class, Team Hoisingfeld and Marcel Tai. What a leading margin they have as well, dominant in TCR.
Tai, as calm as it can be when it comes to this respective run today, able to pull away in the late stages. Well done for one of the top touring car teams on the platform.
And he's been shortchanged because the fireworks have already stopped. They're only for your GT3 leader. What a shame that is, but what a great race we had. What a great finish. Not dull in the final hour by any stretch of the imagination. 4 great class winners. We look to the results, keeping in mind that this is before race control apply. The 15-second penalty to the number 92. No question marks around the number 89. BS Competitions BMW wins in GT3 from Mercedes AMG Esports Team Urano in second. Patrick Selva and Sebelt Esports take third. You'll still need to add 15 seconds to the number 92, which means in fourth will be MAG Performance SRT from Maniti Racing. They had almost a photo finish there if you look at the times. And then Williams Esports, Pure Sims, Falcon Sim Racing will also sneak through when Mercedes AMG Esports number 92's penalty is applied. They'll drop into that 9th place. Door Esports will remain in 10th. Points paid to 15th place in every category, and that means Pure Sims 16, Team 75, Bernhard by SimRC 75 and 24 both collect a couple points. So do Impulse Racing and Obsidian Racing. In 9-9-2, we had 14 cars, so everyone who finished, and I dare say finished, will be getting some points. It's Philip Matrevsky in 21st round at GT3. Shera Esports with the win, but only by a second, facing an immense amount of pressure on the final laps from Valkyrie, who gave it everything. Williams Esports Academy in third, Wave Italy Racing in fourth, Altus Esports late splash of fuel, dropping them from the lead to 5th place. The team that took the win in the opening round finished 5th in race number 2. They were only a couple seconds ahead of Simify Esports and Maniti Racing, that were last cars on the lead lap in that category. Visceral Esports, Urace BR and Olympus Esports round out the top 10, and points will go to Havu and Hydro Race Geodesic Racing. Impulse Racing might not be considered a classified finisher there in 13th. I don't think Apex 1 will be in 14th. GT4, SimRC take the win by 3.2 seconds from 07 Racing. Movano Sim Racing team in third. Zenith Esports, Impulse Racing, Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward, X-Racer, Wave Italy Racing Team, Hydro Race Geodesic Racing and Raw Esports are the top 10. It was super close in GT4. X-Racer, the 412 in 11th, a lap down. Same for Rakar Esports team. 6 laps down, Pure Sims Esports, Aston Martin. Retirements, Sebelt Esports, Mercedes and Grid and Go Esports, Aston Martin. In TCR, a strong performance from Team Hoisingfeld, as there's no gaps or margins to show you for their Hyundai Veloster ahead of second place. Wave Italy Racing Team's Honda, Impulse Racing third, RD Sim Sport in fourth, Entropic PFBR crossing the line in fifth, Urace BR crossing the line in sixth, Obsidian and MA70 Esports, the cars within a lap of each other. Race for Cat 11 laps down, and Kala Esports looking like a retirement. Justin Prince, can I send you on a mission to try to get some of our class winners after 6 hours of racing in 24-hour series esports at Sebring?
Well, I believe most of those drivers are actually already sprinting to be able to get in the doors, to be able to celebrate the respective wins. We spoke with Ryan Barneveld earlier. Why don't we speak, then have you speak with 2 at once from your overall winners?
Hello again.
Hello.
Ryan Barneveld, and Reina Talva join us. GT3 race winners. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
It was a good one.
Between yourselves, obviously, is it an honour to be the one who takes the checkered flag as far as the division of driving duties?
No, that was just a strategy. Rainer did the first two, then we swapped for the third stint and the fourth stint, and then I did the last two. That way we both got 50% of the race distance.
It says Ryan Barneveld 90 laps, Reina Talva 89. You'll need to do an extra cool down lap to catch up. Fireworks go off for you here as you cross the checkered flag to take the win as well, just to make it extra special.
Yeah, I mean, Sebring is always nice. The track is really enjoyable, and we found a good pace. And after the first stint, where we could manage a gap after the pit stop, we could just do our thing and manage the pace, manage the fuel and tires, and yeah, the gap ended up being 35 seconds, which is really nice.
Good win, 20 points. GT3 seems to be an incredibly unpredictable category here. It's the only one where you can finish and maybe not get points, as they only go to 15th. So as you build towards the rest of the championship, this is a good way to do it.
Sorry, what was the question?
I don't know if I had a question, actually. It was more of a general, do you want to add on what a race win does for your championship?
I think I haven't run the calculations yet, but I think we're P2 in the standings now, so that's pretty positive. The season opener, we finished P7, so yeah, good to come back around and get the win here, and hope to get the championship at the end of the season, but that's a long way from now.
Well, congrats, guys. Hopefully we see you in the new year for the third round of this championship.
Yeah, thanks for the broadcast and for the race. It was good. And see you later.
A lot of shepherding to do around these parts, Justin Prince, but good to chat with our GT3 race winners from BS Competition, Reina Talva and Ryan Barneveld. Hopefully, we'll go down the categories, won't we, to 992, and I'll grab you Luca Alpert and Raphael Renhofer.
Yes, indeed. They jump on in here. First things first, I'll start with you, Luca. Nerve-wracking battle for the win. In fact, you hit the wall in Sunset Bend. What was that pressure like between you and Valkyrie, with knowing Altus had to come in with about 15 minutes to go with that penalty offset?
Yeah, I guess that was one of the highest pressure I've ever been under, because being like, you know that you are going to win with that strategy if you don't mess anything up, and then you actually mess something up. It's incredibly intense being that close after 6 hours of racing, and just really glad that I brought it home and that I can relax right now.
And in turn, Raphael, from your perspective here today, it was an interesting race to say the very least. You started things off at the first half of the race. Things seemed to shuffle a lot as the event went on. What was that from your perspective after starting off the race and then seeing all the craziness for the second half onward?
Yeah, I had quite a difficult first stint, to be honest. There was just so much going on. Basically, the whole 992 class was in a pack together, and everyone was in front and at the back at some point. And then during the second or third stints, when the strategies slowly started to show and we knew who was going for what strategy, that's when we kind of realized that we maybe actually had a shot at finishing on the podium or maybe even winning the race. And from then on, it was just flat out to the finish, pushing every lap and trying to get the most out of it.
But in turn, a great point outing, to say the very least, here today. And all this battling gets you into the conversation amongst the 992 championship leaders here after the podium finish at Spa. That leaves Silverstone up next. What's the approach like for Silverstone and the different characteristics of that circuit?
Well, we've got quite a break now until Silverstone, so a lot of time to prepare I've personally never raced there in the Porsche Cup, so it's going to be a new experience. But I'm very much looking forward to it. It's a very nice track, so yeah, looking forward.
Well, congratulations, guys, on the run today.
Thank you very much.
Luke and Raphael, once again with the 905 team, their respective car. For sure, Esport coming away with the victory of the Porsche 992s. That leaves the representative for SimRC, Adam Isaacson. He was the winner today in GT4 with David.
Congratulations, Adam, and combining with Kerem Habus, a perfect 2 from 2 start for your car in this category in 24-hour Series Esports. Back-to-back wins.
Yeah, feels amazing to be able to get this back-to-back win. I wouldn't say either of them was particularly easy, especially not this one. This one was very much about the fuel. For basically the entire race we were able to get 1 or 2 more laps than the others every stint, which really helped us at the end. And I think that was definitely the deciding factor for getting the win today.
Not the greatest winning margin after 6 hours at just over 3 seconds, but winning is winning. The points are the points, and it's interesting having multiple different GT4s in this category this time around in 24-hour Series Esports.
Yeah, it definitely adds a dynamic to the race. As I said, the fuel thing, I think the Aston was probably slightly slower on pace than the others, but we had a fuel advantage, so that made it quite an interesting race. But yeah, it's definitely more fun when you are able to have multiple cars that are competitive and cars that are good in different areas.
Gives an idea of the life of a GT4 driver in traffic. Obviously, TCR cars are a little slower than you in a straight line, but pretty similar through the corners. 992 cars not much quicker than you through the corners, but much quicker in the straight line. And then you've got bulldozers of GT3s coming through.
Yeah, I would say actually the biggest challenge for us at GT4s is the 992s. Just because they have so much straight line speed, but they're barely quicker than us in the corners. It's quite easy to lose a lot of time because the 992s get such a run on the straight and then they dive into the corner and you both lose a second. So.
A lot of management with traffic, with tyres, with fuel. You guys come away with another win and plenty to show for your effort. Congratulations. Anyone to thank?
Yeah, of course. Karim did an amazing job in the first half of the race. He laid a really good foundation to work on the second half, and of course with the fuel saving was really important for the end of the race, as I mentioned. And then yeah, just basically the entire SimRC team. I think we have a really good teamwork going on right now. So yeah.
We go Adam Isaacson representing the winning GT4 team SimRC, and we have TCR, 2 representatives from the winning TCR team with Justin Prince.
Yes, indeed. Coming away with the win today, Team Hoytenveld, the 148 picking up the win. Actually was technically the only driver left on their lap. The others got lapped by the overall winner prior to the end. Bart, so we start things off with you tonight. First things first. Once again, one of the top organizations when it comes to this car. You pick up the win today. How are you feeling about this run and the point build-up? Essentially, unofficially taking the lead from Impulse.
Yeah, it was actually quite a straightforward race for us. Not often that we have something like this, but we had a good quali, which is rare, but we managed today. And basically, we were in the leading group for the whole time, which just makes things easier in traffic. And yeah, we had good pace. We felt like not the best pace. So the Hondas were very quick sometimes, but also other Hyundais have been very quick. But at the end, I managed to give over to Marcel with a tiny lead, and then he drove a really fantastic stint and extended the lead to, in the end, I think 40 seconds, but that was because the others ran out of fuel. So big props to him, and really great race for us.
We're going to ask that question towards Marcel, but I'll ask this to you then, Marcel. Second half of the race, you and Impulse were amongst those shuffling out. How would you describe the battle between you and Impulse that in turn decided the win for your organization in the final half of the race?
Yeah, let's see how the season turns out. I mean, Impulse had strong pace today yet again. I think they had some technical issues in the third stint, and then had to short stint there and then run into fuel issues. But I think we would have been a race with them towards the end, because their pace was pretty good, and I'm pretty sure that their pace will be good in the next races as well. But for us, it was, as Fabian said, I have to give this credit back, and also to Michael Schöttler, actually, who was spotting nearly the whole race today. We had good practice before the race, and just a very good weekend for us.
In turn, yes, indeed. Now, Fabian asked about Silverstone to the previous grouping here. Silverstone does have a bit of a break here. How would you describe, though, in terms of the team effort, what it takes to be able to keep up this performance in multiple different series, like we've seen your organization do for now 2 years?
Yeah, I think it's always a team effort. I feel like racing, or especially TCR racing, or probably racing in every classes, it's becoming more and more complex nowadays. It's not just only finding a setup which is fast over one lap and then you're done, but basically you have to test everything over very long stints, ideally even double stints. So we have really done a lot of practice, and we plan to continue with a lot of practice, because it seems like that's the best way to be prepared and have the car always in the right window, and to understand how to react if the car doesn't behave like you want it to. So it's always a team effort, and we will push also for the next races.
Once again, congratulations on the victory for you guys today.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Yes, have a good one.
You too. That's Fabian Marcel. Once again, for the winning team in the touring cars, David.
Yeah, fantastic racing in the 24-hour series esports. 6 hours of Sebring, 4 classes run, and your winners: BS Competition, Scherer Esport, SimRC, and Team Hoistingfeld. Thank you for joining us with our RaceSpotTV coverage of every single minute of this race. Will continue when the 24-hour series esports continues next at Silverstone. Now, I believe that graphic is not quite correct anymore, and some of it's been shuffled around, and we might see you first next in the new year. But just keep up to date with 24-hour series esports. They've got their website, and they're active on every platform of social media you'd care to look at, and we'll bring you the next round of 24-hour series esports from Silverstone when it happens. Congratulations to the winners again. Thank you, Justin Prince, for joining me. Hugo Lewis in the production for all 6 hours. Ewan O'Leary and Lorenzo Bonda, who brought you qualifying and the opening of the race. Delight to have you, and we'll see you next time in 24-hour series esports.
Bye.